Hello everybody and welcome to the Aegis Esports Season 2 ACL League. My name is Fids, I'm joined by Sleepy Panda 27. We've got a riveting day today, going Swain's Flock versus Lee Sin's Dragons. After the group phase is done, we're now right into the start of the final series. Sleepy, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, and I'm very thankful to Aegis for the opportunity to cast this week because we're not playing. I thought it would be fun. And I want to also give a thank you to Ace, who's hosted every other thing, and I think, allowed Spids and I to cast this week. That was very gracious of him, and I appreciate everyone who let me do this. So hopefully it's not a dumpster fire.
All right, Sleepy's been way too nice. I expect him to be a little bit more irritable in future. But it should be a good time in front of us. Obviously, if you've been watching Aegis in the last couple of weeks, you've seen with Ace what the group stages have led to, and we've got this very interesting bracket of 6 teams left. Our team, as Sleepy graciously mentioned, gets to skip this week because we were the top seed, but seeds 2 and seeds 3 are battling out this week. Should be a good time. We're going to be following Remni versus Void to start. They're the first players for each team, and they've got some interesting decks and... well, mostly interesting decks. I've got Snortikaiser, which is a bit whatever, but it should be a good time. Do you have any thoughts on the meta before we get into this?
On the meta? Yeah. I mean, the meta is like 5 decks that are all pretty much 50-50 into each other. So I don't think it's that interesting if we're going by the meta strictly. However, I think there's a lot of variation you can bring to great success in this meta anyways. And I think we're going to get to see some of that today in these matchups.
It's interesting you would say a 50-50 meta isn't that interesting, because surely it means more intricate gameplay is required in order to eke out victories.
That's probably true. I don't have a particular affinity for any of the 5 decks, so it's boring to me because I'd rather play 50-50 decks that I enjoyed. But I do agree that I actually do think this meta is skill intensive, so that's exciting.
Cool. Well, let's see some of that meta by transitioning into the decks. Starting off with Remni's decks, we see the 3 at the bottom, and we start with Snortikaiser. So Sleepy, please explain this because I don't want to.
Okay, Snortikaiser has a pretty basic game plan. You play units down and control the board until you play Mordekaiser, and once you play Mordekaiser, you print cards by killing them and self-slaying. Most commonly, in the most recent times, it's been Aloof Travelers, which you can see in this list. But a spicy thing that I actually think is a really good shout that is sometimes not included is Spectral Ironhound, which summons that 8/4 Fearsome, and then you can just constantly resummon it. That's obviously going to be pretty strong if you're trying to sort of, instead of aloof travelering them, attritioning them to death, if you want to just kill them, I think Spectral Ironhound is a good way to go on that. And then another important part of the end game is Darken Halberd, which can summon a Terash, which again will just summon 1,000,000 units to crush your opponent. So really, it's like it's basically just a stall deck until you hit Mordekaiser, and you're going to find a way to win through Mordekaiser, printing stuff, or like a Terash. And the rest of the time, you're just trying to sit back and kill stuff with Hate Spikes and Death's Grasp and Whales and whatnot, Vengeances. So that's the idea of Mordekaiser.
It's going to be quite boring if you've played a ton of LoR recently, because you're going to have fought this way too much. But that's not the only deck Remni has brought. Remni has combined this with a Morgana Udyr, as we see on the screen. It also features 1 Jarvan, which is an interesting choice, because most of the time you're going for 3 Morgana, 3 Udyr. So Jarvan's clearly either trying to hit something, or Remni doesn't value a repeat Morgana. But Morgana Udyr, relatively simple concept. You're playing big, bulky units from Demacia and Freljord, buffing them up with the Freljord stuff, having naturally bulky things in your Badger Bear with Demacia stuff. You've got some interesting strike spells and single combat and Gentleman's Duel, interesting combat tricks with Inner Beast, Troll Chant, Sky Splitter. There are some cute cards. It's not just the Jarvan. There is also Forgotten Artifact. If you don't know what this does, it gives all of your allies Challenger and then summons a Sandstone Charger, also getting Challenger, which is great for attack tokens and can be okay for defense tokens if you need to summon a unit, but it's not that good for that. The Challenger is temporary as well. There's one main combo that you will see almost certainly, which is Bladebound Berserker plus Magical Fettering. Cast Magical Fettering when Berserker's on the field, and you add a curse to the enemy gamer, making them have to spend 4 mana if they want to spend any spells, only at the cost of 2 for the Morgana Udyr player. It's a strong linear deck with some intricate gameplay with the strike spells. But that's not the only deck that has been brought. There's also a Lissandra Trundle, as I slightly allude to, but I'll let Sleepy explain this one.
Oh, because I know Lissandra Trundle.
You know it very well.
I mean, I'm going to rephrase Lissandra Trundle into general Freljord control. Because this deck has taken many identities in the past, and in the past, Lissandra Trundle, I think, sort of alluded to the idea of a combo deck where you get out the Watcher in one turn and OTK them. I don't think this deck has the ability to do that. We don't see any of the like Forgotten Memories that can copy Pillar and might be able to combo that out. So I think it's just going to be a nice, sweet control plan where you sit back and you kill the units your enemy is summoning each turn. And eventually you're going to play Wrath of the Freljord, or you're going to play like a Buried in Ice plus a It That Stares combo, and your units are just going to be too big to lose. That's the idea of this deck. So we also noticed that Remni isn't running any ramp. So a lot of previous iterations of this deck would run. Oh, actually, that's a lie. There is Faces of the Old Ones, which is ramp, but there's not any spell ramp. So we could see that this deck is probably less going to be, ramp really fast to your late game win conditions, and just more like sit back and make sure the board is as controlled as possible until you can just play some big guys that will kill your opponent.
That is a good explanation. I'm glad I passed it over to you. But those are all of Remni's decks, mostly control themed, going to the late game, trying to make sure that they can beat the opponent and then win on their own merits. But Remni has to fight someone, and that someone is going to be Void, with the first deck being Nora Morgana, which this Bandle City Demacia concept's been a thing throughout the period, through the last couple of years of LoR. We've seen different versions and iterations of it, but this is definitely a newer take on it. It's running some interesting cards, such as Altar to Unity. If you don't remember what this does, it raises the stats of the units you play equal to its mana, so a 4-mana card becomes a 4/4. I'm pretty sure that's the right card, which works with things like Silverwing Vanguard, Risu the Silent Storm. Dreamlight Alina, I think, starts as an 8-mana 2/2 and has Natural Spirit, which means it should increase afterwards. It's got the Wings Giving, which means units you play will be raised up in mana and thus transformed into something interesting. But it is just flood the board, try and figure out how you're going to win after you've flooded the board deck. It's an interesting concept, and I do hope we get to see it in the game, because it's always a good bit of fun, I think, to see Bandle City Demacia when it's not just a poppy pile. But that's not the only deck Void has brought, and I have said that phrase a couple of times. I'm going to say it a couple more times. There is also whatever Hirsch decides to show up next, which is Trundle Tryndamere. I'm not going to make Sleepy explain it again, necessarily.
Can I? There's some key differences here.
There are some key differences. Do you want to point them out, Sleepy?
I do. Okay,
I'll let you.
The critical differences that I see with this deck is, one, we have more ramp. Now, technically not that much more. We have one copy of Voices of the Old Ones, so really not that much more ramp. But the other important part is that we're running Feel the Rush in this deck, which is going to be a lot more of a game ender, but it's going to be less sort of control-y, right? So you saw that it's going to be a little bit more streamlined. It's the same general concept. It's just instead of playing a lot of big guys, you're just going to play Feel the Rush instead. But notably, the ramp is going to work a little bit better, and there's going to be less of an intricate late game and more of just a play my 12-mana spell and hope to win.
Yeah, it is. It is different in almost like gameplay style because the way you're winning is different and the way you're trying to control is different, right? You're not controlling with big units, but it is also just a Freljord SI deck. On topic of Freljord decks, there is another deck that Void has brought. You have to bring 3. You can't get around it, unfortunately, in LoR. And that deck is... drumroll.
Oh, I'm so excited to see what that deck is.
I'm so excited. No one's ever seen Freljord Noxus. Oh my god, it's Overwhelmed. I cannot believe it's Overwhelmed. And it's the same list that... Wait, is this our list? Is this the...
This is our list. I'm pretty sure this is card for card our list.
Yeah, so this is a bit of Azir ascending to have all of the best lists. This is Draven Overwhelm. If you haven't seen it yet, you play some early units to get a bit of pressure in, just like you would in Pirates. But instead of your mid-range, your turns 3 to 5 being summoning a bunch of 1 and 2 mana units, instead you're summoning big overwhelms, putting a Bone Club or a Battle Fury on them, using Whirling Death to get some weird strikes through. Razor Mace is a very important card. If you can't deal with Razor Mace, and a 4/4 on 4 is kind of tough for a lot of decks to deal with, then that is a lot of damage that you have to deal with and pressure you have to deal with over a long period of time. This is a deck that Azir's Ascended have brought, I think, every single week, multiple copies, and we're very happy with it. So I am definitely excited for Void to absolutely own.
I will say there's a couple notes I want to mention. I don't think it's card for card because I think we're on 3 Elixir of Iron and 2 Sky Splitter, or maybe 3 Sky Splitter, so I don't think the ratios are exactly the same. The other thing I want to note is there's some stakes with this deck because Stolen Conch, who is on the Swain's Flock team, was talking up a pretty big storm about how LeBlanc is better and Draven is just straight up worse in the deck. So it would be, there's some stakes involved because if Swain's Flock lose to this Draven Overwhelm deck that they claim is improved by LeBlanc, that might be a bit interesting, is how I'll phrase it.
So now we've learned there are 2 games going on here. The best of the Iron Man format, as we were expecting, as well as this above game of who's going to be right with Conch or not. Yep. But those are the decks. Let's move into the pick and ban phase, because I'm curious to see. Predictions. Sorry, I do apologize. I just had a brain blast, all of my own merit, which is that we actually have to do predictions right now. I know. It's very, very exciting. So, Sleepy, who do you... Okay, you're just going to show it up. I guess I'm the odd one out. I really thought that... All right, whatever. Explain to me why you think Swain's Flock's going to win. Okay,
so I will say it's really close. I do have some supporting logic. One supporting logic is they brought some what I'll call dark horse decks, right? I think Lee Sin also brought some dark horse decks. There's some atypical, not necessarily falling within the meta decks, right? We saw Morgana and Nora. But I do think that Swain's Flock has brought ones that are unlike decks that people have fought previously. Now, this is a bit spoilery for future lineups, right? We haven't got into everyone's lineup. But I think that gives Swain's Flock just the teensiest edge that I think they'll have a better idea of what they're playing into than their opponents. Now, I will say Void definitely brought something spicy with Morgana Nora, and I do think it will be close. So I'm giving Swain's Flock a slight edge because I had to pick one, but I really do think this is going to be a very close match.
Yeah, I think it's going to be close too. I ended up going for Lee Sin's Dragons for a couple of reasons. I think both teams have quite a good suite of players. Every time I fought Chicas on ladder, it's been a pretty close back and forth a lot of the time, although Chicas is often on very interesting decks. And Remni's a very fun opponent to play against, and then they have another player. While Lee Sin's Dragons has got a very historical good amount of strength, right? Void and YREB have been around for quite a long time, and have always been pretty good players, and I always trust them that they're going to pilot their decks to at least high Aegis level strength. Right, enough that they can show their might and that they need to be considered, and if you make a misplay against them, they will punish that. I don't know a lot about Embrooks. I know Embrooks has come around more recently, but I've been pretty satisfied when I've seen Embrooks play either on ladder or the little bits I've seen elsewhere. So I was going to go for Lee Sin's Dragons just because I trust YREB and Void, maybe to a fault. I really like those players, and I trust good, as we're talking about, there's only 5 decks that are pretty decent. I trust people bringing those decks if they have experience on them, more so than Draven Lee Sin. So that's That's where I'm at. I think Lee Sin's Jaggers are going to do well, but it could be close. I do hope and expect it'll be a 3-2 because I think it will be close and difficult.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. I think a sweep would be fun if it was Void sweeping.
Sure, yeah. I would like that as well. But if that's predictions all over and done, and Hirsch stops yelling at me for skipping a step, I think we're up to pick and ban phase. So we've seen the decks. We've talked a little bit about what they are. What are these lineups trying to do, and how's it going to impact the ban, Sleepy?
Yeah, so I don't think either lineup hit what it wanted to. I see something like Lissandra Trundle and Morgana Udyr, and I'm thinking they want to play into PNZ decks and stuff like Jan and Neela, and we don't see that on the other side. Now Mordekaiser's not that great into Jan and Neela, so maybe that's an inconsistent philosophy. On the other hand, I've got no idea what Morgana Nora's matchup tables are, so I see Overwhelm, and again I'm thinking, okay, they're probably wanting to play into PNZ style things that they didn't hit. So I think, like, in a weird way, we've almost got a mirror matchup, kind of, right? Like, I think Morgana Udyr and Draven Overwhelms are similar-ish decks. Not super similar, but they're similar-ish. And obviously, we have the two Freljord SIs, and I don't think either of them were expecting to go into a lineup that was going to be mirror-esque. So I think if I were Void, I would definitely ban Morgana Udyr, because I think Morgana Udyr is going to be able to make it both through Overwhelms and through Morgana Nora. So I would definitely ban Morgana Udyr. I've got no idea what Remini should ban. Do you have thoughts?
Yeah, I'm not so certain either. I think Remini is definitely keeping up Overwhelm. I think that's probably an intended target, although I don't know the Snortikaiser matchup that well, but I assume Snortikaiser's decent into Overwhelm. But the two other decks are awkward. I think there are worlds in which Remini's decks are stronger than the Trundle Tryndamere, but also worlds where it's not. I have no idea what to expect from. I do think that Void is going to ban... Well, sorry, I hope Void bans Snortikaiser because it means I have to see less of it. But I assume they're going to ban Morgana Udyr, partly because it's probably the most linearly strong, and partly because Void's deck doesn't have that much interaction that can deal with cards like the 2-mana fleet, the Fettering card. Right, that's a really strong card into what Void's trying to do. But I don't know. I'm going to assume a ban on... I think I'm going to assume it on Trundle Tryndamere from Remini into Void.
Yeah. Oh, you got your wish.
Thank God. Okay. One Snortikaiser saved. All right. And Draven is banned. Interesting.
Okay. That's not what I expected.
So, what should we make of this? It means that we're going to see a lot of Trundle, a little bit of Tryndamere or Lissandra. I guess they just respect Draven's possibility to do an outlandish play, right? You've got Whirling Death, you've got Battle Fury, but I do wonder if... I don't know when the game's going to start because I forget the timings at this point. But that's interesting. Okay.
Yeah. I can see a world where, like, if you just ban the good deck, Overwhelm is the traditional one, right? A deck that's sort of proven to be meta and strong. So I can understand banning it, just saying, yeah, I'm going to make it through the stuff that is weird.
But we have made it our way into the game. We're going to see Morgana Udyr versus Trundle Tryndamere. Remembering this Trundle Tryndamere is the version with FTR. This should be an interesting matchup. Remini's got a pretty decent hand, but so does Void for a matchup like this. Yeah,
I think that on average, I would expect Void to be favored, just because I think Vengeance is a very good card versus Morgana Udyr in general, and the FTR win con is really hard for Morgana Udyr to win with. So I think in general I favor Void, although certainly Remini's hand is not looking too bad.
Yeah, I thought Void had a good hand, but it really relied on getting one piece of interaction from the top deck. Seeing Tryndamere is such an awkward draw. We're going to see a strike spell immediately. Wow. That's interesting, trying to get rid of Trundle being played next turn.
Yep. Actually, Trundle still gets played next turn, I believe.
Never mind, you're not getting rid of Trundle getting played next turn. Complete lie on my half.
I do think it is good to limit these ramp, though. I think as Morgana Udyr, your best shot is going to be if they're unable to ramp. Now, as we say that, obviously, we just saw Void ramp twice that Remni can't stop at all. But Remni's also does a huge board, already pushing 5 damage on turn 4. And we don't see, like you said, a lot of interaction in Void's hand. We've got 1 Vengeance and 1 Whale. Okay, 2 Vengeances.
Yeah, I remember a couple of days ago we were talking about how Legends of Runeterra really has key moments that decide the game, and I really wonder if that turn 3 is one of those moments. By doing that strike spell, Remni sort of didn't play Badger Bear, lost a little bit of tempo, and Void was still able to ramp doubly with the voices of the old ones. So there's a chance that Remni's much more on the back foot now by just not playing units aggressively when they could have.
Yep. And now, now Remni is sort of, or not forced to, but if Remni doesn't open attack, we can see Buried in Ice, or potentially, like, we know that it's not Buried in Ice, but, Remni has to worry about Buried in Ice and It That Stairs and a lot of sort of scary things, but by attacking without lethal, they sort of just allow the Feel the Rush to come down next turn. I'm worried that Remni didn't quite get the hand or apply the pressure that was needed to win this, but I definitely think there's still a chance with this Morgana in hand.
Yeah, Remni doesn't have a standard Morgana Udyr hand. I'll mention this because there's no Udyr, there's no Bleedbound Berserker, and not a lot of units were summoned. Instead, we have a ton of spells. But one of those spells does happen to be Magical Fettering. Now, we're going to see Whale to interrupt this attack, try and kill off a unit, heal a little bit, protect the 2-3. But FTR doesn't necessarily come down next turn if Magical Fettering decides to come in and Void needs to spend mana aggressively. Like, if Void does a Vengeance here, obviously we wouldn't see FTR either way. But depending on when Fettering comes down, it could be awkward. Now, Void will have the attack token, so Void will get the first opportunity. But if Void plays, the 3 mana unit into a heal, and then we see Magical Fettering, then FTR wouldn't come down. But that's not what we've seen. We've seen a pass right now.
If we see the 3 mana unit at all, actually, we wouldn't. And then Magical Fettering comes down. True. Yep.
I did wake up like an hour ago. Just I'm not normally this daft.
And we do see the 3 mana card. So if Magical Fettering comes down by Remni, it guarantees Remni passes. And now I think we're just gonna see FTR get played, and I think it will be difficult for Remni to come back from that with these Vengeances in Void's hand.
So that is true. There is a lot of tempo being gained right now. 2 massive units. Only one has Overwhelm, but see that Remni just draw Bleedbound Berserker and can easily do Berserker plus Fettering into Morgana next turn, taxing an incredible amount of mana. Or can just do this and then do Fettering and not needing to tax the extra mana. There is a lot of pressure that Remni can do post facto.
Yeah, so I worry about not playing Bleedbound Berserker this turn, right? Like, I think Remni could have chumped the Trundle pretty happily, but because we're not doing Bleedbound this turn, it means that when we play Bleedbound next turn, it can be matched with Vengeance, and then you never even get the opportunity to play your other slow speed spells. So that could be a potential punishing misplay this game.
Yeah, and I do know that Remni often finds themselves on stream, and I think it's I'm not going to say this for certain, but I think Remni gets a little bit of stream anxiety sometimes, because I do think the 4 mana card was the right play, but we do see the spell go in, obviously making it so that Void can't play any spells next turn. If there is an open attack here, we'll see the 1/4 kill off the 2/2 and get some healing and so the 1/4 is going to pull Trundle, and the other 2 units going to attack, getting some healing, getting some damage in, at least I assume. Now, Remni could decide to play Bleedbound Berserker, and Void wouldn't be able to do, say, Buried in Ice, which would be the main worry point, but we are just going to see the open attack.
Yep, just as you said. So at this point, Remni is really looking, I think, to level up this Morgana, which unfortunately can just be matched with a Vengeance at some point. But I think that Remni really needs to. The only threat that it's possible for Remni to develop at this point is leveling up that Morgana.
Yeah, which is definitely possible, right? We've seen a combat go through, which is obviously 2 interactions, and we've got 3 more strikes and a Bleedbound Berserker. So Morgana can flip by next attack, but obviously tons of pieces of interaction. 2 Vengeances. You've got Peeler, which will come down and start pulling things to the side, which makes the possibility of the strength not, like, it won't even be that strong. And there's going to be a ton of damage coming in half a second, which means you're going to have to figure out how to survive that in a sufficient way when Vengeances can obviously destroy the blocker in front and push extra damage through.
Yeah. I worry about the future for Remni here. I'm not sure that Remni can find a way to even make it past next turn with the current hand states here. Because are we just going to Vengeance this 4/5 immediately? Yeah.
Yeah, with this hand state, it does seem unlikely. Trying to predict the future here, Void does. Unless everything goes in now, both strike spells.
So we can't kill this Trundle, which would be awesome, except there's another Trundle in hand waiting to be played. But I definitely think Remni is making the right decisions for the chance to win. Because I do actually think this will prevent Void from winning next turn, and it gives Remni a chance to top deck something like an Udyr or some other kind of threat.
There's another FTR.
Yeah.
The world's funniest play not the world's funniest play. I'm sure there's been funnier plays, but the world's second funniest play could easily come down and see the second FTR and just have a ton of overwhelm damage, which shouldn't be interactable in any way, shape, or form. And we do see another Fielder Rush. The song has been replayed. It's on loop.
Yep. Okay.
Into a surrender. Yeah. Understandable.
So it is unfortunate. I do think that Morgana Udyr, if it was going to lose a matchup, was this one. I have confidence that Morgana Udyr can make it through Overwhelms or this Morgana Nora deck. So it is unfortunate, just the 50-50 pick at the start. I think went unlucky for Remni there. But if there's any deck that's suspect remaining, it's probably Morgana Nora. Because I think that deck definitely has a chance to brick on its landmarks. I think it's a cool idea, but I also think it's the most likely to kind of not find the cards it needs or have awkward enough draws. So I think that while Remni losing the first game is bad for Remni, I definitely think Remni can, if there's a deck that's too owable, it's probably this Morgana Nora deck.
I'm very excited to see this. This is the sort of deck that I could see myself on the train later today playing on ladder a little bit, because it's definitely really up my alley. We see 2 Wings Givings and a Conch. That's already up my alley. Risu. Okay, great hand. I'm excited. Void's going to win this. I did the right choice in saying that Lee Sin Dragon's going to win. But Remni is a decent hand. 2 Omen Hawks. Can't go wrong. Yeah.
So my one problem with these Wings Givings is that Remni has the Babbling Bjerg, I think, the 4-mana card that tutors out either a Jarvan or an Udyr. Ideally against the Udyr, because I actually think Void doesn't have very many ways to stop an Udyr from getting ginormous.
That is true. There is a concerted strike, but that is about it. And we're not going to see the Omen Hawk attack. Interesting choice by Remni. Presumably just
Remni
not wanting
bluffing?
I'm not certain. I think it's probably if Void plays Nora, Remni could attack to threaten Sky Splitter, I guess, but you're just gaining 1 damage either way. Or trying to play the other Omen Hawk, I guess, and then get even more damage in.
Yeah.
That's fine as well, I suppose.
So what's funny about this double Omen Hawk play is that it could potentially mess up the Bjerg's ability to draw. Because suddenly, if a Bladebound Berserker is one of the top 2 units, Bjerg might draw that instead. So there is sort of a funny case of, okay, well, we see one of the units, so as long as we draw the other one, it's going to be fine anyway. It will be really sad if Bjerg draws Jarvan, and I think that would be a very big argument to not running Jarvan in your Morgana Udyr list, because I think if Bjerg misses the Udyr, it's going to be really sad.
There's definitely been some interesting things going on in the background here. Obviously, we've got a 3/3 Omen Hawk, which got buffed to have the Sharp Sight keyword. But Early Bird will get rid of whatever Bjerg tutors. And if that's an Udyr, that's a really easy way to get rid of Udyr. Now we're going to see Petricite Charger here, which is fine for this matchup. It's just a 4/4, which is okay. But I really like this pick of Early Bird, because this Early Bird can absolutely ruin Remni's game plan. And it's not part of the main deck, so Remni might not be thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, Remni arguably shouldn't be thinking about it. Oh, and there's our Bladebound Berserker, which is actually going to come down with 2 Fetterings in hand, and it's not even going to give Void a chance to play Early Bird. This just, I think, swung on its head. That is a ginormous Bladebound Berserker.
Out of all the units to draw, that's almost certainly the best one to get all 3 buffs, and is the only one that's going to have all 3 buffs. That is diabolical. We do see Preservarium, just another 4/4. What a useless Wingsgiving buff, but another Wingsgiving comes down. Maybe we'll eventually get into something like a Gorlith, because that's what you're looking for. Right? If we're thinking long-term vision for Wingsgiving, Gorlith is like pickety prime.
Absolutely, and I'll tell you what, this Risu is going to come down next turn, and it's going to get 3 mana on that turn, which means we can pump it by 1 extra mana to get that Gorlith in 2 turns. So within 2 turns, I actually think that Void has the ability to get Gorlith. And with Gorlith on the field, suddenly Void's deck actually has a significant amount of ways, if they draw their strike spells, to deal with something like this Blade-Bound Berserker. Now they obviously have to draw those strike spells, but we were talking about how it's hard to stop Remni's Udyr or Blade-Bound Berserker from getting huge, but a Gorlith is certainly up to the task.
And there are a lot of big, dumb, massive units that is going to be able to block this Blade-Bound Berserker and possible future draws of Udyr, Jarvan, etc. So there's a lot that can be done, but Remni does have strike spells that is definitely possible to play. We do see Risu come down, so Remni's got some choices. Can get rid of mana for the next turn, can strike, but may want to do it before rather than later, just in case he's using Wingsgiving, and that's what we see.
Yeah, so it's unfortunate that Remni can't kill both the Risu and the charge there. I'm wondering, we have no mana. Never mind. I was saying they were looking, it was like, Void maybe should have considered form up, but obviously Void can't consider form up on 0 mana.
Albus Pharos, I know a card that you quite like, Sleepy, can get some damage in, but we're just going to see the 7/7 Overwhelm. Are we going to see another use of Wingsgiving? Yes, cool. Yep. Very exciting.
No, Void actually. So I'm going to make the argument that Void misplayed, because I didn't think about the consequences of this, but Void using the trigger of the landmark on the last turn meant that we cannot pump a unit by 1 mana anymore. And currently we've got a 6 mana unit and an 8 mana unit. And so we're going to miss out on the 9 mana pull. Now, 10 mana is still okay. We have options like Cythria and is it Rodicon? Otacon. Not Rodicon. Otacon.
No.
So there's certainly...
Otacon's pretty red, so it is kind of Radicon, but yeah.
So, and the problem with both of those cards, while they are big, ginormous, chunky, they have play effects that won't get activated by Wingsgiving. So I do think that it's a bit unfortunate. Now, I will say, Void being able to take out that Blade-Bound Berserker with the 7/7 regen pull was obviously very significant, but...
There is one more thing, dear Sleepy Panda. There is a third Wingsgiving in hand. You can always just play it, see what you get next turn, bish bash bosh, get Gorlith, smack him in the Nexus.
That is true.
And we see Remni surrender. I mean, that was a tough game for Remni when you saw the early bird, which wasn't going to be expected. Yeah. 2 Wingsgivings without any landmark destruction. We were talking about it all excitedly. Look at all the Wingsgivings, but from Remni's perspective, that was a very silly game where on turn 5, we saw just an Uzgar the Ancient come down and kill a triple buffed Blade-Bound Berserker, which is supposed to be like the trumpest of all trump cards that deck can have. So... Yeah. I do feel a little bit bad for Remni losing twice on Morgana Udyr, but a little bit of me is happy because I saw Morgana Nora win, and that's always a good time for me.
Yeah. Swift 2-0 for Void with the interesting Morgana Nora deck is pretty cool. I do think that Remni definitely could have drawn better. We didn't see Udyr a single time, and Udyr is kind of the center point of Morgana Udyr. And so I sympathize with Remni. It's really hard to win if you can't see that Udyr. Obviously, we almost saw Udyr, and then Void got the early bird from the conch, which is truly just an unfortunate circumstance of events.
I do wonder if the pick and ban phase should have been done a little bit differently. We were talking about Draven as a possible option that one could beat with Remni's lineup, and that was instead of being what was banned. I'm curious what the logic for that was if we were able to chat with Remni. Obviously, we're not going to, because in a couple of seconds we are going to have to take a break. I don't know if you want to see our faces first. Good, because I have a really funny joke. I'm going to take a break and I'm going to eat this apple. As soon as I noticed that this apple does this, I wanted to put it on the screen.
I don't see an apple. Where is it? All that apple of John Cena.
No, it doesn't appear. Oh well. I'm going to have an apple during the break. You guys can hit the loo, eat some food, and we'll be back in around 5 to 10 minutes.
Is this apple in the room with us now?
Yes.
Wow, this bit is amazing. I really expected Hirsch to change the thing by now, but now it's...
No, Hirsch likes making us suffer.
Well, if Hirsch is going to have us here, I want to mention a few more things because I'm a yapinator. I do agree that the ban was probably unfortunate. I do think that Overwhelm was definitely something you're looking to beat with Morgana Udyr, and Freljord SI should be something that is probably good against your Morgana Udyr. So I definitely think that, I don't think it's necessarily wrong to ban Overwhelms, but I do think it definitely made it tough for Morgana Udyr to get through.
Yeah, I echo that. But I also echo a massive desire to eat my apple. So I'm going to say that we're going to take a break, and you guys are just going to have to deal with it. So I'll see you guys in 5 to 10 minutes, and Sleepy will be there too, but whatever. everyone, and welcome back to round. Well, welcome to everyone except Sleepy Panda, who's being a bit of a bellend. Sorry, I was told to keep it PG, but that's a PG phrase.
I just saw all my favorite people, all the chatters. They all just came back from break, and I was so excited. I was like, oh.
No, you know what? I'm also excited. No. This is yeah. No.
This just is. Fitz hates all chatter.
But what I do like is the second round of Aegis Esports going into the next game. I meant the next game, not the next round. It's still the same round. It's the Iron Man format, which I didn't explain at the start, but that means that once a player is knocked out, they cannot play again. Whichever team has all 3 players knocked out is the loser, and the other team thus is the winner. So we just saw Void absolutely demolish Remni with some good draws versus some not so good draws, some interesting decisions, lack of fetterings being played, keeping them for obviously the next player. But hopefully we should see a good time in the next round. Sleepy, do you have any thoughts on what we saw in the last round and what we're going to see in a sec?
Yeah, I think it was unfortunate. I think that Remni's decks didn't show off what they were supposed to, and I just feel sad about that. I think Remni deserved a better shot, but that's LOR for you.
That is LOR for Remni, at least, not for us. We're currently not playing. But we're going to see Void, who stays on the field because Void obviously won, who obviously bought Draven, Morgana Nora, as we saw, and Trundle Tryndamere, but they're going to be fighting Cheekas, who I've got a bit of a soft spot for Cheekas. I've known Cheekas for a little bit of time just because he used to hang out in the Sir Termin server, as did I, and there were only a couple of us there, and we used to chat a little bit. Cheekas loves his sort of interesting decks. I think that's why Conch sort of gravitated towards him. If you've seen like Ken and Azir on ladder, that's a Cheekas special, but Cheekas has got a ton of special decks. So I've got a soft spot for Cheekas. And I'm very excited to see how this matchup goes. A player I really respect in Void and a player I really respect in Cheekas. So I'd be really happy if we saw the decks. I mean, I'm going to, random producer who's unnamed, let's see the decks, and we're going to start with Draven. Sleepy, do you want to take this away?
What? Wait, we just saw this deck. Okay, this deck is, it's Overwhelms. You play Overwhelm units, you buff them. Sometimes you go wide with a lot of 1-drops, and you kill your opponent. This is a list that I think is similar to our team's list, Azir's Ascended list. And the important note for this one, the important note someone will come back around to when we see our opponent's list, Cheekas' list.
Yeah, so we were talking about in the previous set that list was the same. Never mind, ignore that. I was just going to say that I think the Battle Fury and Bone Club count is also different. But we have Trundle Tryndamere, which we've talked about a couple of times because we've seen a couple of variations of this. This is obviously one of the variations we saw last time. This is a triple Feel the Rush, double Buried in Ice version of this deck. So it's playing for very absurd high-end win conditions, but we should also talk about the small pieces of interaction at the start. With this rotation season, there isn't a lot of freeze, so there's only 1 Three Sisters. There's no harsh winds in the meta, for example, because it can't be in standard. So the way these decks have been built is to be less freeze focused and more kill focused and drain focused. So we see things like Withering Mist, Withering Wail, and Grasp of the Undying. Grasp of the Undying, a card that hasn't really been good in the last 3 to 4 years of LOR, is only good in that first year and a bit. But we see Grasp of the Undying in this because you do need that drain now that the freezes aren't in, and it does kill some things. It can do some things okay. We do see Scully Pioneer and Troll Scavenger as some early units, which is a bit of a deviation from the early units we would have seen a couple years back. So there is some differences between old and new Trundle Tryndamere, but this is just a 3 Feel the Rush list. But there is one more deck, and a very, very exciting deck that we saw a little bit of. Sleepy, take it away.
Okay, so we've already seen this deck once. It's Morgana Nora for those who are just now tuning in, and so it's going to look a little bit spicy. You haven't seen this in the meta, but the key things about it is the Wings Giving and the Altar to Unity. These landmarks are going to be critical because you can notice that we're playing Aloof Travelers, Silverwing Vanguard, Risu, and Dreamlight Aliana, which I think has a unique, a pretty neat interaction. For the record, Dreamlight Alina, for those who haven't seen it, is an 8-mana, I think, 2/2 that summons a bunch of Spritelings. And any Spritelings that can't fit on your board, instead you give 2 Spirit to a random allied unit. So it's kind of just fills your board and makes it big. And then, obviously, if you Wings Giving it, it'll become higher mana cost and it's free tempo, right? Because everything keeps their spirit buffs that they've been getting through these effects. So it's a lot of just like abusing free tempo through Wingsgiving by playing, something with a good effect, but it has bad stats, and you Wingsgiving it with good stats, or Altar of Unity, and you play something with bad stats, and Altar of Unity makes it have good stats. And last game, when we saw this deck, we really saw the Wingsgiving shine. It kind of solo carried the game, where it was just like, on turn 6 or 7 or whatever, Void had like a 6-drop and a 7-drop that was just able to completely crush Remny's board. So that's what this deck is trying to do.
And that is all of Void's deck. But Void has to play against someone. Can't just play against the Void. Okay, Sheikahs. We got Morgana Udyr to start. Now, Morgana Udyr is a deck that a lot of you guys will be familiar with. And we saw it in the last round, but obviously a slightly different version brought by a slightly different person. This one's not on a Jarvan. It is just on all the Udyrs, which means Babbling Bjerg is guaranteed to draw Udyr unless there have been a certain amount of buffs from Omen Hawk and Yadulski Snowdog. There is, importantly, a golden Aegis in this list. Riley cards in, non-Scouts Demacia lists often are pretty rare in a sense that you only run one at most, sometimes two, and sometimes they're not even included. So it will be something that Void has to worry about, especially on things like Trundle Tryndamere, where a surprise rally could really throw a wrench into the plan. But other than that, it's a pretty standard version. You've got Bjerg to get your Udyrs, you've got early units, you've got a bunch of, ways of getting the Udyr spell, some strikes, some combat tricks. It's Morgana Udyr. You've seen it once. You've seen it a couple of times at that point. Sheikahs, I think, is a big fan of Udyr. I remember that from the Sir Termin server. There was a big Udyr, cabal there that everyone loved Udyr. And when Udyr got buffed, a lot of people were excited. So I'm not surprised to see Sheikahs bring an Udyr deck. But Sheikahs has to bring 2 more decks. And one is a region combination I'm not that excited to see. But I'll pass it off to Sleepy, who is a bit of a bigger fan of this deck.
PNZ Ionia, the deck with the least interaction in the game's history. This is Victor Heimer. This is this season's flavor of PNZ Ionia. I'm not sure we'll ever escape a deck in these regions being good. Last season it was Victor Lee Sin, which actually, keep a note on that one in case we see someone later. But this deck is significantly more champion focused than previous ones. I mean, really, this deck just says, if I have a Victor and a Heimerdinger on the board, you lose the game. You get infinite free value. Victor levels up like instantly within a turn, and you just get like every card you play becomes a tri-beam, basically. And that's the real strength of this deck, is like you play Unworthy Soul and it removes a unit from your opponent's board and you get to summon a unit. Oh, and guess what? Then you play Aftershock and it removes a unit and you get to summon a unit for free. So really, it's all about getting those 2 engines on the board. Now, where this deck sort of has some fail rate is if you can't find those engines and you're playing against decks that apply a lot of pressure. And that's where you're going to see the weakness of this deck. But I mean, this deck has done solidly, and it's like has one of the highest win rates in the Aegis League so far. If you look across all of the weeks. And it's just a solid deck. So one interesting note that I want to point out is this deck is running Concussive Palm. Most decks aren't. That'll improve its matchups into stuff like Overwhelms and Morgana Udyr. It'll probably like slightly lower its matchups against like Mordekaiser, I guess. But this deck is already so good into Mordekaiser, I don't think it matters. So yeah, that's your Victor Heimerdinger.
And that is obviously the deck with the most interaction in the game. But she has to bring one more deck, and that's going to be... You would have expected Draven, but no, it's LeBlanc Braum. Now, if you do a bit of perception, roll a d20, see what you get, you can tell that this is just Overwhelm, right? It's Overwhelm with 2 different champions. It's running all the Overwhelm cards. It's running a Brothers Bond, which is kind of cute, but it's Overwhelm. So let's talk about why and what benefits LeBlanc and Braum have. LeBlanc is a little bit bigger, obviously, but doesn't generate axes. However, when LeBlanc levels, you can copy certain things. And that is good for a deck that already has naturally big units. You can copy your Ancient Yeti, copy your Razor Mace, and do a couple of strong things there. Braum does look a little bit silly, and I do think it's supposed to be a tiny bit silly. But obviously, it can pull something to the side, which lets Overwhelms get in a little bit more. And a buff from Omen Hawk, a dog, can be really, really strong. Giving that 1-2 strength can make Braum into quite a strong powerhouse. Both LeBlanc and Braum are pretty good buff. The things that get buffed. So is Draven, to be fair. A 4/4 is an incredible thing to see. But those are the champions. Now, there are a couple of differences between other Overwhelms, notably a lack of Bone Club. This deck is less weak to things like Explorers. You'd be able to get rid of keywords or heal, but you can't get rid of weapons. But even though we can call this deck LeBlanc Braum, it really is just Draven Overwhelm that just happens to have no Draven in it.
I do want to point out the triple Noxian Fervor, because that's something that is atypical in a lot of Overwhelm lists, and that will give them a lot more reach in the end of the game. But I actually think that this will also lead to them potentially bricking on getting units that they need. I just want to mention that really quickly, because that's a pretty big difference.
I do think that's a pertinent mention. Thank you, Sleepy Panda. It does mean that there's more reach. It does mean you can hurt Braum on like a defense turn if you play Braum after an attack on an offense turn to summon a 3/3 or something like that. Braum having regen means you often have a good fervor target that they don't really want to kill anyway, because it's hard to. But that's Overwhelm, and those are all the decks that we're going to see -2 or possibly even -3 depending on how the match goes in the next round. So let's look at pick and ban. Let's see all the decks in sequence. Let's see what we're thinking about banning and choosing. I hope we get to see Morgana, but Sleepy, where are they at ban-wise? What are they thinking?
So I actually think Chicas wants to ban the Morgana Nora deck. And the reason being is that, one, I'm a Swain's Flock member, and so I believe that my Overwhelm deck is superior to the Overwhelm deck that Void brought. So why would I try to avoid that matchup? Additionally, Morgana Udyr is significantly favored into Overwhelm. Additionally, I'm a Swain's Flock player, so I believe that Heimer Victor has a 90% win rate into Draven Overwhelm. So there's no world in which I think Chicas should ban Overwhelm. However, as an aside, I believe that might be punishing. And additionally, if we look at the Trundle Tryndamere, I definitely think it's possible that we want to ban Trundle Tryndamere if we think Morgana Nora is a bad deck. But I kind of think that we'll be able to catch Trundle Tryndamere out on bad hands. And Heimer Victor is certainly much more favored into Trundle Tryndamere than it will be into Nora Morgana. Granted, you know, I think between the two, it's a little bit debatable, but I personally would ban Morgana Nora because I think it would be easier to punish Trundle Tryndamere or see him on a bad hand. On the flip side, I'm probably banning Morgana. I'm either banning Morgana Udyr or Victor Heimer. I think it's pretty debatable. Okay, well, there we see one of the bans. But yeah, do you have thoughts?
Yeah, I didn't know the Y in Sleepy stood for yap, because I didn't get a single word in edgewise, man. But we do see Trundle Tryndamere banned. We do see Victor Heimer banned. I'm pretty satisfied with these bans, mostly because I like to see mid-range stuff. So seeing the sort of control-y or backline engine-y decks get banned makes my heart sing a little bit. We are going to see 2 Overwhelms. We are going to see the Morgana Udyr, and we are going to see 2 Morganas and 2 Overwhelms. This is actually like peak LOR. I'm very excited to see this. And we're going to get into the game. We're going to see Morgana Nora versus Morgana Udyr. Some Morgana action.
Morgana Mirror. Overall in this set, after those bans, I think I favor Chicas a little bit. I think Void will have a tough time getting Overwhelms through. I think if I were Void, I probably would have banned Morgana Udyr, but it's a bit tough.
Same. But we do see Nora come down, and no spam of Omenhawk, no, sharp sight keyword blocker. But Chicas does already start with a dog, which is an incredible unit for Void. But Void gets a 3/2 blocker because that Void is the GOAT.
Yeah. I want to quickly mention Chicas' hand looks almost idyllic. It's quite beautiful. You have the 2-drop to get a thing if you want. And then you have a way to get Udyr with the Bjerg. You have your Bladebrand Berserker, and then you have Morgana for the endgame. And then you have 2 strike spells for that Udyr. I think that it doesn't really get better than this hand for Chicas.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see a magical fettering. That's like the only thing I'd want to add, but you can easily draw that in the next couple of turns. Do you see Wings Giving come down? No way to destroy the landmark from Chicas. Another card you could possibly want. Trying to pick as many holes I can into Sleepy's theory. Mm-hmm. But Wings Giving is going to turn this 3/2 into a 3-mana unit, and all of them seem to be Kaisar, which is really interesting. Nope, never mind. It's Seeker Jr., which doesn't impact things a lot, and I assume Void is just going to start with the other part of Wings Giving now to try and get a 4-drop, because Meatika Jr. only really hurts Void right now. 3 copies of Kaisar as the choice. I think I'd go for the middle one. Never mind. We see Bull Elnuk, Kinku, Lifeblade, and some Snipe Scavenger. Bull Elnuk, what a classic card.
This card terrorized many players back in the beta of LOR. Wow, we just take that. That's interesting. I would have been pretty happy jumping with the 2-2 just because I don't think we'll need it. And yeah, no, maybe taking damage is fine, but that was just surprising me. I would have probably blocked if it were me.
Yeah, as Sleepy mentioned in the previous set, but hasn't repeated yet, one of the big things you're looking for as the Wingsgiving deck is Gorlith. So if we see another Wingsgiving, we're going to try and get something big up to Gorlith. You've got a big chance of getting Gorlith. And so taking a bunch of damage is actually quite worrisome because Gorlith sort of has like an evasive keyword in its own text where it can only be blocked by things that match its health, I think. We do see a single combat come down, getting rid of a unit, trying to thin the board. I think that's a pretty reasonable play. And we do see Aatrox versus Misfortune's Powder Monkeys. Aatrox 1-0ing right now. Pretty exciting.
Yep. This game is, so I will say we have a good shot of getting Gorlith if we could get to Gorlith, but as we can see, we actually don't have another Wingsgiving, so we will need another Wingsgiving if we want to get to Gorlith. Right now, we'll have to settle for a 7-drop on turn 5, which, you know, when you put it that way, maybe it doesn't sound like settling so much. Another interesting thing. Sorry,
I'll let you go. You've got an interesting thing. I was just going to explain the board state, but if you've got something interesting, I'd love to hear it.
Well, Chikas, I was surprised that Chikas played the Blade Brown Berserker over Udyr, is really all that it was. Now, obviously, Udyr would have probably been blocked by this 7-3 and maybe not gotten a good attack, and we do want the value from Blade Brown Berserker, so it makes sense, but I definitely think that, yeah, that was the only thing I noticed.
Yeah, that is interesting. Thank you for the information. We do see Berserker come down. Void, having used that single combat on an earlier turn, means that the only strike that Void has access to is a little bit more expensive in Concerted Strike, which means Void's going to be less interested in trying to deal with the board with that card because it's going to cost so much more mana. Two things giving come down, going to get a 7-mana card. Zolani, Fallen Hair General, and Thrumming Swarm. Some interesting options, but I think you take Thrumming Swarm every time. Massive unit. This is going to be a great attack for Void.
Yep. Now, it's unfortunate Chikas hasn't drawn any buff spells after complimenting the idealism, like the idyllic hand. Void is actually, like, if Void was able to buff the 3-4, they could instead block the Thrumming Swarm. But there's actually no way to kill Thrumming Swarm without a very awkward use of a strike spell at this point in the game. And that definitely makes it tough. But
Yeah,
we can't strike this Nora.
Yeah, one thing Chikas is really missing is like a buff spell, like like the Sky Splitter, right? Because Sky Splitter would allow the 3-4 to block Thrumming Swarm and kill it and not take as much damage, even if the guy, the Stormcloud, would stay alive, but you can kill it with a Ram Stance. We're going to see a strike spell come down, killing the Nora. Almost a little bit too late. This Nora's already gotten a ton of value, but does give some health to the Berserker.
Wow. Oh, okay. So Void is just electing to kill the Berserker and sort of leave it there. But Void, I think, had an opportunity to present lethal with Concerted Strike, where you target on the impact unit on the 2-2 with the Thrumming Storm. You push the full 8 damage from the Thrumming Storm. You get 6 damage of impact. Now, obviously, we see a strike spell that Chikas could use in response, but it would be a very unfortunate use of a strike spell. So that is a very interesting state. Now, Void obviously electing not to go for it, and I think it's fine with 6 mana up. That's a pretty risky play. But I just think that would have been a spicy play.
Yeah. The Concerted Strike would be presenting lethal this turn, but it also is pretty likely to present lethal on future turns, and Void's got a pretty decent hand state, right? Tons of Challenger units, a Conchologist, and Morgana will allow Void to be able to pressure things in future turns. But yeah, if Chikas decides to use a strike spell here, Void might have the opportunity to just use the Concerted Strike and go in for lethal, and Chikas is trying to weigh those options and has decided to lose the Blade-Bound Berserker.
Yep. And what's even better is we can just replay a Risu, and then we have the Concerted Strike to kill an Udyr. I think Void is looking pretty good.
I'm happy that I was the one holdout choosing Lee Sin's Dragons, because I'm feeling like Void's going to 3-0 at this point. We do see a Conchologist come down. Magical Fettering for Void's side, try and give Chikas a bit of medicine that Remini didn't even try to give back to Void. It's just an exciting play. I love Magical Fettering. Very cool card.
It is a fun one.
Fun for at least one person, I will say. Not for both necessarily.
You know, it only feels unfun for the other person if there's a Blade-bound Berserker on the board, in my opinion. I do find Conchologist an interesting play. I really would have expected Risu to be the play that was elected because, with hands like this, you can't reliably threaten an Udyr unless you get that on the board, right? Because, let's say that, oh wow, okay, this is an interesting play. We can respond with a strike spell immediately, which is probably worthwhile. Now, we do have to play around the buff spell form up.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot. It puts Chicas in a weird position where this isn't that amazing for Void, but it's strong enough that Chicas is really put into a spot where they're wondering, would this be amazing for Void? And gonna lose the Challenger unit is quite bad for Chicas, considering we know there's a Risu in hand that can summon the Impact unit, and Chicas needs a way to deal with that unit easily. And the Challenger unit was one of the best ways to do that.
So all of a sudden, I feel like Chicas is actually in a much happier state than last turn. I think that by not playing Risu, we lost a lot of our ability to threaten Chicas's game plan.
Interesting.
And now I don't actually feel like there's anything that can really stop this Udyr. Now, Void still has this Morgana, which is actually much closer to being leveled up than I realized. And I do think that we can get there that way. Opting to go for regen as well.
It's interesting you said that this was a better spot for Chicas. I thought this was an amazing spot for Void. Chicas has lost a ton of mana and a ton of interaction pieces by doing that strike spell that costed Void very little except a Throwing Swarm that wasn't even that important compared to all the Challenger units and Stormcloud in the hand. I really, really like Void's position, and I feel like Chicas doing that strike spell was worse for Chicas than it was for Void.
Interesting. Yeah, I think. I mean, yeah. I guess this strike spell still kills the Udyr, so it's kind of a moot point. But in my mind, losing the Thrumming Swarm means that a Wings Giving isn't giving you threats anymore, and it means that your strike spells aren't going to be as threatening. I think I really would have liked the board state a lot more if we just played Risu. I think we would have had all the things you were saying, but also now no way for Chicas to even develop a win condition.
I think we're two people squabbling over both 100% chances of winning.
I think both
true. Of those were really, really likely to get into winning states. But we see Morgana, Nora take another dub. 100% win rate, best deck in the format. You said there were 5 decks. It's actually 6. It just sucks that 2 of them double up on Morgana. Mm-hmm. Now Chicas is going to have to double beat Draven, and Draven's pretty good deck. And we see just an absolutely amazing hand from Void once again. But Chicas, not too shabby either. An Udyr, some good early units, and a Fettering.
Yeah. I definitely think if Chicas was going to 2-0 any deck, it was going to be Overwhelm. I mentioned earlier that I think that he probably should have banned Morgana Nora. But, looking at Void's hand, this is definitely a hand that will push through in those probably unfavored matchups. I think it's likely that Morgana Udyr is generally favored. But I definitely, this Bone Club is dangerous.
Yeah, back a couple of years ago, there used to be this concept of bigger Demacia beats smaller Demacia. But in the modern day, where all the cool cards are in Freljord, it's bigger Freljord beating smaller Freljord, right? Yeah. Udyr is the biggest Freljord you can get, bigger than Battle Fury sometimes. But Void has some potential to get even bigger. With both of these dogs, all Chicas has got to do is play a unit that's not even going to be that exciting. Now, both of these will trade positively into the dogs, but then it makes these Broadwings only have 1 health, which means they're not as strong as they could be. Yeah.
Now, Chicas did draw a really, I think, a potentially critical card in the late game, which is going to be this 1 copy of Three Sisters. This freeze could be the difference between winning and losing, especially against this Battle Fury that we already see Void having in hand.
Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be a really critical card, and commonly in these games, Void has to just rely on one final turn, one final push that's going to be the lethal push, and you're just hoping they don't have that final card, and obviously we see Chicas is going to have that final card 3-4 turns down the line. Now, Chicas does still need to develop their own win con, but we do see Udyr pretty easily, as well as another generation for Udyr spells, now 2. So Udyr is going to have a pretty decent time sticking, and Void doesn't have a lot of interaction. We do see the one instance of interaction in Whirling Death, but you have to have a big enough unit to even be able to use that to kill an Udyr.
Yeah. Yeah, it is awkward. Void really wants to be drawing units now, especially since they've both been, the top 2 units have been buffed. And so seeing a spell, while it definitely can allow some interesting avenues of gameplay, I think what Void really wants is just a giant overwhelm unit.
Yeah. We do see a pass, not trying to go in with the small units. I think that's pretty reasonable. And we do see a big unit, but not playable this turn, unfortunately, but will come down as a 7/7 next turn, or even the turn after. But we can afford Bone Club here on the side of Void. But Sheikah's can obviously respond with an Udyr, which will be able to block pretty easily and has a ton of buffing spells. So it can be awkward.
Yeah,
Not pretty easily. Actually, easily. Yeah, I forgot you can just play this card and then be able to block it. What's Void going to do? Yeah.
I actually think we should go. We should go +2/+2 so we trade evenly, and then we just use Sky Splitter to block, and we get another thing. Actually,
interesting. I would have done. Oh no. This is right.
Yeah.
No attack in. I think that makes sense for Void, trying to make sure that they have multiple overwhelm threats for when that Battle Fury and Whirling Death comes down. We do see a single combat though for Chicas, which is just an incredible draw.
Yeah, it's a great draw, and I feel so bad on the side of Void. We really wish we had seen these 2 cards in opposite order. A Red Barbed Razor Mace last turn would have felt amazing.
Is that the first time you haven't said Red Barbed Razor Mance? Oh my god, my ears are singing. So many times you've said that card name wrong. Oh, I'm so glad. But to stop harping, we do see the spell come down, giving Udyr extra health, and Udyr with a ton of health is just an incredible, incredible card.
I worry that we're going to see Void try to trade with this Udyr and casting Draven's Strike Spell, and it's just going to get frozen and the game's going to be over. That would certainly be a tempting play if I were Void, and especially due to the fact that there's 1 3 Sisters. But I mean, I don't, at this point, it seems like it's going to be so hard for Void to ever get through the 3 Sisters.
Yeah, Void's in a tricky spot where Void wants to threaten 2 to 3 avenues for lethal. We've got a Battle Fury, we've got a Whirling Death plus something, but Chicas can always deny 1, and Void needs to hit at least 2 because there's 14 health still on Chicas. While Chicas also has a Strike Spell, which also denies something, possibly, depending on obviously health states and damage states and all these sorts of things. So we are in a tough spot. I think Chicas has this game almost locked up, but you never know what's going to happen. Void could draw anything, as long as it's in their deck.
Oh, okay, and we're just gonna go for the Battlefield. Now, the nice thing about this is that a freeze plus a block doesn't mean. We've probably just pick and tomb. No, okay, we're electing to go this route. This route does flip our Udyr, which is important. Now, what's nice about the pre-committal there is that. Oh wait, no, the Strike Spell can still kill. Yeah, no, it's probably just over.
And it's tough. I mean, we can see in the hand with Caster Vision that obviously the 3 Sisters exist, but if you're right and there's only 1 copy with it, Void just has to take that play. At the end of the day, this matchup is pretty handily decided by 3 Sisters or not, among other things, right? This is already favored without it, but 3 Sisters seals the deal. We see the single combat, getting rid of Void's massive unit, and we see the surrender even at 17 health. It's the right play. You have to do it. You're never going to win from that spot.
Yep. So Morgana Udyr has a favored matchup in Overwhelms, and we see that on display. And now this is where it gets interesting. Not only is this a battle for this game, it is a battle of egos. Is LeBlanc truly better in Overwhelms than Draven? I must say, LeBlanc does seem like she would be better in the mirror.
Yeah, I mean, battle of egos, except the Flock team can't even put 3 LeBlancs in their deck because they don't trust it enough. So, yeah, it's more like, dipping your toes in the water and saying if we won it's because of LeBlanc, but if you lost, you only had 1 LeBlanc, it wasn't actually that impactful. But decent hands on both sides. Both of them have Red Barb and Razor Mace. Both of them have interaction pieces that are quite interesting, and Omen Hawk and Dogs, although discarded away. Maybe Razor Mace isn't that good in the mirror, I'm realizing. Because 4/4s into any spell means that they're not going to actually hit in.
And I can see the world, like, you really want your buff units to start the game. I will say I was a little bit shocked to see the discarding of Whirling Death. I expect that on both sides, actually, I would expect that would be a significantly impactful card in the mirror.
I was surprised by that, but maybe all of them just want to have the curve, right? They don't want to be bogged down with spells, and they just want to have the 1, 2, 3, 4 and prevent the other gamer from having the 1, 2, 3, 4. Hopefully, we do see Omen Hawk buffing Dog, an incredible get here, but Chica's going to have to choose between LeBlanc with a skin or Dog and plays LeBlanc. I mean, massive unit, may as well. Draven comes down, another quick attack unit, also a good play. Now, Chicas does have Troll Chant, which is typically better than Sky Splitter in these sorts of mirror matches, I find.
Yep, I agree. It's a swing of 4 health in most cases rather than the 3. Now, the 3 health is obviously what's better against like P and Z decks with damage race removal. The other thing I want to ask is Chicas playing or is Grey Merchant playing? Because drawing that Dog that's buffed by an Omen Hawk just gives me nightmares.
I mean, Void also did that, so it seems like it's a Grey Merchant mirror match, which used to happen all the time in scrims. When we'd be scrimming on Azir's Ascended, no matter what the matchup was, Grey Merchant would get that 3/4 Dog and absolutely wreck all the cute decks we were trying to play to see if we could beat Overwhelm with it. Choose the 5/5 come down with Chicas on turn 4. Pretty standard play, just getting as much tempo as possible, but both teams are holding up 2 mana, which is the special amount when playing against Freljord. We're going to see what Void decides to do going into this attack.
Yeah, so this is a scenario too where I really, really think that the Whirling Death would have been very impactful. Right, like I think that we're going to see a Troll Chant come down. It's going to be pretty hard for Void to stop these trades from being super bad, whereas a Whirling Death definitely could have tipped the odds, especially with an Axe. Now, obviously, we wouldn't have played our 3/4 Dog because that would have given us not enough mana to play Whirling Death, but I just want to highlight a scenario where I think Whirling Death turns a game that is probably unfavored currently into a game that is potentially winning.
Yeah, this is an interesting attack by Void. It feels really awkward. I feel like most permutations of this attack aren't positive for Void, and Void knows they have Battle Fury, so Void knows that they can summon a ton of stats at once and pressure really aggressively. Now, we do see the Axe discarding a unit, I think, in order to try and trade into LeBlanc, but Chicas can pretty reasonably do Troll Chant, and there's not an equivalent aggressive Troll Chant that can occur in response.
Yeah. Now, I do like this play from Void. I actually think, the trades look pretty bad, but pushing the damage, especially when you have Battle Fury, and obviously the caster vision, we see that Chicas doesn't, but that can definitely give a significant edge in this game, and I think getting the chip damage in and just saying, yeah, this Battle Fury on turn on the next attack token is going to be how I win. I think that's a very reasonable play.
I'm annoyed that LeBlanc flipped because someone's ego is bouncing off the walls right now that we see LeBlanc flip and the spell be generated. And I'm not going to mention Stolen Conch by name, but we do see Omen Hawk be drawn. We do see Ballista be drawn. Void has good, absurd overwhelm potential against Chicas, who doesn't have a freeze, but a Battle Fury probably isn't enough on its own, and there is only one overwhelm unit in the 3/1, which isn't as big as, say, a 5/5. Chicas also has the 4/4, which could go in and always get through, I think, although not going to go for it and say go for the Dog, try and play for a bit of a leader game, which I think makes sense. Chicas has got an incredible board and can just say, I've got the bigger board, do something with it, rather than trying to get sneaky damage in with the 4/4. Never mind,
my
did not
lord.
know how big this was.
I didn't know how big that was either. I think that as long as we can survive this turn, Void might just win with this ginormous Battle Fury. And I think it will be pretty easy to survive this turn. We can chump the LeBlancs all day. We can block the 4 health unit so that Chicas can only block with 1 HP, or the maximum that they can block with is 3 HP. And we're going to have 15 attacks showing. Actually,
yeah, I didn't realize it was that big. If Draven blocks, we get another axe, and we'll be able to use both of those axes. So the damage that the Ballista would be doing was 7 + 8 + 2, and the most they can defend is 4 from Chicas' side. Unless one of these units in hand is a million, mathematically speaking. So I do think that Void's in a pretty decent spot. I thought this was like a 4/3. I forgot that this would be a 7/6.
Yeah. I'm concerned that these blocks are not the game-winning blocks we need.
Yeah, I did really like getting an axe there.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if that axe matters unless there's a certain draw from Chicas, like a 6/6 being drawn.
Yeah, I do think that the axe would matter here, because now we could have presented So we could have presented 17 damage, and then they could have only blocked with 3 damage. I think Void missed lethal by not blocking with and getting an axe from Draven.
Is that true?
Yeah, we could have Battle Fury'd, discarded both of our units in hand to axe. We would have had 17 health. We would have needed to block the 3/4 on the previous turn as well.
No, I
and then
agree.
their best block is the 7/3. Now,
Yes.
maybe that would have led to enough damage that it would have been lethal. So I'm not super confident that Void missed it, but certainly I think we transferred from winning this game to now pretty assuredly losing.
Yeah, I do think I wish we could turn back time to the good old days, seeing what that turn looked like, trying to redo the blocks, because it went a little bit quick, especially because you're thinking about this turn and all of the permutations that could occur in it. But I do think that was a missed opportunity. And now Void only has one blocker against multiple attackers.
Void is certainly dead next turn unless they draw their one-of copy of Noxian Fervor at this point.
So, 1 in 31 chance or so, 1 in 26. Let's see if we see that further. Damn.
Nope. And it's also worth noting that, earlier we discarded a Legion Saboteur in favor of this 2-mana 3/1, but Legion Saboteurs could have chipped in damage. It's unfortunate the situation we find ourselves in, because I think Void probably could have won this game.
Yeah.
With slightly different play.
But we are going to see Chicas just using that LeBlanc spell, trying to prove that they think that they're right with their one of LeBlanc, even though, I definitely have disagreements. But Void takes the surrender. Void loses this match, and it's 1-1 from Swain's Flock versus Lee Sin's Dragons. We're getting into something tight when I thought Void had this in the bag after that first win.
Yeah, I mean that Morgana Nora game was certainly decisive and definitive of a win. But yeah, I mean, if there's any deck that Chicas is going to be able to do well, it was going to be the Overwhelms, and to an extent, that's what they were aiming for. And earlier, I was also mentioning, like, I probably wouldn't have banned Heimerdinger Victor because I think that Morgana Udyr certainly wins against Overwhelm, right?
Yeah. I was surprised. The bans have been surprising, but what do we know? We're just first seeded in the league, so we can't know that much.
That's toxic. That's toxic.
It is a little bit toxic. I do apologize, but we are also first seed, so we can get away with it. That was an interesting set with some interesting decks. Unfortunately, Morgana Nora is no longer going to be seen anymore, which is a little bit sad, unless you see it on ladder, which is obviously a good place to put it. Chicas is going to be carrying the torch for their team into the next round, playing against one of Lee Sin's Dragons players. We're at 1-1 right now. That means a possible of 3 more matches, but we're at sort of a match point. Interesting spot to be in. Very excited to see where this takes us. There are still some more interesting decks. It's not just this Morgana Nora. So there hopefully will be some more things to see. But that's all from us. I'm going to take more than 3 bites from my apple because I ran out of time last time, and actually have some breakfast by eating. It's not that hard to see. There's a green screen? Oh, what? Oh, whoops. Never mind. It's way harder to see now. That's all from me. I'm sure Sleepy has something to say, but I'm not going to let him have the opportunity, and I'm going to ask her to take us away now.
gods move closer, but with a deepest red. Beneath them we look on, when they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far, another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far, another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until the last
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to. I will never not get distracted by Sleepy doing random nonsense next to me as I'm trying to introduce everyone back to the cast. We're up to match 3 of the first round of finals. If you've been following Aegis in the past, you would have known we had the group stages. This is the first match of the finals, the quarterfinals, seeds 2 and seeds 3, playing against each other, seeing who is going into the semifinals. And possibly, I think this match actually determines who's playing us next week, because we're part of Azir's Ascended. I'm pretty sure. Maybe not. Are we fighting the Arachnobats?
I think we're finding the winner of Iraq.
Okay. Ignore everything I said, and from here until the future, but maybe not fully. What we've seen in the past couple of rounds is we've seen Void versus Remni, where Void took the dub, and then we saw Chicas versus Void, where Chicas took the dub. So it's currently 1-1. Seen some interesting decks. We've seen a fair bit of Morgana, a fair bit of Overwhelm, ton of Freljord, a little bit of Demacia. It's been a lot of mid-range stuff because a lot of the control stuff has been banned, except for a little bit of FTR we saw around the start. But now, Chicas is holding the flame, going to go against one of Lee Sin's Dragons players in Embrooks. This should be a good round. I think both of these players are relatively newer to the competitive scene compared to players, say, like Void or Yreb, who have been around for a little bit longer. But they're pretty good players in their own right. Let's go into their decks. Sleepy, I think you can talk about this deck.
Okay, so we saw this last time. You know, it's basically your standard Overwhelms list, but we're running a LeBlanc and a Braum instead of Draven, and we're running some extra copies of Noxian Fervor. And we did see this deck win the Mirror, which is definitely plus points to LeBlanc being the better option. So that's this deck. There you go.
Yeah. You saw this last round, and if you didn't, there's a very cool thing you can do where you can watch the VOD back and give Aegis even more love. But this deck is combined with Victor Heimer, the deck that was banned. This deck sucks and is no fun. That's obviously a little bit of a joke. This deck is the most interactive deck of all time. There's every card on this has at least got 7 bits of interaction inside of it. You play your Victor, gets massive stats. You play your Heimer, summons a bunch of units, bish bash bosh, hit the enemy gamer, and you've got some Ionia and PNC interaction pieces to make sure the enemy gamer has no fun. But at least they're having more fun than fighting Snortikaiser. But Chicas has to bring a third deck. It's not just one, not just two. We do see Morgana Udyr.
Yeah, so you might question, what kind of decks do I want to pair with a deck that has the least interaction in the game? The answer is Morgana Udyr. Morgana Udyr it's Morgana Udyr. It's got Morgana, it's got Udyr. You make Udyr ginormous and you win the game. We saw it beat Overwhelms pretty handily last game as well. What I like about this list is that we're running 2 Babbling Bjergs, and I think that's actually a really good card in the current standard variety, just because I think Udyr is such a powerhouse, such a win condition that Babbling Bjerg making it more consistent in draw time is an excellent choice. And I really like 2x. A lot of people are on like 1x or even none. So I really like Chicas' list being on 2. The rally is pretty spicy. Definitely has some matchups that it will hit. And that's Morgana Udyr.
Now, I haven't said this yet, so for the first time I'm going to say Chicas has to fight an opponent, and that opponent is Embrooks. We're going to start with the Draven Overwhelm deck. Now, this looks a lot more similar to what we have been bringing, which is that it's got 2 Bone Club, 3 Battle Fury. I think that's our ratios. Maybe we're on 2-2. It's got some interaction pieces, typically like Electrovine and Sky Splitter to beat things like P and Z. It's got Whirling Death to do into good into other mid-range decks. But if you've played against an Omen Hawk dog deck, you're pretty confident that you know what it's going to do. It's going to play a bunch of units early game. It's going to have some things buffed by +2/+2 or +3/+3 going into the mid game, trying to pummel into the enemy gamer and then find lethal with a Battle Fury over the top. Pretty strong deck, but I'm a bit tantalized by the region combination of the next thing, because I looked at the sheet and saw Elise Nocturne and assumed this is just fearsomes, mono fearsomes. But I wonder what is the special spicy Ionia card in the next list. Never mind. Least spicy card possible. Sleepy, explain this deck.
So, the spicy card in question is Deny, which is certainly interesting. I'm not super sure what Fearsomes is wanting to deny. So I find that interesting, and I wonder if it will come up. Otherwise, we've got a very typical Fearsomes list. If you haven't seen it, then you probably haven't been playing much LoR, because this list has been pretty dominant. The key cards are going to be the ones that have Fearsome on them, which is all of them except Wraithcaller. And importantly, we have Wraithcaller and a Soul Cleave combo in the spell package, as well as the Iron Conquest. So the idea of this deck is to play some Fearsomes and then just reprint a bunch of them, right? It's either you're going to be making a ton of Wraithcallers, which are going to be going crazy, or even options like Frenzied Skitterer, which I think often don't get highlighted, but are very, very critical in a lot of winning games of just being able to copy these Fearsomes, have that redundancy. We see that the card that they're splashing is Deny. I don't know what to think of that one. I think it's certainly an option. I assume that Embrooks was targeting a specific matchup, right? Like if you're playing against Heimer Victor, it would be really nice to deny the Rocket Barrage spell that's 5 mana, or maybe deny something like a Buried in Ice, or deny something like a Ruination. But I don't know. What else? I mean, granted, it's also protection for your Soul Cleave target, right? If you Soul Cleave like a Wraithcaller and then they point like a Vengeance at it, or some kind of kill spell, the Deny can come in clutch there. So there's definitely a few use cases that I could see for it. That's the Fearsomes deck. It's just play Fearsomes, print Fearsomes, lower the attack of your opponent's units, and win.
Yep. It's kind of scary. Okay, there's one more deck that's been brought, which is a Morgana Udyr. Now, okay, Hirsch is booing me. Now, you guys can't hear that, which is really unfair, because I feel like Hirsch should get a lot of smack when I'm giving a presentation and trying to lighten the mood and give a cast, and all I have is this heckler in my ears telling me that I'm not worthwhile. So, quite frankly, I'm a little bit disappointed in Hirsch, but what I'm not disappointed in is this deck list. We see Babbling Bjerg, one of, trying to get Udyr. Now, it could be 2 of, but okay, that's fine. We see Badger Bear, big, strong unit. We see Bladebound Berserker in Magical Fettering. If you've seen Morgana Udyr, you've seen a list like this before. It's got a ton of strike spells. It's got 6 in this variation, but no rallies. It's only got 2 Omen Hawks, which is a little bit interesting. Obviously, Snowdog is a little bit better than Omen Hawk. We find in a lot of these instances, especially if you're playing a big, bulky deck where you want to keep your units around and have them be surviving for quite a while. But it's a cool, strong deck. I think initially I was a bit not a fan of this deck. It took me a while to warm up to it, but it's a good, fun time that is very strong into this meta. I mean, it's good into quite a lot of things, and is is just going to be exciting to see. Now, both players have brought this, so it could be both of them get banned, or it could be that one of them gets banned, one of them gets played. But if we want to see every deck in sequence to discuss the bans even more, we can go to the pick and ban phase. And as I always do when it's pick and ban phase time, I will give the mic over to Sleepy to try and guess what the bans are going to be.
I have received the mic. Live update, you can't see me, but Spiz just handed me a mic and I took it, and now I'm speaking to you guys through it. So, we got a very interesting situation here where it's almost a mirror, right? Both parties are bringing some sort of overwhelmed deck. Both parties are bringing Morgana Udyr. The unique delineation that will affect bans is Heimer Victor and Fearsomes. Now, Fearsomes is definitely going to be favored into Heimer Victor. Whereas the other two decks are going to be closer to 50-50, if not unfavored. Whereas I think almost all three of these decks are going to have a tough time in a Morgana Udyr. So for me, I think most lineups should just ban Morgana Udyr, because if you're playing an Overwhelms deck, it's just going to be so hard to get through. And then your next best matchup, if like your Overwhelms matchup is bad, and then your next best matchup is like 50-50, right? Like I think there's a lot of people who will say that Fearsomes beats Morgana Udyr, but it's really, I think that truthfully, in practice, Morgana Udyr is just 50-50 into most things that are even trying to beat it or okay into it. So for me, if I'm both players, I'm honestly just banning this Morgana Udyr. But yeah, I think this Victor, I would be targeting this Heimer Victor on the side of Embrox, because I think that it's probably the deck that is most easiest to punish. And we've already seen that despite Draven potentially being worse than the Blanc in the mirror matchup, it can still definitely win games. So I would just ban, I think both Morgana Udyr should just be banned personally. Do you have thoughts?
You can call me a 4-mana champion from Arcane the way that I echo these statements. And I'm not going to jinx you by just repeating them word for word. I think that would be a vibe. Okay, I'm going to stop doing that joke. Yeah, I agree that Morgana Udyr, very strong deck, good into a ton of things. I think it's very obviously a good ban. I think if we're going to see some spicy bans, I do think it would be the LeBlanc Braum getting quickly banned. It is better into a lot of the mirror stuff. Not Ambrox's stuff doesn't have good ways of actually interacting with LeBlanc compared to, say, PNZ decks, which have very good ways of interacting with LeBlanc, namely a card called Mystic Shot. A bit underground of a card. It does 2 damage to something, and LeBlanc has 2 health. So I do expect to see the Morgana bans, but if not, I wouldn't be surprised to see the LeBlanc ban. But if there is a LeBlanc ban, it's going to hurt me just a little bit, because it means Stolen Conch is 2% more right, and 2% more right on Stolen Conch is never a good place to be in. I am curious to see this Fearsomes playthrough. All the Fearsomes I've played obviously have been fully mono region, so the chance of whiffing is not there at all. We do see Fearsome's deny band, which is interesting, and we're straight into the game with a mirror match of Draven and LeBlanc. All right, time for Conch to be even happy, because every single time he's just managed to find the single instance where LeBlanc might actually be 1% better.
Yeah. I will say Chicas' ban is interesting because it's sort of indicating a play where you're saying, I want to make it more likely that my Heimer Victor gets through by banning Fearsomes, but I'm sacrificing the potential matchup of Overwhelms into Morgana Udyr. And it makes the deck ordering really important. As you can see here, they hit the mirror. Well, maybe you can't see. There we go. You can see here they actually hit the mirror. So it could be that Chicas' risk actually plays out really well if Chicas can manage to win this mirror and avoid the Morgana Udyr matchup into Overwhelms entirely. So Chicas, I actually don't think it's an incorrect ban not to ban Morgana Udyr, but it certainly it adds a risk, and right now Chicas has the potential to be rewarded for that risk.
Is going to have a tough turn 3. You can either play Draven or play Bone Club. Sorry, quick update. Ignore everything I've been saying. Aatrox Darken 2-0 against Misfortune's Powder Monkeys. Aatrox Darken being sort of a beloved team by a lot of the fans of Aegis. I think there are a bunch of friends that are just joining the thing and have been doing incredibly well. So congrats to Aatrox's Darken. We do see Draven instead of Bone Club, which is probably the right play, but I would have loved to have seen just a sneaky little Bone Club trying to push in for a bunch of damage and then lose immediately after. But it would have been funny for one turn.
It would have been funny. I will want to mention that on that Aatrox's side, the fact that it's 2-0 means that there's a potential for one player to actually sweep. That player, the first player they brought out was Zemax, for those who want to know. So it's possible that we get an update where Zemax sweeps. I just want to add that bit of context in.
We do see the 4/5 Snowdog come down, which is very irritating for Embrox, and I can tell because I'm a master of understanding the game state, and also because Embrox did a sad Poro. So that implies to me that Embrox is either sad or sad about this interaction. But Embrox does have some interesting spots where if Cheekus develops next turn, which Cheekus might want to do by summoning the 5/5, Embrox can summon just the world's most massive unit. Now, we do see an attack here, which would imply an axe plus a Sky Splitter is what Embrox is trying to threaten, which I think Cheekus might honestly have to respect.
Yeah, well, and the other thing is we actually know it's going to work because Cheekus is on 0 copies of Elixir of Iron, unlike Embrox. So this 1 mana isn't actually threatening to protect this 4/5. This is a really heads-up play from Embrox. I was actually about to say, like, you know, we kind of missed our attacks, but we could develop this Bone Club, and we have this Strike spell, so we could definitely play a control plan from here. But this attack is a really heads-up way of saying, like, hey, I have 2 Battle Furies. I probably won't need both of them, and they're on no Elixir of Iron, so they actually have to I just get a free 3 damage. That was a really heads-up play by Embrox.
I really hope that Cheekus develops, we see the Bone Club, and then Draven just says it's Draven time, and Draven's all over the Nexus and wins. We do see a massively drawn unit, but another Whirling Death. Very exciting. I think this is going to be Draven's time to shine. I think Draven's going to have a fantastic time here.
I completely agree with that sentiment. I think we should just Sky Splitter this Draven, probably play an Axe, and we can well...
That might be too risky.
Yeah,
you're running into things like Fervor and Sky Splitter.
It's probably just better to just take this 4 damage, huh? You just take the 4 damage, put a Bone Club, and say, yeah, you're never getting through my ginormous unit.
I think that's the play. Next turn, you attack with Draven, have a massive unit there. I do think you want another unit as Embrox only because you're not winning next turn, and you probably do want some blockers. But if Cheekus doesn't draw a strike spell, a freeze, Embrox can just set up a massive Draven and do both Whirling Deaths on the defensive turn and kill any unit that Cheekus is trying to win the game with.
Can Cheekus draw a freeze? I don't think there's any freezes in Cheekus' deck. I don't think they're on the 1 mana card. Yeah, there's no freezes.
It's going to be a lot harder to draw a freeze if you don't run it, which is something I've noticed when playing this game a little bit on ladder. Now we do see Draven come down, trying to threaten a bit. This does incur risk. Risk has now been added into the format. Are one of these Whirling Deaths in hand Draven? I don't think so. I think these are both natural Whirling Deaths.
I think so as well, although I'm not confident about that statement. Yeah, we definitely run the risk of losing our Draven here to the Sky Splitter plus 3 mana spell, but we're electing not to go for it, and this means that Draven might just be able to live and get a Bone Club, and there's no punish.
Cheekus is probably worried about doing Fervor here just in case there is another health buffing spell, which if Embrox was doing that block is sort of saying there might be. And Cheekus probably doesn't want to lose this 2/3 just to that. So we see Ancient Yeti come down. No Bone Club yet, which is a little sad that the mana isn't there for it. But still, I'm really happy with Embrox's spot.
So there is another argument you can make. I mean, it's probably Bone Club now that we top deck this 3 mana unit, but we could also just Battle Fury this Draven right now, and then in 2 turns, like that could potentially level up the Draven, and then in 2 turns we just Battle Fury him again and say, yeah, there's 0 chance you're ever doing that. I don't think that's the right play. I agree with the line that Embrox is taking, but it's a very funny idea.
I really, really hope that Draven wins this game and Conch's ego, as ballooned as it gets, starts getting a little bit self-awareness and realizing that maybe Draven is actually just a good card. I hope that's the case. I think it's pretty reasonable to do an axe here to try and flip Draven. Draven's obviously 1 axe away because we saw an axe on a previous turn, but electing not to. Interesting. You can
I definitely
obviously
would really like to see it.
Yeah, you can do Whirling Death on the offense and get overwhelmed midway through the fight, but I would have liked to see that overwhelm now.
Yeah, I would have liked to as well, especially because the lines we've taken were probably not using 2 Battle Furies at this point. And so I think we could pretty safely discard it. And threatening the level up might tempt Cheekus to try and use something like a Noxian Fervor plus the Draven Strike spell, which would just be completely blown out. So I would have also liked to see the Draven getting overwhelmed, although I really, I don't think it's that bad. Now, this 7/7 presents a problem in that our Draven can't really block it, which makes things difficult.
A full pass both ways through. Oh, I am a happy beaver right now. That's, I think, good for Embrooks. Although it does allow Chicas the opportunity to draw more and try and get into Battle Furies, which is one of Embrooks' lose conditions.
Yeah.
Embrooks is going to have a tough choice here between just going for the Battle Fury or opening. I think you give up on Battle Fury in this spot.
Yeah.
You can't afford Battle Fury plus Whirling Death.
Yeah, at this point, it's a game of whirling. A game of whirling deaths.
So I do like this coming down, holding up both Whirling Death, seeing what the attack's going to be like, just seeing if Chicas wants to develop anything or not. But I also think you possibly just attack with the Draven? No, you can attack with Draven and the 4/4 and do a diagonal Whirling Death if you want to. But there are two Whirling Deaths. Now it's almost like a Demacia game where everyone's got Whirling Death and it's got to be who's gonna strike first and who's gonna strike second.
Yeah, I actually think that because of that pass, I think we really need to commit to this Whirling Death plan and attack with only the Draven. Because the problem
I actually agree.
The problem now that we're running into is in any Demacia mirror, the person who acts first loses. And this, I worry that Embrooks is going to be incentivized to send a Whirling Death out when we can see that there's a lot of punishment available for Chicas in hand.
I wonder if if Conch's got into Embrooks' head, because Embrooks only needed to play for Draven, and maybe Conch has convinced Embrooks that Draven isn't that strong when Draven really is that strong, and just playing all in on Draven would have worked in this instance.
Yeah. At the very least, I would love to see a threatening on level up on this Draven, because if we bait out a Whirling Death from Chicas, like that could be something that baits a Whirling Death from Chicas. And that would be really good for us. So I would love to see... I'm afraid that we're going to see a Whirling Death committed from Embrooks, which we as casters know the problem with doing so. But I hope that Embrooks is heads up enough to just play one Spinning Axe and pass. Well, he could. This doesn't mean that he's not gonna. Yeah, that's the problem. Is that he wants the overwhelm damage. Oh, and I think we're gonna see Embrooks just lose because of this. He's trading all of the overwhelm units he has available. And yeah, we see, and this punishes two lines. Like there was one of the ways we could have avoided this was by leveling up Draven on the previous turn too. Because then Draven would have had one more health, and Chicas would not have had the mana. Oh, that is so sad to see. I really. This fervor is just gonna win. There's nothing in response at this point.
And even worse, Conch is gonna think he's right.
Yeah, that's what's heartbreaking. I think in both instances, we see the Draven list having opportunities for lethal here, and the risk taking just doesn't get our opponents there, or our players there. Wow.
But credit to Chicas. Did that pass that was pretty aggressive, knowing there were cards in hand, and knowing that in this sort of, almost faux Demacia mirror, not taking your attacks, setting up your massive board, forcing the other player to feel like they're in a weird position, even if they're really not, just making them feel like they're in a weird position, and then having all of the spell suite to try and go in. Chicas did pilot that beautifully, even if as casters we're acting a little bit biased because we want to see Draven be Draven.
Yep, I have to concur with you there that Chicas definitely outplayed Embrooks in that mirror. I was complimenting Embrooks' heads-up play in the early game, but I think Chicas had a much more heads-up understanding of the mirror as a whole, and definitely showcased that in that match. That was beautiful play by Chicas.
Yeah, but I do think if you're Embrooks in this spot, I do think it's worth watching this VOD back, because I think that was one of the more interesting mirrors that could happen in this game. Yep. And there were definitely a ton of spots, both in Mulligan and in play, that could have been quite different. But now, Draven versus Victor Heimer with two Victors, a Mystic Shot, and an Aftershock in hand. A pretty decent start, especially going into a Dog on turn 2, which can easily be Aftershocked.
Yeah. So I think that this is a pretty... Well, we do have the Elixir of Iron in hand to stop that.
Good point.
Which is a very good... Which is why that I think a lot of people might suggest... There's a lot of high-level players who I think will say, yeah, Heimer Victor is good into Overwhelms, just flat out. And I really think it's closer to 50-50, and I think it's because of exactly interactions that we're about to see here, where the PNZ deck is actually less efficient with the ability to deal with units than Embrooks is. And we also don't see a Heimerdinger in Chicas' hand. So, well,
Sorry. Can you play that back? Can you just repeat the last sentence you said, Sleepy?
I said that, and the reason people think Victor Heimer is favored is because when you get both champions online, you sort of just end up winning the game. And we see both champions at hand, so it seems like it's a really good chance.
Yeah, sorry. I guess something just came through differently because I'm in Australia, and okay.
Yeah,
No, it was mistranslated. Yeah, okay. But we do see the dog finally die with Draven on the field. Nothing protecting it, but we could see the 4/4 come down, and Chicas doesn't have a great response to the. I guess there's Barrage. Barrage would have been a good response. We're just going to see the 3/4 come down instead.
Barrage would have been an okay response. This Draven is still just smacking, going face here. And, this way is sort of awkward because now with this axe, like this Victor can't block. We're just pushing 9 damage in. And,
You go.
Well, I was going to say, I think we're showcasing another reason why Victor Heimer may not be favored, like a lot of people say, in exactly what's happening right now.
Yeah, I do love it when my 3-mana champion allows me to add 1 strength to any unit I want. It's an incredible feeling, and I love when my 3-mana Noxus champion allows me to be varied in what I want to give the axe to, and even creates an axe, as opposed to some 3-mana champions that don't do that. So I'm really happy that we saw the Draven, which prevents Victor from blocking in a way that Victor might want to get an obvious value trade. We do see Heimer come down, and obviously the Overwhelm deck doesn't have good ways of dealing with back row champions. So we are going to see a ton of 1/1s come down.
Yeah.
And 0/1s.
And we're seeing, Chica's got maybe as ideal of a hand as you can ask for against his Overwhelm deck, and I'm not confident we're going to see it succeed even. We're obviously going to get some good units, but you can see that the width of Embrooks, these units are just not able to be removed. Now, we did get elusive on Victor, so I think that if we can live next turn, there's a really decent shot of winning the game because we managed to get elusive on this Victor. And we have 3 bounce spells in hand that are just going to sort of do things. I do think it's critical for Chicas to activate Flow this turn. Yeah. So even though it's not going to be targeting anything, you need the 2 the spells to be 3 mana next turn. It's very important that happens.
And doing it on the Draven is trying to set up Victor's Death Ray Mark II. If you get part 2, it's able to threaten Draven. Obviously, we can see the hand and it won't necessarily kill if Sky Splitter is invoked or even just played. I mean, there's no Targon in this region. But we can see that is why you'd put it on the Draven, just getting that extra damage in, and an extra unit summoned for extra health for blocking. Victor gets an extra bit of strength, which is obviously a little bit nice, which does put Chicas possibly for a next turn lethal. I mean, Heimer gets you a ton of things for augment. Victor's going to level up. Victor might get something like Spirit. We do see Deny, which is probably a decent draw against a top deck Draven.
Top deck Whirling Death. Now, it might be... This turn is going to be very interesting. This is one of the turns that I'm glad I'm not piloting because I would have to spend an incredible amount of time thinking on both ends. This Victor Heimer player has to evaluate the risk of losing their champions this turn. And how many spells they want to commit. Obviously, if we see both 2 bounce spells played, it should guarantee the safety of our champions. But the bad thing about it is we could potentially lose to a this 3-mana spell from Draven.
Yeah, it's interesting that the deck with the least interaction in the game in Victor Heimer actually has a lot to think about on some turns. So what an interesting proposition, Sleepy, that the deck with no interaction has to think a ton.
Yeah, that is an interesting proposition, and I think LoR really comes down to a couple key turns, and I would say that this is definitely one of them. Whereas the thinking on the rest of this game has been relatively minimal.
For context, because we've alluded to this a little bit, Sleepy and I had an argument a couple days ago about what were the most interactive decks and what decks had the most interaction and difficult points. And he said Victor Heimer has maybe the least, and I thought Victor Heimer had one of the most. So just to explain the bit. Now, obviously, it's more nuanced than that, but I'm going to say my piece, and then we're going to move on because you don't have enough time to explain your point, Sleepy Panda. So we're going to see Draven.
Heimer Digger is threatened. Holy moly.
Holy moly and guacamole. We do see that Axe threatened. Embrooks has a ton of cards in hand, namely 3. 2 of them can be used during this combat, and Chicas is probably going to start using some interaction pieces. We're going to start with Twin, which is an interesting choice. I guess that makes sense because the best instances of tween is going to be mid-combat, while the other cards can be used a little bit more aggressively.
I would love to see the Sky Splitter on the 3-1 and now threaten the Victor. Because I think that this forces Chicas to decide, like, right now Chicas can hold up a deny in response to a Whirling Death. But if we bait Chicas into trying to bounce this 3-1 that's threatening the Victor, then we can safely play our Whirling Death on this Heimerdinger, or we could do that, and this is probably, I mean, this way we can still play Sky Splitter and kill the Victor, so it's not too bad, but it's probably the most ideal outcome for Chicas. I will say, with Victor God, I actually really like losing Victor instead of Heimerdinger here, because, like, for Embrooks specifically, because Heimerdinger, while there will be a lot of value gained from generating these turrets only have 1 health, and, you know, we're reversing an Overwhelm deck.
Yeah, I would like to see the Sky Splitter come down. With Battle Fury in hand, obviously Battle Fury is not going to do a lot, but it puts you in a position where you can threaten lethal. Chicas needs to play cards, and then you put in Battle Fury. So I would like to see the Sky Splitter come down, deal with the Victor. And one theme that I always like to have in my mind when I'm playing against like decks like Victor Heimer is that they can only have 2 things, spells or units, right? So you know that in this hand, there's going to be some amount of spells and units, and you can always try and play around that as sort of a group rather than individual cards. And I think if you're attacking, you're asking them to play some spells before you do your thing. Or if they play units, it means they're not going to have spells. Now, they're not going to be playing as many units here, which means they're going to have spells in hand. So you're going to have to think about how that's going to work for you. It's a bit of like an overarching abstraction to think of things in that way. But I do think it's going to benefit Embrooks to realize that these are going to be spells in hand that are almost certainly going to try and interact with Embrooks' plan in some way. We do see 1 damage from Ecor, and we do see Death Ray Part 2 without a good target.
Yep. Indeed, we do. We obviously cast the thing. Now, Embrooks is awkward now, in a very awkward position, because Embrooks has drawn all of the cards that Chicas' hand is good into. We can see that there's only 1 Overwhelm unit on Embrooks, so we're actually not even really pushing that much damage through. And obviously our 2 Unworthy Souls in hand can destroy this Bone Club and recall a unit that's been Battle Furied. And equipping it on the, I was about to say that I worry about equipping on the Overwhelm unit because it plays into all of the interaction that Chicas is likely to have. Whereas if we put Bone Club on something like the Yadulski Snow Dog, well, now suddenly we may not be pushing damage, but we're suddenly being able to whittle the board down and really fork the interaction that Chicas has.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot. Normally in late game Ionia P&Z decks, I feel like when I'm playing all my mid-range decks that they've got a ton of options. But this is actually a weird game of attrition right now, unless Chicas can draw a Victor, draw some, I don't know, capacity for go away. We do see the weapon be destroyed and the card recalled. Chicas can attack here for quite a bit of damage and may be able to threaten a bit now that that card's been gone and unable to be replayed.
Yep. And, you know, in some worlds, that recalling the Red Barbed Razor Mace on this turn is a risk because, you know, saving it for the attack is much more reliable, right? Whereas now we can replay the Red Barbed Razor Mace and you have to commit another spell in order to stop its attack. Whereas if you saved it, you only have to commit 1 for 1. And so, like, in terms of attrition, this is actually a sort of awkward play to make. But in terms of winning the game, obviously we're pushing in 7 damage, and I think that Chicas is saying, you know, I'm going to be able to put Embrooks on a clock before they can redevelop a board that's actually threatening. And especially with this formula, I'm sort of worried.
I think Chicas has got this. This formula is going to push a ton. There's a piece of interaction for anything that you know, Embrooks could want to do. There's only 1 Overwhelm threat. There's not a capacity for 2. And I think, I'm so sad to say this. This is now, 4 times that Draven has lost? And LeBlanc has at least won twice now. What a sad state of affairs. Yeah.
Yeah, it is unfortunate, and it's also going to put Y Rebellion in a very difficult spot. But, you know, I think that it's pretty clear that the Swain's Flock team was targeting Draven with their lineups. Conch was talking a lot about targeting Draven in previous videos, and we can definitely see some edits to decks and things like that, right? Like I think LeBlanc is better in the mirror. This Heimer Victor list is on concussive palms, which is better against overwhelms. And so I think that, while I think their lineups have sort of been targeting this overwhelmed Draven list, I do think that now we're going to see a player that can't have brought overwhelms, and we'll get to see how that goes. Congrats to Chicas for winning. A quick note to our viewers that it's important that you only attack with the elusive there, because as you saw on the other end, Embrook's top decked Whirling Death and could have Whirling Death to the elusive threat overwhelm. So I just think it's a very funny heads up play at the end there, that you don't want to give them the opportunity to Whirling Death.
An interesting set. Now, we've been talking about what Embrooks could have done a lot during this, and we haven't talked as much about how well Chicas has been playing.
Yeah.
I really like Chicas as a player. I think Chicas is a really, really good player, not as renowned as maybe they ought to have been, but if LOR was around for another year doing opens and stuff, I think Chicas would have started cropping up in names that you'd be seeing quite frequently, because Chicas is quite a good player, and you see Chicas doing heads-up plays, as you mentioned, even in the last action, where you already know you're pretty sure you're going to win, even to the last action, making sure every play is considered. We saw good death rays, we saw good choices for recalls and blocking, right, as you were talking about. Both of those decks were piloted to a high standard, which I think is what you want to see in the quarterfinals of what an amazing tournament in Aegis, best tournament in the world. So I think we ought to give a fair bit of praise to Chicas, and Embrooks obviously played with a lot of there's a lot of tough decisions for Embrooks, and I do think that we could have seen both of those, at least very much the first game. I think the first game could have been gone to a win, but I do think that you're also fighting tough matchups. Like a Mirror and Ionia PNZ deck is a tough matchup to do. So I do want to give credit to Embrooks for giving it their best shot. Do you have anything you want to say, Sleepy? I'll give you time for once.
Okay. I just want to echo your sentiment of rewarding Chicas. We're definitely talking in the perspective that Swain's Flock is like the enemy, and it's because we have sort of some personal beef. But Chicas has really been bringing some high-quality Legends of Runeterra play, and is definitely deserving of the wins, despite how much we're sad it will inflate Conch's ego.
Yeah. And that's really what Aegis is about. It's not about who's winning and who's getting first and what league you're in. It's whether Conch is right or Conch is wrong. And unfortunately, we're getting the bad answer here. We're in the bad place right now. But we'll have a break soon, and then hopefully we can see Conch's team lose a little bit. So it's 2-1. I've been Spids. This has been Sleepy Metal. We've got one more round, possibly two. But we'll see you after the break.
welcome back. Oh.
All right, and welcome back, everyone, to Aegis Esports. I tried to do Sleepy Panda's thing, and he wasn't even looking. So, what's the point of him even being here? But we are here with Game 4 of the quarterfinals of Aegis. We've just seen a couple matches between Swain's Flux and Lee Sin's Dragons. First round was Void versus Remini, and Void took the win for Lee Sin's Dragons. But then Chicas has won 2 games in a row for Swain's Flux, trying on the way to beat Lee Sin's Dragons. They've beaten Void, they've beaten Embrooks, and they could do the full sweep if they're able to beat Y Rebellion, the final player for Lee Sin's Dragons. But if not, then we'd be at 2-2 and we'd go into a 5th match. But that's a lot in front of us. Sleepy, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think that there's a real chance for Chicas to sweep here, bringing excellent gameplay so far this night and a pretty solid lineup. Now, the lineup does seem to be targeting Draven, and there's no more Dravens left, so perhaps we'll see Chicas falter. And if that happens, it means the final match will be Stolen Conch versus Y Rebellion, which is arguably the faces of the two teams. I think it's not necessarily. I think it's arguable that Swain's Flock is really spearheaded by Conch, and when people think of Flock, they think of Conch second. And I think that Lee Sin's Dragons, while many people may not think of Y Rebellion because they don't know the team as well, and Y Rebellion is certainly not as much of a chatter as Conch is, I do think, Y Rebellion has brought Lee Sin Victor every single time, every single week, and that's the point of choosing Lee Sin's Dragons for their team. So I think that we'll get 2 pretty iconic players if Chicas doesn't sweep. But, Chicas is on a hot streak, so that might be a tough thing to ask.
So, we've got a spicy matchup in front of us that could lead into another spicy one. But matchups require decks, don't they, Hirsch? So why don't we see what the... Sleepy, what are you doing?
So I didn't know that matchups required decks. I was just shocked by that fact.
All right, well, Sleepy's never played this game before, and clearly he's had a brother or something play all the games for him, because clearly he doesn't know what's going on. But I know what's going on, and it requires 3 decks by both players. Let's see what those decks happen to be.
Who's that one player, that cheater?
Boxer.
Boxer! I'm Boxer! It's time to reveal! My brother's been playing the whole time.
I'd love to see the decks. Okay, Hirsch is doing a joke with us that you guys can't see, but I have to listen to him to make sure I know if the joke's funny or not. Just keep in mind that Hirsch is still being an irritable little weirdo. But Chicas brought LeBlanc Broam, headed by Conch. This is a deck that runs LeBlanc, and we've seen this do really, really well, much to my chagrin. It's an Overwhelm deck that just happens to feature 2 other champions and run 3 copies of Fervor. If you've seen Overwhelm once, you've seen it twice, you've seen it every single time. It's really simple. I think we can easily move on to the least interactive deck in the game, because I think we've seen this deck a fair couple of times. Least interactive deck, Sleepy, want to explain it?
Oh yeah, I was just about to, thanks. This deck, there's also not much to say about it. You draw your champions, you win the game. And because you draw your champions and win the game, what do you need if I were to think, what am I going to pair with drawing my champions and winning the game? What do I want to pair with that strategy? I want to pair as much interaction as I possibly can, and that's why I put all these spells in this list and instead no units. I obviously don't do this. I'm saying I as in a general deck builder for reference. But I'm like, you know what? If my champions can win the game on their own, I just want as much interaction as possible. And so I put every card that can interact that I can think of, and some early units to not immediately lose to a Legion Rearguard. So there's not much left to say other than, the most interactive deck is pretty solid and has a pretty consistent game plan.
And then there's a third deck that Chicas brought. It does happen to be Morgana Udyr. We've seen Morgana Udyr on the stream a couple of times because it's a pretty standard deck that a lot of people brought this week. This one's the one on Golden Aegis, but no J4. 2 copies of Bjerg, 6 strike spells, Inner Beast, 3 Sisters, 2 of them. Sky Splitter, Bladebound Berserker. It's a classic deck where you play some buffing cards, you play your Udyr, you bish bash bosh, hit the Nexus, win the game, go to the next round. It's probably going to be banned because it's been banned quite frequently. It's a deck that's really, really quite strong, so I don't expect to see it, but we might. But Chicas, say it with me, has to fight an opponent, and that opponent does happen to be Y-Reb, who also has to bring 3 decks of his own, including, thank God I'm not doing this deck, Snortikaiser.
All right. Well, Snortikaiser, a sort of classic deck. We've talked about this one before, but there's a lot of interesting inclusions in this one. So just to review the rough game plan of Nora Mordekaiser, typically is you just stall out the game and then print one card until you win. That card is usually going to be Aloof Travelers, but can be other things like this Risu the Silent Storm, or units that shuffle portals into your deck. And if Mordekaiser somehow doesn't work, like it gets Vengeance or something, you can always fall back on the Darken Halberd as well and Terash to win you the game. It's a pretty consistent game plan. It's just running a bunch of stall tools to get there. There's one thing that I think is really, really important to note about this list is that Y Rebellion is on 2 copies of Minimorph, 2 copies of Vengeance, and 1 copy of Ruination. Why is this significant? This means that Y Rebellion's list will be significantly better into Morgana Udyr than a lot of other Mordekaiser lists. Mordekaiser typically is on 3 Vengeance, which is probably one of the better cards you can get when you're facing that matchup. But the extra density of having 5 things that will sort of clear an Udyr or a Morgana is going to be a big boon if that's a matchup that Y Rebellion has to face. And I think we're ready to move on to the next deck.
Just take my role, why don't you? I'm supposed to be hosting, getting us to move along, but Sleepy, overzealous as he always is, trying to take my thunder. We got Jenna Neela next. Pretty exciting deck. I think this is one of the 5 decks, as Sleepy mentioned earlier, that's pretty good and seen around quite a lot. PNZ Bilgewater typically has a very similar identity every time it's ran, which is that it's swarm and weird spells trying to destroy things or hit the nexus. Neela creates slipstreams, which lets you draw a lot. This deck is all about drawing and dealing damage, but there are some interesting inclusions and cards that are missing. There's no Temple and no Boat, which are cards that you often see in Jenna Neela. Instead, there is a Wizened Helmsman, which, if you don't know what this does, gets you 2 elemental cards that and makes them cost 0 when you play it. So the cards that you've played from the game gets you 2 of them. They cost 0, which gets you things like your Eye of the Storms, your Divine Whirlwinds, your Howling Gales, and your Slipstreams. So often can be quite a powerful card in getting rid of 2 units. If you imagine it compared to something like a Flame Spitter, it's a 7-mana card that lets you get 2 things that kill 2 units. It's quite a strong card in that sense, but you're drawing, you're playing your Windborn Mariners and striking them with a bunch of quick attack units. It's quite a strong deck, and Neela is always flipped every single time, without exception, unless you're playing her on turn 2 on the second turn. But once it gets to turn 5, she's already flipped. Very strong deck, and if you watched Worlds, which I'm sure everyone here has, you would have known that this deck also has a bit of a legacy of being quite strong and winning tournaments. But you have to bring 3 decks in a tournament in Legends of Runeterra.
Can I interrupt?
You can interrupt, sure. Just take over my whole role.
Well, I just want to, before we go on, I want to note the 2 copies of Soaring Cartographer. For those that don't know what this card does, it is a 3-mana 3/3 with Brash that updrafts a card, and you can choose to draw a card that is cheaper than that card you updrafted or more expensive than that card you updrafted, which is a really cute card that I've seen in a couple lists. And I just want to make note of that because it's certainly unusual, but it helps you tutor out things like your Cloudwinder or your Helmsman or your Jannas. And I just think that's a worthwhile mention for a tech card that is being played by Y Rebellion.
Yeah, I was trying to remember I was trying to figure out where the other 2 cards that are normally put in for boats moved around for. I thought it was Howling Gale, but it is Soaring Cartographer, you're right. But one more deck has been brought by Y Rebellion. It was alluded to at the start. It's why they're called Lee Sin's Dragons, according to Sleepy Panda. It's Victor Lee Sin. So explain how this deck works, because I don't know, I've never seen this before. I was born yesterday. All
right. Unlike Victor Heimer, despite running the region combos, this deck is running about 10 times more interaction. No, just kidding. It actually works very differently than Heimer Victor. I think Heimer Victor is a deck that desires to stall out the game and just let its champions win. I mean, you have Heimer and Victor on the board. It's actually really difficult to deal with that combination and not lose within 2 or 3 turns of them being on the board. Victor Lee Sin is a bit more of a tempo-oriented deck where, Lee Sin doesn't have any way of getting overwhelmed. It's actually one of the few Lee Sin decks that has ever been strong where Lee Sin has little to no ways of getting overwhelmed. Now, there was a point in time in which you were playing the Weapon Masters, and the Weapon Masters could get you the Overwhelm weapon, and then that was a way that it could happen. But I digress. That is definitely a tangent. And so Lee Sin's role in this deck, instead of being something that OTKs your opponent, it's much more like a burn/tempo tool that's going to be bouncing important targets from your opponent, like their Udyrs or their Mordekaisers, as well as just pushing a Decimate once he's flipped. And the Challenger keyword also allows like your ginormous Ballistic bots and Victors to get through. Like a notable difference too is like Heimer Victor doesn't really care if it draws Ballistic Bot or not. I mean, it's nice, but it's not important. Whereas Victor Lee Sin, Ballistic Bot is a much bigger threat in the deck and is much more of a card that's played around. We also see like Eye of the Dragon is taking much more effective flow tools and playing spells each turn. So it's similar in region combo, but it definitely has a different style of winning, which is a lot more board based than Heimer Victor. And we also see 2 copies of Soaring Cartographer also in this deck because Y Rebellion loves playing cool cards.
I really wish you hadn't mentioned that because I was going to do the exact same joke where I interrupt you and just like mansplain what Soaring Cartographer does to the audience.
Okay,
but
everybody
instead you've just
forget
ruined
what I
it.
said.
Okay, before you move on, I just want to quickly interrupt here while you're speaking. Soaring Cartographer is a 3-mana 3/3 with Brash that says updraft a card in hand, and you draw a card that's either more or less cost than the card you updrafted. Boom, get owned, Sleepy. Asleep at the wheel, Panda, 27.
Holy crap.
But now that we've talked about everything, there's one more thing we need to talk about, which is the pick and ban phase. And as always, I'm going to let Sleepy mansplain to us what he thinks is going to be there.
Okay, we have a really awkward situation here in which Mordekaiser on Y Rebellion's side is probably favored into the Morgana Udyr, as we were saying before. It's probably like, playable into the Overwhelms deck, but absolutely gets completely destroyed by Heimerdinger Victor. Whereas Jananila loses to Morgana Udyr and the Overwhelm deck, but absolutely destroys Heimer Victor. And Lee Sin Victor, I don't know the matchups well enough. I actually think Lee Sin Victor is probably like 50-50 in all of these, if not favored into Morgana Udyr. And that makes it actually really awkward because now we have this conflicting situation in which like we're either banning for Mordekaiser or we're banning for Jananila. I think we have to ban for Jananila and keep this Heimerdinger Victor up and ban the Morgana Udyr because I think Jananila, I think the other 2 matchups are actually so difficult to win that you have a much better chance of playing Mordekaiser into Overwhelms. Actually, I would probably ban Overwhelms. I would actually leave up Morgana Udyr because both of those matchups are going to be bad for Jananila anyway, but I think that both Lee Sin Victor and Mordekaiser Nora are going to be better into Morgana Udyr than they will be into Overwhelms because Morgana Udyr is playing for specific critical cards that I think both decks can interact with. And yeah, look at that. Okay, so banning the Overwhelm and leaving up the Morgana. Ooh, ban Mordekaiser.
Oh, thank God. Whew. Oh, we can have fun in this set as opposed to just like going to sleep. We do see the Conch deck banned, which just gives even more credence that actually all of us are wrong and LeBlanc was always better and there are 0 instances where Draven is good. But we do get into the game. It's Morgana Udyr versus Lee Sin Victor. Disciple and Omenhawk in both hands is a little bit awkward for YREB as obviously Omenhawk got buffed to have Sharpsight because that was really important that Omenhawk was a better card. But we do see Bbot and Cartographer, 2 cards that I think are pretty good for YREB to have.
Yeah, I agree. I think generally I would expect this matchup to be favored for Lee Sin Victor. I think Lee Sin Victor or Lee Sin decks in general tend to be favored into Morgana Udyr. But that's definitely not, I think it's going to be like 55-45. Holy moly, we just see an update. Zemax sweeped Misfortune's Powder Monkeys going 3-0.
You upset Trux's Darken, an incredible showing, and that means we get more content for this game, obviously, because if we watched the other set, it would have just been a 3-0. Instead, we're watching at least a 3-1, if not a 3-2 by some team. But congrats to Darken. That's the team we'll be playing against next week, Sleepy Night, as we are part of Is Ascended. But you know who isn't part of Is Ascended? This match. We do see Badger Bear come down as a 4-4, which is maybe the worst card for YREB to see. I remember Jansport always getting mad every single time a 4-4 would come down on turn 3. We do see Cartographer come down, setting up a 3-3, a good block for Dog, as well as the 4-4, but probably more likely just to be the Dog here. And getting a Concussive Palm, a pretty good draw for this matchup.
Mm-hmm. And we see a really good use case of Cartographer here, being able to pretty nicely block this 4/4, leaving at 1 HP means that it's Mystic Shottable in the future, whereas like this card would be immortal until Lee Sin came down in a lot of other cases. So we see the tempo of this Cartographer being granted, but we also see that it can take advantage of the free cards played by Ballistic Bot, right? It's almost treated like a discard to draw one, and we can see that this card is, the downside of this card is that you have to updraft a card, so you're not actually gaining any card advantage. But if you updraft a fleeting card like the Ballistic Bot spell, suddenly it becomes value.
I really like this attack by Chicas. Chicas has been playing well all last couple of sets, and just attacking with the 4/4 instead of attacking with the 2/3. I would have been baited trying to get the buff in, but Chicas knows better than I. We do see the B-Bot Ignition come down, a pass from Chicas wanting to hold up mana when Udyr comes down, which makes a lot of sense.
Yep. Well, also importantly, if Y Rebellion played Victor this turn, Chicas could strike it.
But now we know there's no Victor, so now Chicas has to make a decision between Bladebound Berserker or passing. We do see Bladebound Berserker without any good slow speed cards in hand until Udyr comes down, but Udyr can obviously be summoned and then attack. And possibly summon something, but obviously now we've got Twin plus B-Bot, which would be able to kill Udyr if there was a strike in.
Yeah, and now we're starting to see some awkward situations here in which Chicas, like, in order to, the most linear development of their game plan is playing this Udyr, but that allows a Victor to be played without worrying about a strike spell. But this Victor has a Twin Disciplines in hand anyway, so this Victor is probably safe to play no matter what. And we see Chicas elect to actually go for the wider board, which I think is a pretty smart play.
Yeah, I think summoning Broadwing, 0/3 is kind of annoying for Yreb because you don't really want to use your Mystic Shot on it necessarily, but you also don't want to lose the units that Broadwing is going to be attacking into. We do see Victor come down, trying to set up that value. Victor is obviously a really strong card just in general, but against Chicas' deck, you need to be able to strike it or challenge it, or Victor is just going to win the game either through lifesteal, through elusive, through challenger even in some instances, plus regen. So Chicas is going to have to find out sooner rather than later a way to deal with this Victor, obviously through a strike spell, but Yreb has interaction for it.
Yeah. So we found an interesting dancing game where Y Rebellion is not really allowed to pass below 2 mana while Chicas is holding up a strike spell that can threaten Victor. But in this case, now Y Rebellion can pretty happily use a Mystic Shot to save this Eye of the Dragon and trade into this Broadwing because there's nothing that Chicas can respond with.
Which makes the 3/3 a very interesting play. If you're not planning on attacking with it, it does seem a little bit unnecessary to have played it. Now, if you are going to attack with it, then it's fine. It's pushing in damage, threatening to kill the 3/3 or needing the Dragon Link to block. But it is an interesting decision to have gone for.
Yeah. Yeah,
we do see just the attack with Broadwing and a Mystic Shot hovered to deal with the Broadwing, keeping the Eye of the Dragon alive. And Yreb kind of both has the board and the hand, but obviously we still see Udyr in hand, which is going to be the main threat. This game's always just going to be about Udyr and the other 2 champions on Yreb's side, Victor and Lee Sin, and seeing if there's enough interaction pieces to get rid of Udyr, or if Udyr's eventually going to win by attacking them.
Yep, that's right. And Y Rebellion at this point, like you said, is really just missing a Lee Sin to really feel like he can win this game. But obviously, also this Victor sooner. Oh my, tough challenger is maddening to see. Regen, tough regen.
Yeah, see, guys, Sleepy said the word wrong. Can we get he said the word wrong typo invalid argument in chat, please? Because he did say the word wrong. Anyway, we've just played Morgana, and obviously Morgana's really, really strong. Is the 5-mana champion about to attack
wait a minute.
That joke wasn't even that funny, but I as soon as I saw it, I really wanted to say it. Udyr comes down, discounting the spell, which is going to get doubled by Bladebound Berserker. And it's one of the ways that Chicas is going to be able to get advantage. You might see this as sort of like a mid-range versus control matchup, but really, in a funny way, it's actually 2 backline engines that win through attacking matchup, where Chicas has 2 engines in Udyr and Bladebound Berserker, and Yreb has engines in Victor and Lee Sin. They both need to use the attack phase in order to get value from their engines, right? Victor needs to use those keywords, Lee Sin needs to kick things, and they also do have strike spells in, or Ionia interaction spells in sort of similar ways. This is more of a mirror than it may seem in a funny way, where you're both trying to squeeze out as much value as you can and interact with the person just at the precipice before they're about to win, as to make sure you're not using as much as you're overusing things. It's actually a really interesting matchup. Despite the regions being so different, the decks are really, really similar.
Yeah. And we do see Magical Fettering drawn this turn by Chicas, which is a great card against a deck like Y Rebellion. It basically says, I'm going to spend 2 mana and you have to spend 4 mana. And that's just the way it is. So great card by Chicas, but you're explaining exactly right. I mean, this is really just... Oh, one thing I want to mention is last turn, so we put regen on our Udyr and our Blade Brown Berserker. I think there's a real call that maybe we should have used the Ram Stance, because Ram Stance would have taken out this Eye of the Dragon and also crippled this Ballistic Bot in a way that might make our board state a little bit more threatening. Now, obviously, regen is pretty good. It means that it's not going to die to damage-based removal, although the much more concerning pieces in Y Rebellion's deck are the recalls and the stuns and whatnot, so it doesn't matter too much. But, yeah, we also see a Babbling Björk, which means we can have up to 2 Udyrs, potentially. I think that Y Rebellion is sort of... it's not a quick clock. It's probably a 2 to 3 turn clock, but the 2 to 3 turn clock says you really need to find Lee Sin or roll an insane keyword on Victor, or you're not going to be able to last in this game.
We do see Concussive Calm Down, premeditated summoning a 3/2 to help with the block, especially good against Yudorski Snowdog, but now no longer has cards that would allow them to interact with strike spells. So Chicas could throw out a strike spell right now. There is Twin, but that would either have to choose between strength and health. Either way, Udyr is going to have a pretty decent time with that. And knowing that there's another Bjerg means Chicas has 2 Deer, right? 2 Udyrs, while Y-Reb only has 1. Now, regen, as you were talking about when you said Challenger, really good get for Y-Reb, meaning that the strike spell isn't going to be as inherently strong. You are going to need to use another strike spell now rather than later. And tough means Ram Stance isn't as good either.
Yeah, but... the fact that we can just use this strike spell to guarantee a kill on Victor is actually really bad. Oh, interesting. Why? Is there any reason as opposed to Udyr? Oh,
well, Udyr would die.
Oh, yeah, Udyr would die. Yeah, you're right.
So Sleepy Panda doesn't have, he just assumes that every unit with regen heals all the time because he's never played this game. I don't know why I'm giving you this smoke. There's actually a really reasonable question on a thing on here. But yeah, we do see the strike spell come down on a regen unit, which is pretty logical as to get more value out of that. Udyr gets his spell, which means next turn he will be flipped when they give Overwhelm or +2/+2 to things, or even does Ram Stance. This was a great interaction for Chicas, finding the pattern by which not only does Y-Reb not have denies anymore in that useful of spots, but also doesn't have a champion. It's going to need to use Clockers to find a good champion here, or it's going to be in a bit of a tough spot. Unworthy Soul delays the game, but doesn't win the game.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it was a bit of a blunder for Y Rebellion to use that Concussive Palm. It's, it looks tantalizing, it slows the game down a lot, but opening yourself up to losing your Victor and not being able to play Deny is a really critical part of I think winning this game. And previously I thought Y Rebellion was probably in a decent spot as long as we saw a Lee Sin in the next 2 turns. Now I'm not sure a Lee Sin even saves Y Rebellion. I think that Chicas has definitely swung the game in favor of himself, which is something we've seen multiple times tonight. Chicas finding the patterns that bait his opponents into making plays that are honestly pretty, make a lot of sense, but get punished by the hand that Chicas knows that they have. So, props to Chicas. I think Chicas has just demonstrated a truly excellent level of skill tonight.
Yeah, there's a concept that occurs in a lot of sports that often doesn't feel quite grounded of pressure, right? You're pressuring them not by specific decisions necessarily that are causing them to not play specific cards, but just the overall theme that I'm playing something, you're going to have to respond, and you're feeling a negative consequence of this. Putting that -2, the spell that makes them spend 4 mana, it doesn't actually change all that much. It just makes them spend 2 more mana than Chicas is playing. But it put Y-Reb in a spot where they felt like Chicas is trying to do a ton this turn. I need to act now. I need to put the Concussive Palm in now because I need to be doing things right now because of the pressure that I'm feeling. When in reality, the Concussive Palm wasn't that forced, even though it felt forced because of all the pressure that sort of type of playstyle inspired, right? We are going to see, is this Ram Stance? Ram stance to kill the 2 units?
That would be awesome. It very well might be. I think it is. And if we target it on this Omen Hawk, rip Omen Hawk. But if we had targeted it on Omen Hawk, then our whole board would have lived. Granted, Omen Hawk is only pushing 1 damage, so it's probably not that special. And also, it would have damaged our Udyr, which makes Ballistic Bot more likely to favorably trade in Udyr. So, I actually think it's probably... Ooh!
Yeah, I was expecting a deny here. Now, a deny would hit the Overwhelm or the Ram stance. So it's pretty much the same play either way. But it does mean that a future Ram stance will guarantee the kills, while 2 deniers would have denied both of the Overwhelms. Right, in this instance, 2 Ram stance will kill everything. Obviously, there's going to be a striker, so maybe all these units are dead anyway from blocking. But there is another play where you do Bjerg and play Udyr champion spell and force the second deny. Is it good? I don't know, but it's funny and it's there.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. This is step 1 of the funny play. There's one more step, and then we have step 2 of the funny play.
You're saying it's a funny play. I'm gonna make an argument that it's not only a funny play, but the correct play, because taxing this deny means that Y Rebellion cannot use their Unworthy Soul this turn, which means that we're just gaining that much more pressure this turn.
And we do see Spirits Unleashed come out. This does force the deny, which means Udyr attacks in, and without risk of getting Unworthy Souled, without things dying as readily. You can also attack with everything here, pushing a ton of damage. Probably not the 3/7 is the only thing I probably wouldn't attack with here, just because of Ballistic Butt.
Yep.
But this is going to be a great amount of damage. You could also just not attack with things and let Ram Stance deal with it. But I think it's fine to attack with everything, put in some pressure, and that means you don't need to use Ram Stance. You can just use +2 strength and Overwhelm.
Yeah. I think that pushing this damage is important for the future, but also forcing blocks, because the other thing is the downside of that Omen Hawk dying is that now Y Rebellion's elusive units are unlocked. And if we had done sort of a passive play of just attacking with Udyr, that actually sort of gives Y Rebellion a weird line of like, oh yeah, I could just develop 5 damage worth of elusives, and suddenly this game gets a lot more awkward looking for Chicas. And now we just really don't have that out. I mean, obviously there's still 4 damage worth of elusives, but there's not quite the board engine that was being there. It's not as safe to play to take these lines.
If we do see 2 clockers, that is just another instant Ram Stance. We've seen 2 denies go. I don't have the deck list up, but I'd be surprised if there were 3, which means B-Bot and both clockers do unfortunately kick the bucket. Obviously they could draw twin here, but if their choice here is twin, that's not a winning choice. The winning choice here has to be not single combat, Victor. But jumping ahead of myself, single combat would be able to kill Victor. So it's a really unfortunate spot. We see Eye of the Dragon, which is it's a stalling choice, but it's not enough. There's a lot of draw, but not a lot of substance in Y-Reb's hand.
Yeah. I will say that because of this Unworthy Soul, we probably will be able to delay the game for 2 more turns, so draw isn't all that bad. Also, I did take a look at the list, and Y Rebellion is only on 2 denies, so we actually do know that all the Ram stances are going to be going through at this point in the game.
Yeah. And I do like Ram Stance to pressure needing blockers, right? Instead of going all in on this Udyr, if you just spam out these 3 strength units, there isn't a lot that Y-Reb can do, and it's 2 damage to the Nexus. I actually really like this play, because that means Y-Reb needs to play both of these units, and then if you want, you can just single combat and do that again.
Yep, you're completely right. And if Y-Reb is going to play as heads up as they have been all night, it might even be the right play to single combat not on Udyr, so that Chicas cannot respond with an Unworthy Soul on the Udyr this turn. Or maybe that is the play so you can replay Udyr and get another Ram Stance, actually. That could also be
it wouldn't be 0 mana then. You'd have to do it next turn, but yeah. I think you can also say that you're not trying to win next turn and just continue pressuring an incredible amount and keep this single combat as a last-ditch effort to be able to beat a Victor or a Lee Sin.
Yeah, that is definitely true. We're also in an awkward spot in which Y Rebellion really wants to activate Flow for next turn because, they have 2 cards in hand that do Flow stuff. Okay, well, here we see Y Rebellion getting the opportunity to do that. I was going to say Chicas might make it tough for them to find a spot, but they don't get to develop Eye of the Dragon, importantly, if they do that.
The other thing is that if you just replay Udyr, you can just give Overwhelm to 2 units, or we're going to see Eye of the Dragon. and no, I guess you need to keep Unworthy Soul for next turn. That's the issue, right? Unworthy Soul still needs to be kept for next turn, right? You can't Unworthy Soul that.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, which just puts White Rebellion in such an awkward spot because now these cards that should be able to be cheap are now super expensive. Are we just going to Ram Stance again? No, okay, we're probably going to give Omen Hawker the dog +2/+2. That it doesn't really matter how you use this at this point, as long as it's applying more pressure.
Yeah.
And this makes more sense than Overwhelm because this Udyr is likely getting bounced anyway.
Yeah.
Of course, we could play Deep Med this turn. Yeah, Chicas is has no hand anymore. Duh. Okay, never mind.
Next turn, seeing what we draw. It's an Udyr.
Udyr again?
Yeah, you could play it now to clear out a blocker, but I do. Maybe that is right. There's no reason really not to.
There is no reason really not to, and I think Chicas might find lethal through that method.
Plus it gives +1/+1, and there's no denies left. Right?
Yeah,
this is actually an incredible amount of buffing. I forgot that this card isn't just Ice Shard; it is also +1/+1 to everything.
Yeah, and that I don't think. I mean, we might be able to win by blocking with Victor and shooting a Mystic Shot when he's 1 HP. Like, we might be able to not die, but I mean, there's really nothing left for White Rebellion at this point. No top decks can really stave off the pressure that Chicas is going to be applying for the next 2 turns.
And even if Victor blocks, as long as they don't roll Tough or Spirit, Ram Stance still does the damage, right? And there's still 2 more damage able to hit the dome here.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
I'm surprised not to see the recall on the Udyr, at least taxing the mana. Oh, you're going to recall in front. That's
and this makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it prevents a stance from being generated at all, right? Like if you recall Udyr, they can replay Udyr and get a new stance. Yeah. And it also gives you another look for Lee Sin. And, you know, if this Victor rolls elusive in the next 2 turns and we find a Lee Sin with this Clockling, suddenly we're actually presenting lethal this turn if Chicas draws no interaction.
Yeah. This would have been a reason to overwhelm on Thingo though.
Yeah, I mean, this is 6 damage guaranteed, and all we need is this Victor. I mean, so we have to get lucky, but White Rebellion, you know, we've been going on about Chicas playing well, which I think Chicas has played very well so far. White Rebellion finding, I think, one of the few lines that still puts them in this game.
I'm really curious. I'm just watching this as a spectator at this point. I feel like I realize I should be saying things. Not getting elusive is a little bit tough. That means there's no lethal on this turn.
We can still stall the game out for actually much longer with that draw too. We can use an Aftershock to clear a unit, and we have this sleep spell to I would probably recall the Berserker here.
This does clear a unit, while Berserker doesn't clear a unit.
That is true. Yeah, no, that's an excellent point. And actually, like, we've drawn like 4 Udyrs this game, and it's actually starting to become a bit of a liability.
Yeah, I'm still in my head, all I'm thinking about is the lack of overwhelm that we put on Udyr. We were saying this is great because you can always interact with Udyr, but at least it forces you to actually interact with Udyr as opposed to getting Clockers back. Because getting that Clockers back was a massive issue, but is this lethal? This is lethal. Oh. There's no healing.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Oh, is there absolutely no healing?
Is there an Ionian Tailstones?
Nope. Yeah, there's nothing. Wow. Oh, yeah, actually, the 2 denies being gone, Chicas just finds the guaranteed lethal, and that makes actually so much sense.
These Udyr top decks that you were just complaining about a mere second ago, turns out that Morgana Udyr is a burn deck akin to that of Pirates. I think we've seen like 7 damage on the dome, 3 doubled up ramp stances, maybe 1 denied, and like 2 Udyr spells. This is a ton of damage and obviously going to be lethal. At 1 health, mind you. If Yreb had found 1 damage at any other spot, this would have been a tie game.
Yep. And Yreb also only needed to be like
That's elusive.
That's messed up. That's toxic. Oh, just getting the elusive now is so infuriating. And you know, I hate to say it, but this is looking bad for Yreb. Like, Morgana Udyr was supposed to be a deck that this should be beating. And now what? We have to go against Heimer Victor? Is that right?
I think so. I don't remember. Yeah, I mean they banned Draven.
they banned
not Draven.
Overwhelm.
Sorry, they banned not Draven. That was a really close game. There were so many different avenues that were present in that game. The Ram Stances or Overwhelms or +2/+2s always being interesting choices. Ram Stance, I think, being the right choice a majority of the times, but sometimes I do think that the Overwhelm would have been better. For example, with the Clockers and the Sleeping or the Unworthy Soul on it behind. But also YREP had some really, really difficult choices with what to do with Victor and really, really close and tough decisions with what to pick from Clockling. Right, I'm sure we didn't see everything that Clockling was offered a lot of the time. Maybe some of those were passes, but really, really tough choice, as well as when to play your cards, right? Like the ordering of doing certain things when you're developing. But we do have Heimer Victor versus Neela Janna.
Yeah. Now, this is pretty heavily favored for Neela Janna. Neela Janna is just able to print out so much free tempo that Heimerdinger just doesn't have the tools to deal with all of it. Now, Heimerdinger Victor can absolutely win, especially if Victor rolls something like Lifesteal. So it's not super bad, but this is certainly a matchup that is favored for Y Rebellion, and especially so because Y Rebellion is not playing a list that's on something like Sunken Temple, which is quite bad against Heimer Victor.
Now, that being said, these draws are a little bit interesting. Chicas has the Rocket Barrage that's really good into a deck like Y Rebellions, and Y Rebellion doesn't have anything, right? Aftershocks are not that good unless it's hitting a ballistic, but even then, that's 3 mana for 2 mana. It's not great. And these Exalted Cloudwinders are going to come down late, uncharged, I guess, undiscounted. And there's not a lot else going on. Now, a Janna top deck here would be amazing, but another interaction piece that doesn't matter that much. It does kill Heimer, right? So this is going to be a long game rather than a quick game, based just on these draws alone. But this isn't, I don't think, a standard matchup, unless you think this is how this matchup goes. I've never played either of these decks, but this seems non-standard to me.
I agree that it's non-standard, but I will say that Y Rebellion's hand is actually much better than it seems. Really, the way you lose this matchup on the side of Neela Janna is running out of steam. And so even though it looks like you're not doing anything for turns 1 through 4, turns 1 through 4 are actually much less important than drawing 2 cards for every turn after you can. Now, it is a little bit delayed. Ideally, this turn is the turn where you're chaining, but we can see that YREB is actually able to start that chain with the Eye of the Storm into the Cloudwinder, and now we're going to get like Cloudwinder and Janna. So it certainly is, I think it's like not an ideal hand, but it's not that bad. I think that this is actually a very serviceable hand, especially when we see no Victor down for Chicas. Like the real risk of this turn for Y Rebellion is that now we're prioritizing drawing instead of killing a potential Victor. But the fact that Chicas has no Victor really alleviates a lot of the worry and risk that Y Rebellion had with this hand.
I will say, I forgot you could play Eye of the Storm without having a unit. I assumed that card was bricked. That does make this a lot better all of a sudden.
Yep.
We do see YREP having a massive hand, including Soaring Cartographer. But Heimer gets played down. There is a twin to protect it, which was top deck, which is really, really nice for Chicas, as well as obviously Blooming Bud, which would also protect it. But YREP has some options. You can shoot it, or you can do the standard continuing to get a bunch of cards play in Janna. Yeah,
so we can actually kill this Heimer through a twin. If we play Aftershock, if we play the 2 mana Miriam, I think, and get we're not opting to go for that play, but we could have gotten the 2 mana Miriam to gain mana, and then an Aftershock plus a Howling Gale would have killed a Heimerdinger through a Twin Disciplines. Now, it would not have necessarily killed Heimerdinger through this Blooming Bud that we see in hand. And it looks like Y Rebellion is actually still going to go for the Miriam into the 3 mana play and is just going to play into the Twin Disciplines, which I think is also a fine option. Heimerdinger alone is actually really not the biggest threat in this matchup. Certainly Victor, I think, is the thing that is harder to deal with most of the time, because the turrets are often going to be forced to chump block or are ignored because of stuff like Brash. Now, Heimerdinger isn't a nothing burger either, but I think that this is still, I think we're still in a spot where Y Rebellion is probably looking favored.
I'm glad you explained the concept of nothing by invoking the American term burger. because that's the only way you can translate the word nothing into American speech. We do see a bunch of units get played down, and Chicas has got a decent hand for this matchup, right? Enough protection for Heimer, enough interaction pieces for dealing with Yreb, but Yreb obviously has a ton of cards as well that Yreb is looking for. This is going to be another close match, and I'm really excited because, I mean, I was hoping we'd have a close match like this, and these are two really, really good players playing their decks extremely well. I'm really satisfied with the game we saw before, and now we have another game that's looking really interesting.
I fear it's going to be less close than you may be excited for, because while like Heimerdinger, the Heimerdinger's hand, while there is spells that can do stuff, there's actually not a win condition really present. The bot swarm that Heimerdinger presents, one is probably not going to last too long because we see a ton of aftershocks of ways to kill it in Y Rebellion's hand. But two, if there's a deck that's good against bots, it's probably Neela Janna. Now, what would make it threatening is if there was draw, right? Where Heimerdinger is really looking for draw, but we see no Tellstones, no formula, and we're sort of subject to the top decking, whereas Y Rebellion could just cycle through their entire deck pretty soon here. So I do think this game will last a bit of a long time. Like we're definitely going to see some more draws, but I worry that it's the closeness is going to be dependent on Chicas' top decks more so than anything else, I think.
Am I correct in saying that the Unworthy Soul there, as opposed to the Blooming Bird, was just because Aftershock can obviously kill the landmark?
I believe that is the reasoning. That
okay.
Yeah.
Because I thought spending 5 more mana for a Heimer seems crazy to me, but I guess that's acceptable.
I don't know. I think that I think Chicas is in a pretty difficult position here, because I think that
you've convinced me. This is tough for Chicas all of a sudden. I agree. This is a great attack from Yreb. A ton of units have quick attack. One of the units has brash, and only one thing can block it, which is the B-bot, but only the 1/3 B-bot. And this is what Neela Janna does. It just summons a bunch of quick attack units and medium-sized units that are just annoying to block every time. And Yreb's got a great hand to manipulate that and continue doing that for the next 7 to 8 turns.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Chicas is honestly mostly looking for something like a formula or obviously a Victor. But I think Chicas might be happier with like playing a formula and drawing like a Victor plus another card more so than just trying a Victor on its lonesome.
Gonna see what the draws are for the next turn. We do see a Twin, which is not exactly what you want, and a Janna, which is just an incredible card to have gotten. Bit of a disparity between the draws there. Janna, obviously there is one in hand, but Eye of the Storm is just a really good card for Yreb. It's one of the better cards in the deck, and then you get to run extra copies of it thanks to this. We do see Neela's Formless played into Aftershock. I forgot there was so many in hand. We're going to see in response, but that leads into probably a Mystic or a Howling Gale.
Yep. And with this Heimerdinger gone, Chicas is going to be in an even more rough spot. Now, it is a little awkward because Yreb really would have liked to play Janna this turn. In an ideal world, Janna gets played this turn. So I think that is going to delay Y Rebellion's winning state by a couple of turns and allow Chicas a couple more top decks, but it's looking rough. I think Y Rebellion has excellent open attacks from here on out, and Chicas just doesn't have anything to do until they top deck more champions.
Yeah, now if Janna does come down, we do see Rocket Barrage, which not only kills Janna, but also kills one of the Exalted Cloudwinders. So you'd want to play Janna slightly after 5 mana, but also Janna's just got an incredible when played effect, and it's only killing one other unit. It's not like there's Windboard Mariners. We are going to see an attack here trying to get rid of the Neelas and the quick attack units. This is a play I was thinking about, and I think it's the wrong play, but I can also see why Chicas feels like it's necessary. Because if Chicas doesn't do this, Chicas is just saying, yeah, I'm taking 6 damage next turn and possibly the turn after that, or I'm using my Mystic Shot and it's one of my only cards in my hand, and I don't really have that much to go off anyway. Victor!
Yeah, we do see a Victor. It is a good card. It's definitely one of the cards that gives Chicas an out. I'm afraid it's not going to be enough, but it is definitely a good draw.
Not only is it too little too late, you've also used all of your protection pieces on Heimer.
Yeah.
which is the less good card, and Wyreb drawing like 5 Aftershocks and 20 Howling Gales still has cards that are able to kill this Victor.
Yeah. And we're also not going to be able to play Rocket Barrage, which means this Janna is going to discount 3 cards next turn as well.
Mm.
Why Rebellion is playing this so interestingly. This is probably going to, I mean, it's not going to, so we're going to kill the Victor because Blooming Bud, the Aftershock plays around the Blooming Bud. But I almost worry that by not playing Janna, we're really stymieing the pressure that we're putting on. Like, I would have liked to see trying to kill Victor next turn and developing a Janna this turn.
It sounds weird, but that's almost the riskier play, the play that Yrep has just taken, where now Chicas has the opportunity to go Clockers into Victor, or Clockers into Victor, or getting a draw card into Clockers into Victor, which is one of Yrep's lose conditions. Well, if Yrep just played Janna, Victor stays around for a turn, but you can still interact with it, but Yrep has the capacity to draw a ton. We see a draw card just drawn by Chicas. Obviously, Neela flips and does a ton of damage and is really strong, and there are slipstreams that aren't yet drawn. I see one right in hand. Which doesn't make Wyreb not have the need to have played Janna, but getting something like a formula here is exactly what Chicas wants, if only it drew Clockers or Victor.
Yeah. I mean, even then, Chicas wouldn't have the mana to play it this turn. And truthfully, I'm looking at this, and like, Why Rebellion has at least 4 draw in hand this turn alone. If we play the Janna and swoop away the 6 mana spell, we could play Neela's Slipstream, and then we can also play Janna's Eye of the Storm and just completely refill our hand from 0. This Slipstream is a really good draw, and I think the Slipstream is probably, like, drawing it at this point in the game probably locks the game in for Y Rebellion. I'm not sure there's going to be many outs left.
And obviously, as casters, we can't have the tough job of trying to work out when Slipstream will be drawn. But I'm sure this Slipstream was pretty likely to be drawn this turn or next turn if Yreb's paying attention to this sort of thing. So we do see Slipstream come down. And then, Yreb, like 3 turns ago, had 10 cards in hand, had 3 cards just a second ago, and is going to end next turn with 10 cards. Or something just insane like that. Going to see Janna come down, getting rid of these, playing Eye of the Storm, almost certainly drawing more, getting more Slipstreams, open attacking, doing a bunch of damage. I mean, I don't even know why we're here when I can just tell you the whole turn.
Yeah. For the record, I would have really liked to see the Windmorn Mariner kept, because it's procs Janna, a Janna draw, right? Procs a Janna level up. But it also, redrawing it is kind of sad. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. I see it right there.
This is actually a different one because it doesn't have fleeting.
All right, you and your science. I just saw a funny card and made a funny conversation point, but sure. Oh, look, a Janna and an Eye of the Storm. What a coincidence.
Wow, we're drawing 4 more cards this turn. It's tempting to open attack as the Janna player to get that Slipstream in and to get that guaranteed damage. But in situations like this, even though that we see Mystic shots that could kill the Neela, so I think this is the wrong play. It's really tempting to do this because you think, well, I get the damage and I get the Slipstream and it could be Mystic shotted, which we do see, but developing just means you're applying so much pressure that Chicas has to deal with, and now we're stalling the game even longer, allowing Chicas even more opportunity to win, when there's a very real chance we had lethal this turn even if Neela gets shot.
Yeah, Sleepy basically said it, but against Ionia decks typically want to develop anyway because all of the interaction pieces are things they do in combat, with the exception of Concussive Palm, but big whoop against a deck like Y Rebellions.
Yeah.
But in addition, Yreb very reasonably had lethal this turn. Most of the units do 3 damage and are tough to block or have quick attack, and also you can kill basically every unit that gets played with things like Gotcha. So I really would have liked to see an attack there.
I think Y Rebellion is thinking the only way that he loses if they play a champion, and so he's consistently keeping these spells that deal damage in hand instead of just developing units that will win in the game in the next 2 turns. Now he's going to win anyway, but it's just so funny seeing you consistently updraft the units with Janna instead of these spells, which aren't going to be played. We have Caster Vision, so we know that there's nothing to play them on. But even in Y Rebellion spot, I think at this point, even if they play a Victor or a Heimer, big whoop.
Yeah. We do see Progress Day come down. We see Heimer and Victor drawn, And we're starting to run out of ways of dealing with cards like these. Obviously, there's a Slipstream that'll just draw into a way to deal with them, as well as an Eye of the Storm. But technically not there yet. Now, we do see an aggressive pass from Chicas, which makes sense. Wyrobe does need to play units in order to win the game, and has a ton of mana. But if there was an instance, I'm trying to make sure there's at least a little bit of excitement. If there was an instance where Chicas could do something, it's drawing both of these cards.
Yeah. That is absolutely true. And now we see 2 spells to kill any potential champions played this turn. But again, I really would have just wished that we had a better board. I think Wyvern has really stalled a game out in a way that might be punishing. Now, obviously, we see like Wire Rebellion's hand is just probably never going to lose, but I really do think
it's an interesting gameplay style of stalling the game out, even though it wasn't necessary, even though it's still lethal in a weird way. It's just a different way of approaching the same issue of how do you plan to win. And I think both of our instinct is to try and end the game quick to avoid Chicas drawing something, while Wyreb's plan is Chicas needs to show me what he's got because I'm going to win either way if he doesn't. Yeah. Which is a very interesting stylistic difference. But it does mean that Wyreb is probably going to take this game for the first win Lee Sin's Dragon has gotten since Void.
Yeah, I think actually Chicas hasn't lost a game yet.
Yes.
And so Y Rebellion is going to be the dragon that takes down the first game off someone, keeps the team from being completely swept.
We'll see 2 Mystic Shots here because it will allow for survival for half a second or maybe even a Concussive Palm, but we do see Burn Spells in hand and we're going to see Burn Spells be drawn almost certainly soon. Game's not over this action, but I think I'm pretty satisfied in saying it's going to be over quite soon.
Yep, I'm a concurrent timeline.
What? I thought you were sleepy.
I concur with you. Oh, well...
See, I need you to make the joke funny because I don't know how to make the joke funny by you saying you're a concurrent timeline. That card's rotated, so I don't know. Are you sideways?
I didn't even know Janna's flipping. Yeah, this is brutal. Yeah. We get to see the cool animation. Coven Janna.
It is a cool animation. Next turn is their third Victor. Nah. Rip. Good game. Soaring Cartographer. Holy based.
Wait. It was Soaring Cartographer. If we play it on this 6-mana spell, we get Wizened Helmsman guaranteed.
And then, is that lethal?
No, I don't think so, because I don't think we played an elemental spell that deals damage to the face.
Yeah. Okay. Goodbye, Heimer, again.
Well, we could save Heimer this turn.
Yeah. Yeah, you can.
Yeah, okay.
I don't think Chicas agrees. I think Chicas wants to surrender, but you could have technically.
It's my opinion that you actually, this is going to be, a lot of people are going to hear this and they're going to think I'm cringe, and it is cringe. I'm of the opinion that you should probably play the game to its finality in that match, just to make time an issue in game 3, where, like, if you have confidence that you're a quick player, I think that pressuring that can actually have some utilization.
We got one more matchup. It should be the Victor's Mirror. My memory serves me right.
Yep.
Victor Heimer versus Victor Lee Sin. We're going to see what's cooler, a Yordle or a big burly man that's blind that knows how to do fighting from Ionia. I've got a personal bias here that I think Lee Sin's slightly cooler, but Heimer's not too shabby.
I think that it would be very thematic if Y Rebellion was able to win, not only because he's the Lee Sin player on Lee Sin's Dragons, but also sort of to spit in the face of the meta and say, no, I'm playing the better Ionia PNZ mirror or deck. So it's really, not only is this a battle for Lee Sin's Dragons to have a chance at staying in, but I actually think it's also sort of like a thematic battle of sorts.
It would be really funny if the game Chicas loses is the game that LeBlanc was banned.
No!
The only time that Chicas couldn't make it through was when the almighty power of single LeBlanc, single Braum Overwhelm wasn't able to show its might. We do see 3 ballistic bots on the side of YREB. One already got aftershocked, but 2 more are in the hand, which could lead to a really funny burn victory.
Yeah.
But it's probably not going to happen. But if 10 damage comes from burn and a little bit from Lee Sin, that's pretty likely.
Yeah, I mean, so as a Lee Sin Victor enjoyer, ballistic bot is actually a significant. Like the chip damage is really relevant, especially in grindy matchups like this. Now, unfortunately, we actually see another aftershock prepped to shoot this ballistic bot, which is definitely sad because it really slows down our Victor level up, our Lee Sin level up, and the chip damage we're doing. I think I cannot emphasize enough like how significant of a role ballistic bots play in this deck.
Is it significant enough that you'd want a Blooming Bud right now?
Yes. Unironically, yes.
All right, let's see if YREB agrees. I'm imagining the countdown clock from Countdown ticking right now. I don't know if you've watched Countdown, British game show about numbers. And YREB thinking in his brain, is he going to protect it? And decides not to. Decides that Blooming Bud's going to be more important for something like a Victor or a Lee Sin, which is interesting because the ways to kill Victor and Lee Sin are normally through recalls rather than direct damage.
Right. Which is actually another reason I think Blooming Bud is fine there. I think I understand why it feels bad, but for a target that you're saying now, I will say Chicas has drawn 0 champions. And this is definitely, we've been talking about it as a champion-centric deck. And so when you don't draw your champions in your champion-centric deck, it's really hard to win the game. And so despite the fact that we've been seeing really good answers to these ballistic bots, Y Rebellion might just win because Y Rebellion drew champions.
Yeah, Y Rebellion has substance, and all Chicas has is a bunch of denies and like protection spells that don't really matter because what are you protecting? Like Forge Chief is cool. I love Forge Chief. I love getting mana, but it's not all that great. Now, I do expect to see a Blooming Bud here.
Yeah.
I'd be thoroughly surprised if there wasn't one here.
Yeah. Yeah.
There,
and,
yeah.
Y Rebellion is probably patting themselves on the back saying, yeah, I saved this Blooming Bud for Victor, and look how stupid the caster Sleepy Panda is for suggesting I should use it on Ballistic Bot.
To be fair, the Victor was a top deck. You didn't know.
Yeah, that is true. But Y Rebellion knew. Because Y Rebellion is a Lee Sin Victor player.
Yeah. It's just like in Balatro where you can check the top card of your deck.
Oh.
You can do that in LoR as well. If you click right on your Guardian and you check the underside, it'll actually just say the name of the card. It's a little fact that I think only I knew, and it helped me a lot out in tournaments.
Yeah.
But I think YREB might know too. Anyway, we see Ignition come down. Chicas does need to draw something. It does need to be a draw spell or Clockers or Heimer. And if a champion does get drawn, the context of this game does go a little bit differently because YREB doesn't have that much interaction. Obviously, there's Lee Sin and Unworthy Soul, but it's not a burn spell. It's not a way to kill Victor or Heimer.
Yeah. Oh, wow. And we actually see the game timer hit 5 minutes right there on the left. So time is actually very relevant this game and also last game. I mean, it may not be relevant if Chicas doesn't draw champions, but
Malmutation's kind of funny.
Oh, it is funny.
Now, Malmutation's not that good in this deck because you need it to choose an allied follower to transform 2 things into. So unless there's like a 6/1 elusive, it's not going to hit that many good things, but it is funny to have drawn. Victor getting quick attack, by the way, incredible keyword get. That protects the Victor from twin disciplines.
Yep. A very high pressure keyword.
Now, Chicas is deciding whether to do malnutrition. What it really says in this matchup is 2 blockers. And 2 blockers is 1 more turn to lead, which means 2 more draws, which means 2 more opportunities at Lee Sin. So unironically, probably the right play, but it is crazy that on turn 6, Chicas has... all they've done this game is play a Forge Chief, shoot 2 ballistic bots, and is now going to play malnutrition, sorry. Yeah. To get 2 Forge Chiefs.
It's funny too because Chicas is kind of like Chicas is hesitant there, and I think the reason is because Chicas is thinking if they have a Mystic shot, I'm totally screwed.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it has to be the right play.
Yeah, I agree. It's just what you have to do, and we see Victor, which is certainly progress towards winning, but it once again it might be too little, too late.
And this is the other instance where the difference between Lee Sin and Heimer matters, where Lee Sin is a constant interacting presence. That means Victor is threatened this turn and threatened every single attack token from here on out, while Heimer threatens damage but doesn't threaten the backline engines in a matchup where it's largely backline engine versus backline engine. We do see Spell Shield because Y Rebellion is just the GOAT, but something like Spirit here could be kind of nice. Tough, very similar.
Yeah. Yeah, and we're going to start seeing Y Rebellion taxing Chicas on the Unworthy Souls and things of that nature. It's looking pretty brutal. The other advantage that Y Rebellion has is time, which this game might go down to. I sort of think Y Rebellion can win before that in an average state, but if we're going to be spending this long thinking about playing this Ignition, maybe Chicas, a heads-up play by Chicas would be really increasing the pace of game. Now, let me tell you something fun, because I've actually played the mirror matchup of Heimer Victor. If you play the Victor spell, it will tick down your opponent's time while the animation of absorbing the keyword happens, which means that the player with Victor on their board more often is also going to be the player that is like using up more of their opponent's time.
Yeah, the way timer works in this game, where after a slow speed spell or any spell is resolved, it's the opponent who has to take up that time allocation, is really awkward in this game, and it comes up every single time that timer becomes relevant. For example, this instance now, Y Rebellion's just lost 2 seconds, and there's only 7 minutes left in this game.
Yep.
Now we do see Lee Sin come back down, applying pressure, being a good blocker, and Y-Reb has got an amazing hand, able to pressure a ton, and Chicas has now lost all the recall spells. It's just Deny to be able to get rid of the kick, and a couple of Twins to protect units, but not a lot of other forms of interaction, while Y-Reb got an incredible amount of stuff.
Also, that Victor level up animation is adding even more time ticking down off of Chicas' clock. I really don't think it'll come down to time, but I do think, like, in these scenarios, you really... it's actually relevant to be thinking about this kind of thing.
We do see Ignition trying to do more damage, get more Augment, and Augment, now that Y-Reb does have Overwhelm, is quite important. There's a good chance that Y-Reb can just put a Concussive Palm in front of something, force a Deny out, or just pressure a ton with the Twin, and the Lee Sin second half of the Champion spell to push in a ton of damage and just get an overwhelming victory. Yeah,
we should be seeing a win this turn. Now that Victor's drawn Overwhelm, and also with our hand state, there's definitely lines that Y Rebellion... Oh, maybe Y Rebellion's just going to go for it right now. I really think
his defensive Twin for health.
I think Y Rebellion definitely could have had lethal this turn by just like aftershocking blockers and like concussive palming stuff and taxing Chicas in a way that just they can't beat with the Victor getting spell shield. So maybe timer will be relevant. Now, Y Rebellion is still the player winning on timer too, so it could be fine. But I think we're still probably going to have lethal because we can... I don't know, because we have a Deny on the side of Chicas. So Chicas can Twin plus Deny an Unworthy Soul and possibly prevent lethal this turn. Anyway, it's probably not relevant unless Chicas can manage to win on time, though.
It's quite surprising to me that Y-Reb went for the open attack, but then didn't want to make it so that Lee Sin is killing Victor, and instead is actually trying to go for the lethal damage here. It feels like it's trying to get both worlds of having a bunch of open attack stuff and still not doing everything you want, but this is a game. I think most permutations allow for winning, to be fair.
Yeah, I agree.
But ideologically, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But Y-Reb knows this way better than I. I've never played either of these decks. And Y-Reb finally taking down Chicas, who has been holding the torch for 3 rounds, able to win 2, and now we're back to a 2-2 state between Lee Sin's Dragons and Flock. Really interesting set of matches. I normally prefer seeing mid-range versus mid-range, but this was a lot of control versus control, even with the Morgana Udyr stuff. This was a really, really fascinating set.
Yep. And now we're going to go to Y Rebellion versus Stolen Conch, which is going to be, not only do I think the heads of the two teams playing against each other, but people with somewhat strong opinions. Y Rebellion, not really hard spoken, but has been bringing Lee Sin Victor every round, which implies that he thinks Lee Sin Victor is a good deck. And Stolen Conch, well, we all know Stolen Conch. it'll be a really high stakes match for this last match here.
Yeah, this is shaping up to be a really, really interesting set coming up. After already seeing 4 pretty interesting sets, I feel like every single set had some interesting decisions, some really key moments, as you often care about, and interesting matchups that we wouldn't have expected, and interesting ban phases. This was a really interesting best of 5 of the 4 matches we've seen, and there's obviously one more set to go. But that's going to be all for round 4. Yeah, okay. Well, Sleepy's overly excited, but we've still got one round ahead of us, which is even more exciting than whatever Sleepy's being excited about. So that's I'm Spids, and this has been Sleepy Panda. We've got one more round left for Aegis Esports quarterfinals. We'll see you in 5 to 10 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to the final round of welcome back, everyone, including the people Sleepy Panda are pointing to the final round of the quarterfinals for the Aegis Season 2 Champions League. We've gone through 4 games so far of FLCK versus Dragon, and they've been pretty interesting games the whole way through. At the start, Dragons took an early victory into FLCK getting 2 victories, but now Dragons have got their second victory back, which means in this Iron Man format, there is only 1 player left remaining for each side, and those players are Stolen Conch and Y Rebellion, with some pet decks, some interesting decks, and some very weird brings. Sleepy, do you have any thoughts?
I'm just excited to go into the decks, Spids. I think that once we see Stolen Conch's lineup, it'll be fun, and you know, this is truly a battle of lots of stakes. Not only for the continuation of the playoffs, obviously, but also for a battle of egos in many respects, and not just the teams that are involved, mind you.
That is true. I think Sleepy's right. We should just get into the decks because there are some interesting ones. But first, we have to get through 3 decks that we've seen before. The first one being Victor Lee Sin, which, to be fair, pretty interesting deck. Sleepy.
I'll speed through this one. It's another champion-centric deck. It's got similar colors to Heimer Victor, but don't let that fool you. They play out pretty differently, which I think we showcased in the last match there. Lee Sin definitely has advantages against decks that rely on backline units more than Heimer Victor does, and they also utilize like a more burn-centric sort of chip damage win con. Although obviously, last turn we saw it's not impossible to OTK either with a Victor hitting for like 15 damage or whatever. So yeah, the deck that's got cool champions and lots of interaction.
Now, you guys might not know this, but it's also running a card called Soaring Cartographer. This is a 3-mana 3/3 with a Brash. It's also in the next deck, so we can quickly pan over to that while I talk about Soaring Cartographer. It's a 3-mana 3/3 with Brash, and what it says is when you updraft something, it lets you pick a card that either costs more or less than it on that instance that you play. Play, updraft 1, pick 1 more or less. It's also featured in this Jan and Neela, as well as Wizened Helmsman, which is an interesting card, as opposed to some of the other typical last 3 slots, which are things like Temple and Boat. Y Rebellion piloted this deck to great success. It's a very aggressive deck that also can play for a lot of late game stuff, with a ton of draw, a ton of unit spam, and overall just a solid good time in the Bilgewater and PNZ regions, which has always been sort of a fun region combination that hasn't had a lot of limelight in the past, with the exception of some sort of like Jinx stuff and TF stuff. But you have to bring 3 decks in order to build a lineup in Legends of Runeterra, and the last deck is going to make me go to sleep, so I'm going to get Sleepy Panda to explain it.
Oh yeah, it's Snortikaiser. I don't know how Spids has managed to dodge having to talk about Snortikaiser literally every time it's brought up. I'm starting to question if she intentionally picks who starts or not based on who will have to explain Nora Mordekaiser. But we've been over this a million times. You stall the game, you play Mordekaiser, you prink units that will let you win, or you Terash. This deck has too many more 2 Vengeance, so it's going to be better into stuff like Morgana Udyr, and there's not much else to say about it.
Yeah, you have figured it out. I have just made you go, because we're doing 1 each time. I have made you just get to Snortikaiser every time, and I am so satisfied with these sequence of events. But obviously, Y Rebellion has to fight an opponent, and that opponent's going to be Stolen Conch, and the first deck is Draven Lee Sin. Running Captain Calrix and Might and 3 Noxian Tailstones. Heart of the Tree as well. So there's some obvious synergies here, which is that Draven creates easy to use spells, and so does Lee Sin, and Draven's sort of replacing B-Bot in that sort of spam spell package. There's a ton of Tailstones, which obviously cost 2, same with Wuju Style, Retreat, and also, you can get back your Concussive Palm with something like an Unworthy Soul to then get an extra copy of it. I want to quickly explain some cool cards in this. Obviously, Noxian Tailstones has 3 variations. One is a buff spell. One is a 8-mana spell that kills a unit and summons a Trifarian Glory Seeker. By kill a unit, I mean deal 3 damage to it, but come on, that kills every unit. And Whirling Death. Interesting choices to get from Noxian Tailstones, which can help with the Lee Sin. This is obviously a Lee Sin Might deck, which means you're going to be able to get your Lee Sin and do that overwhelming damage, as you are familiar with Targon and Shurima versions. It's a very interesting deck that I think all of us were excited to see, and we're glad it's gone to match 3, so Stolen Conch can be asked to play it as long as it doesn't get banned. So there's a decent chance we'll see it, but maybe not. Do you have any thoughts on this deck? Because I know you like this idea, so I want to make sure you've actually got a moment to say something.
I mean, I think it's a spicy bring. I would probably be more reductive in my explanation of it, which is that it's just Akshan Lee Sin, but with a slightly different flavor. Now that there's going to be differences for sure, right? It is reductive of me to say that, but it's not like Lee Sin Victor as much as it's like Lee Sin Akshan, which is really just I'm going to play some units until I get overwhelm on Lee Sin and OTKU, and yeah.
Yeah. So Conch has brought a triple Ionia lineup, as you can see at the bottom. That means there's another Ionia deck coming up. This one's going to be Ari Kennen, and I'll let you do the full explanation on this.
Okay, Ari Kennen, it's a deck we've seen in the past, but in case you haven't seen it, it's a deck that tries to level up Ari and Kennen by recalling units and then replaying them. Recalling units is how you level up Ari. Playing the same named units over and over again is how you level up Kennen. Once you get them leveled up, you go wide with a really big Ari attack. You can grant Ari Overwhelm with the Absolver. I want to mention a few interesting aspects. Previously, the best versions of this deck were running stuff like Go Hard. So there's no infinite Go Hard engine that we could play. There's also no Homecoming, which I have found to be a significant I found that very difficult when I've tried out Ari Kennen this season. I have tried out a little bit. Now, I think it's definitely serviceable. I don't think that this is a bad deck or a weak deck. I think Stolen Conch can definitely win with it. But its power is significantly neutered by Homecoming, which plays a pivotal role in not only recalling one of your units, but recalling a key target of theirs. And so you often get cases where you can ghost block a unit preventing damage and also recall a target that they get a huge what's the word I'm looking for? You recall one of their engines, and that can be a huge tempo swing. So I do want to say that this deck is really all in on winning with Ari and Kennen, whereas I think a lot of other lists might have tried to go for an alternative win con with something like Go Hard, or even something like Sign In that buffs a bunch of elusives, and you don't necessarily need Ari to win.
Great explanation. Way better than I would have done, because when I think of this deck, I just think, man, I miss Go Hard. Go Hard's such a fun card. I can't wait for them to add back Go Hard. To bring a triple Ionia lineup, guess what you need? 3 Ionia decks. Guess what Hertz going to do? Show us the third Ionia deck. Unfortunately, it's the least interesting one. It's not that unique. It's just Heimerdinger Victor. We've seen it a couple times. It's got Portal Pioneer, Clockers, and Ballistic Bot as units, as well as the champions. Other than that, it's just a spell suite. It's got Thermo Beam, which we haven't seen another version. It's got 3 Concussive Palm, which is more Concussive Palms than most other versions are on. It's got 3 Formula for the draw. It's got 1 Rocket Barrage, 3 Aftershock, 3 Mystic Shot for some more interaction pieces, 2 copies of Deny, no copies of Notify because it's not in Standard. But overall, just a solid deck, least interactive deck in the game, because you just play your champions and then you win. So there's no interaction in it. Like the spells, they don't interact with things. They just simply get played. And that's triple Ionia lineup. Now, I do have some special notes that Hirsch pinged us about, which is that the Conch was going to bring a Rek'Sai Draven and instead decided on a Lee Sin Draven. So it sucks that Conch doesn't like experimentation, because obviously Rek'Sai Draven would have been experimental, and everything that Conch brought this time was just boring and simple. So it's a little bit disappointing to see Conch be, middle of the road and normal, especially compared to Wyrip, who's brought really interesting decks like Lee Sin Victor and Snortikaiser. But let's go into the pick and ban fates to talk about what the picks and the bans might be, starting with Sleepy's thoughts.
So I think this is really awkward for Stolen Conch, because I believe that if I'm in Stolen Conch's mind, what I'm trying to target with this lineup is Overwhelms. Or Morgana Udyr. I actually think that all 3 of these decks are pretty serviceable into that. Now, I personally, Sleepy Panda, would disagree that Victor Heimer's matchup is that good in Overwhelms or Mordekaiser Udyr, or not Morgana Udyr, but we know that Stolen Conch thinks differently. And we could also see that Stolen Conch didn't hit those matchups. Additionally, decks that would usually be good into Mordekaiser Nora, like Heimer Victor is usually really good into Mordekaiser Nora, but White Rebellion's list is on 2 Minimorph, which is which is good against all 3 of these decks that really need their champions to win. So typically I would actually think that Stolen Conch ideally would be going into this saying, yep, Mordekaiser is the easy deck that I'm going to farm, and I don't even really care about the other 2. And that might be a backfiring strategy. One thing is for certain, I think he must ban Jananila. I'm pretty confident Jananila will smack all 3 of these decks up. And you're just playing to win into Mordekaiser Nora and Heimer Victor, but I think you're much less happy about it as Stolen Conch than you want to be. On the side of Y Rebellion, Spoiler alert, it's Heimer Victor, which I think is pretty serviceable. Just try to beat the weird decks that Conch brought. Say they're not meta for a reason and smack them. I think that's pretty fine. I also think that Minimorph is better into both of the other decks than it is into Heimer Victor. And let's jump in. Enough of me yapping, I'm sorry. Did you have thoughts?
I did have thoughts, but it was mostly that as soon as I saw Snortikaiser not be banned, unironically, my eyes went like half open. Right, I started getting ready to go to sleep. I can't believe we have to see a Snortikaiser game. I thought we nearly got out of it. But we do have Ari Kennen versus Snortikaiser. Both of them doing, at least Wyreb doing a full mulligan, getting Snortikaiser back. But obviously Wyreb doesn't really, this isn't a Snortikaiser matchup, right? Like for the Snortikaiser card itself, you are really looking for interaction pieces. And Snortikaiser will come down eventually, but isn't as key as something like a Hate Spike and units to play Hate Spike on.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I definitely think this matchup is probably really dependent on draws. I think Mordekaiser, I see worlds where Mordekaiser draws like a bunch of Hate Spikes and the box and stuff like that and can pretty easily win. And I see worlds where like they just don't draw anything to interact with elusives and Stolen Conch just goes completely uncontested.
Yeah, I will say a card like the box is really good for Wyreb to have. That's a card that's going to hit like 3 or 4 Ari Kennen units on one turn and absolutely deny a really good Ari attack. And Wyreb did get the Legion of the Severed plus Aloof Traveler combo, which is going to hit Unworthy Soul, which is an important card to hit, considering there aren't as many ways of getting rid of Snortikaiser since Hoko isn't in the game, as you mentioned.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly right. And now we're also going to see a transition in the game for Wire Rebellion, where Wire Rebellion is going to be able to apply pressure, not because Wire Rebellion is playing any particularly noteworthy units, but simply because their units are just going to be wider, and it's really hard for Ari Kennen to not lose units to that, right? Like the really only way they do it is by either spending recall spells, which they really don't want to use on like random units, or they have to block with units they don't want to block with. And I think that this is the part where it's going to become difficult for Stolen Conch. But importantly in hand, we see Ari and we do see Absolver, and on the side of Wire Rebellion, we see no Vengeance and no Minimorph. So Stolen Conch certainly has the tools for winning here. Okay, we do see a Vengeance.
Yeah, Conch's hand got a lot better, I think, with Kennen. As you were talking about, Wyreb has an orthogonal win condition, which is actually just smacking Stolen Conch in the Nexus and forcing those elusive blockers to block. And Kennen is one of the key cards that denies that, being able to destroy a ton of units, get constant recalls. Like Kennen, 2 Kennens kills the 4-2. And that's just a huge interaction that isn't otherwise possible for a deck like Stolen Conch's, where it's not running good ways of dealing with 4-2s. Now, obviously, you can block with the 2-2, but you also wanted the 2-2 for damage, while Kennen's not really going to be doing damage all that often compared to other cards, since Kennen can be blocked, while Wyreb has no normal elusive units. So I think Kennen was a really critical top deck.
Yep, I completely agree that Kennen certainly swings us in favor, especially because Kennen and Ari are going to be able to level next turn. And so, obviously that's going to be a lot of counter pressure, and I'm not sure that as much pressure would have been able to be formed if Kennen wasn't drawn.
I do like Kennen coming down on this turn. I think Stolen Conch is seeing the box, and I think it's only a 1-of, I assume, but thinking that at least both won't die, or it's easier to, you only have to use one twin to protect one of the champions as opposed to both. If the box does come down next turn. And this is like the turn where Wyreb's thinking of doing the box, right? It's the turn before Snortikaiser comes down. You don't really have a lot of other things you want to play. You don't want a Vengeance because it's so much meta to do right now. So a turn like the box plus Hate Spike, or the box plus the Avarusan Sentry but died and then came back. Ceaseless Sentry.
Is
sort of where you're thinking. Now Kennen does flip. I really like this animation, by the way. I think this is like an understated animation. Compared to all the other like really massive ones in the game. I actually think Kennen animation's kind of heat.
Wow. Wire Rebellion got a nutty hit. That is, I don't remember the name of it, but it's a cat that's like a 2/3 and it gains +2/+1 if it's created. So obviously main decking is terrible, but generating off of spells is amazing.
Yeah, and also if it survives this combat, Snortikaiser can resummon it and just get an instant draw engine. This is like a better version of Ceaseless Sentry, just because it's bigger.
So this turn is going to be really critical, and why I haven't even thought it all the way through, but Why Rebellion really has to think about how he's going to kill this Ahri this turn, because I think it is possible with the hand. I mean, Stolen Conch always has the recall, so I don't know if it's like a kill the Ahri, but at least prevent the Ahri from doing bad things to poor Y Rebellion. I think this pass is a really smart one because Stolen Conch just cannot take it. And this
there's no
ordering
value
is
to playing units is the other thing. Like, all Warreb's doing is spells this turn, so there is no reason to play a unit there.
This ordering is important because now Y Rebellion can play the box, and it's going to threaten both Ahri and the droplet, and Conch cannot save both of them with Twin, which means this Ahri, if Y Rebellion plays the box, it actually guarantees that Ahri cannot do her special thing this turn, right? It prevents her from going down the line and putting a bunch of 0 mana cards in. Although, how full is this hand? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Interestingly enough, if Y Rebellion had just accepted all the damage, which is a lot, Kennen and the 2/2 recall unit would have died because Conch's hand would have gotten so full, they would have been obliterated.
Even more. Because Kennen generates a spell by then by blocking you're not. Yeah,
right, but then you're giving them
irrelevant.
Yeah.
We do see Hate Spike as the first blink, which is fair. It's a cheaper blink, and it asks Stolen Conch to do something pretty substantial. It might just be a recall here, but it does ask something and still give YREB a couple of opportunities. We are going to see 2 of these placed down in order to discard the Rejuvenating Breeze, which I think makes sense. It's not that important of a card for Stolen Conch.
Yeah. And I assume we'll see a response of the box in hand. Maybe not, but it would certainly... well, actually, you know what? This Ahri isn't leveling up anyway because Hate Spike kills the 4/4, obviously. Yeah, no, I don't actually think we necessarily need to. I think if Y Rebellion plays the 3-mana portal card and then next turn summons another portal and summons like 2 Aloof Travelers, you're applying an extreme amount of board-wide pressure as well as discarding, potentially discarding something like the Absolver from the hand of Stolen Conch. So I definitely think just accepting this is fine, but I also think playing the box is fine. I think it's difficult decisions for Y Rebellion to make here.
This is one of the few instances where the box would target Ahri, and in future instances it won't, which means you are minusing 1 your opportunity to force an interaction piece from Conch. And typically in these matchups, it's about cheap interaction versus cheap interaction, and giving yourself the opportunity for box to be included as part of that package is kind of relevant. But 4 mana on turn 6 is a little bit pricey compared to the other options that YREP has, which is obviously the Tea Maker and possibly even Ceaseless Sentry plus Snortikaiser.
Yep, that's right.
On Conch's side, he's thinking about the best way to set up for a bunch of damage next turn and how to make use of all of the weird cards he's got that all get used in interesting ways. A second Cannon's really interesting for Lightning Rush, but he also just has like a bunch of buffs. He's got the Twin and the Absolver, which means Ahri's going to be able to do a bunch of damage, or other units theoretically if he worries Ahri's not going to get hit. Now Rejuvenating Breeze does go, which means less chance of drawing a Deny, which is a little interesting, as well as Cannon's Lightning Rush, which was protected as opposed to Absolver. Cannon's Lightning Rush costs 3 mana.
Yeah. Something of note that I want to point out is that Y Rebellion selected Aloof Travelers to die first instead of the Portal Pioneer, which actually means that there's a less likely chance of summoning portals this turn, because the order that they resummon in is actually relevant for this. And I don't know if that was an intentional decision or not. Know.
From my memory, you can't choose Snortikaiser. It always kills the leftmost one, then the rightmost one. Now you could attack. You could attack to reorder them. Like put them on the phase, but I think the order you click, my memory is it doesn't work. It's always physically leftmost and rightmost. I remember something like that from at least when Snortikaiser came out. I think.
Okay. There's some weird rules. I always thought it was the ones you clicked on first. Maybe I'm...
my memory is that Snortikaiser is uniquely weird in that it doesn't, and it's literally physically left or right. But I could be wrong, because I refuse to play that champion. But I remember reading or hearing from like Boulevard back during Worlds that was one of the rules. It could have been changed. I could have been misremembering. It's a year and a half ago at this point, but That was my memory. Now we do see an attack here, pulling the Ari, which makes sense. That forces interaction piece. Also dealing with the cannon, which forces cannon to have an interaction piece, which is good. Forcing interaction pieces is exactly what Snortikaiser is all about. Just continually doing stupid, dumb, minor plays that force Stolen Conch to do really big, important ones, and then Snortikaiser wins.
Yep. That's exactly right. And like, because we're forcing these interaction spells out now, yeah, okay, this is heads up by Conch, because if Y Rebellion had pointed something at this Ari, there's no more protection left in hand for on the side of Conch. But now this way, Conch can always respond with a recall if one of his champions is threatened. And here we see the Ari flip, and it's, next turn is really going to be entirely about how well Y Rebellion is able to navigate not dying, essentially.
Yeah. And the cards to do so are kind of expensive, right? You do see Soul Harvest, which could be popped right now just to force out one piece of interaction. But there's also 2 Vengeances and a box. But if you do a Soul Harvest now, you can't afford 2 Vengeances next turn anyway, actually. So it has to be Vengeance plus Death's Grasp, because really the only 2 cards you've got that interact, while Stolen Conch has a ton of ways to respond to it, either with defensive or offensive versions of Twin Disciplines, among other things.
Yeah. Now, if Conch for some reason ever gives us the opportunity to play this Portal Pioneer, it might be nice in the future, but I assume Conch is going to open attack. Yeah. And Conch really has to think about how to be greedy and present protection that will save his units, but also allow him to try and, see if there's any ordering that would allow him to get... I also really dislike this ordering because we're going to draw a card and then obliterate all of our other units. But I guess we're forcing a reaction from Y Rebellion, so it's okay.
Yeah, like lethal will be presented, or the hand's going to be more empty. I will say there is Ionian Tailstones, which does have Shen spell, which is also really funny.
Oh yeah, you're completely right. Yeah.
Now, blocking with something with 3 health does mean that 2 cannon spells are simple enough in order to be able to interact with this, as opposed to self-killing a Snortikaiser.
No, cannon spell only does 2 damage.
I thought it did 3. Oh
Nope,
my god, I'm thinking of like one instance of buff.
Yeah, you're thinking of when like either he first came out or he was buffed at one point and he was just completely broken and they reverted very quickly.
Yeah, I remember that. The good old days. I miss Cannon. We do see the buff to try and get Ari upgraded. Now, do you think Y Rebellion hits okay if Stolen Conch says okay?
I definitely would if I were Y Rebellion. I think seeing that this cannon is like all 3 units that are threatening lethal are going to be obliterated, I'm pretty okay with that. I'm pretty okay. Okay, so yeah, Conch is going to force something here. And the Vengeance means that Conch is really sad he doesn't have a deny. Wait, does Conch actually win with the Shen spell now?
5 times 3? Yeah.
Wow. Now, is there anything...
Does Conch...
No, not quite. No, it doesn't, because the Death's Grasp is still going to kill the Aloof Traveler, and so...
okay, it's 5 times 2.
Yeah, it's 5 times 2.
15.
Okay. So,
which does mean that if Cannon was in the final spot, it would have been lethal.
Yeah, you're right. Well, it doesn't matter because... Oh, no, it does matter. Yeah, it absolutely matters.
Overwhelm on Cannon to push a little bit of extra damage. It's an interesting way to try and respond to this instance.
No, it makes complete sense, right? Because... Oh, no, we don't have enough to put Overwhelm on it and play Shen spell. Never mind. Yeah, duh. I was being stupid.
As is often the case. I don't know why did I even say that? What a weird... Anyway, I know. We do see the 2 spells put onto this other Aloof, making it so that it is less easy for Snortikaiser to recall that unit, or if they do, they have to do it during combat, which is a little bit stranger. But we do see the Ari get recalled, which means we're going to have to wait for another attack token for Ari to be able to threaten lethal. But Y-Reb does have units on the field, and Conch is at 10 health, which means Y-Reb is going to have to lose some units in the ensuing attack.
Yep, and it's going to be really funny, by the way, if this... oh, wait, Death's Grasp doesn't trigger if there's not a second target for it? I'm not sure I knew that. I thought the kill part of Death's Grasp would still go through.
Not through a spell shield, but yes, through a recall. So it kills the unit if...
It just fizzled.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying it kills the unit if there's a spell shield. It doesn't kill the unit if it's recalled.
Yeah, I see.
You're confusing it with the spell shield interaction, which is weird. But yes, so now Wairo actually has Risu here, which is kind of funny.
Yeah.
Could play Risu and then kill it with even like a The fifth card in hand. Yeah, but you could also use Glimpse Beyond, which is way more normal. You also do have access to Portal Pioneer now on the side of Y Rebellion, which does help interact with some of the pressure cards, which means you can get rid of Elusive on the Ari and then recall or kill a unit in front of it, which means Ari doesn't do the spam wide attack.
Yep. Electing to play this Risu, it does put a lot of pressure. It's going to tax Stolen Conscious protection spells.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would really like to see this Portal Pioneer come down this turn, though, so that we can pretty much guarantee not die to an Ari next turn without them having to do something crazy.
Do you see this attack come down, forcing some blocks out, but not as many as if you killed the Risu and summoned another Stormwind.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. Now, we do see a second cannon in hand, so one cannon is very easily able to die, or you can keep getting the second cannon because a cannon in a hand is still the same as a recall. So if you're recalling the cannon, you're basically getting the same amount of quality, albeit you get a slightly different amount of mana being spent in different ways. But I do expect to see the Dancing Droplet instead trying to draw a card. You're probably just looking for Absolver here. There's only one other copy in the deck from memory, but it is an important card.
Yeah. Honestly, you may even just be looking for more elusive units.
That's
as well.
Also fair.
Like, at this point, Y Rebellion is actually going to have a really hard time stopping an Ari plus the Shen spell from Tellstones at this point. Because
now,
well, I was going to say, Tellstones is a way to get around the Portal Pioneer removing the keywords off Ari.
Yeah. Now, there are two Vengeance light cards in Y-Reb's hand now. There's both Detain and Vengeance, which means hard killing as opposed to health-based killing. There are two instances that can hit Ari, which means on the first instance you can have the Shed spell move the Ari to another unit, but the second instance will require a recall, which means Ari shouldn't have lethal here, provided that both Detain and Vengeance goes through. Now, Detain's an interesting option where there are ways to interact with Detain, namely Gruesome Theater from Ionian Tellstone, as well as if it's on the Portal Pioneer, the Cannon Strike. But Detain does add some interesting things here.
Yeah. I would really not mind seeing, this Soul Harvest come out, because the Twin does protect Ari, but it prevents Ari from, of course, Conscious lets it go through because he has a second Ari in hand.
Yeah, I don't think I like that, because now it means you don't have Vengeance plus Detain, and that's one of the only ways you're beating Ionian Tellstone.
Yeah, that is true. And maybe Conscious
I actually think that was a misplay.
I think it is a misplay, but I also can't blame Y Rebellion for not thinking about Tellstones here.
Yeah, I mean, it also matters if Conch is thinking about Tellstones, but Conch can much more easily because Conch only has the card in hand and only has 3 other options.
Conch is certainly thinking about Tellstones, I think, because I think this line, the ordering of his units makes a lot of sense with Tellstones as well.
And 9 damage means you can even put it to the portal, the Dancing Droplet, so that a self-kill on the Pioneer doesn't work. I really think that Soul Harvest solved the game.
I think you're completely right, actually. Because at this point, if we had the capture card, there's nothing that can... we live this turn.
Yeah.
I don't know what was being hovered there. Was it the box?
Box, but nothing is boxable from memory.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's good game. A really tight one. This is a tough matchup where Y-Reb wouldn't have fought Ari Cannon before, outside of scrims in the last 24 hours.
Yeah.
But that would have been a really, really tight game, and I don't blame Rebellion for struggling with it. It was even tough for us to sort of keep up with it on bits and pieces of it, and we even have caster vision and a bit more time to think about things. But well played by Stolen Conch, making sure you repeatedly attack him with Ari, threatening lethal in interesting ways. And while I do think there's probably minor improvements with positioning, for example, on that one turn when there could have been lethal if Cannon went to the far end, there are also reasons not to do that. For example, you can put a big unit in front of that Cannon, and then Ari would run into that unit and die. So really tough game, really interesting one, and sort of a harkens back to an old time of Ari Cannon, but I think Y-Reb did have a chance there, unfortunately.
I agree, but here we're getting the Lee Sin Mirror, which is going to be interesting. I'm not sure which version of Lee Sin is favored. certainly Lee Sin Victor is going to have more of a proactive game plan prior to OTK. And it does have some responses to the OTK that Conch can present with Might on Lee Sin. But I do think it might just come down to like Stolen Conch having Might plus Deny in hand, and Y Rebellion suffering the consequences if they don't have several spells or their own Deny.
Interesting. We do see Wyreb choosing not to attack. This is a funny standoff where Stolen Conch can do Twin during the next attack to kill off the other Vestayan Disciple. But there's also Mystic Shot that would also deal with Disciples. Both of them have Disciple plus a card that interacts with the other Disciple in a funny way. But they are going to just go for the even trade here. Neither of them are going to use their plus addition spells, which probably benefits Wyreb, who has Ballistic Bot and definitely wants the Ballistic Bots on the field more than wanting the Vestayan Disciple. And as you can see, Conch, a little bit unhappy by that.
Yep, I completely agree. Heads up open attack here, just chip in the 1 damage for free. And I assume we're just going to see the second bot, because I think the bots are definitely going to be able to put in a huge amount of work this game.
Yeah, so both of them are Lee Sin decks, but it's important what the other deck doesn't have from the other side. Stolen Conch doesn't have PNZ interaction, which is pretty critical, because PNZ interactions are a big part of the way these matchups typically frame out, while the Noxus cards aren't really that impactful. Might is good for getting the lethals, and Noxian Tailstones is good for in combat as well as the 9-mana card, because you have to spend 1 on the Noxian Tailstone. While Y Rebellion has things like Aftershock, which would be able to at least threaten the Draven on instances, and has things like Mystic. So I do think Y Reb from the second region has a better thing here. Sorry, Conch, I'm really just trying to explain the game, and I don't know why you're giving me that sass about the boring cast. But Y Reb obviously summoning and using both of the ignitions here plus flow, I assume, to set up for next turn.
Yeah, this is an incredibly awkward hand from Conch, where we could see like part of the power of Lee Sin Victor is that it threatens these tempo plays. Like we're going to see next turn, I mean, I'm assuming an ignition is going to be played, but next turn we're going to see a potential open attack. I mean, we could probably make it better, we ought to, but like even the open attack is 2 3/3s and a 2/1 lifesteal, like that Conch can deal with one of them, and he has to kind of give up his Draven to do so. And also, obviously, if we play our... What was that? Activating Flow? What did he discard? Did you catch that?
An axe, I thought.
Oh, yeah.
He's already attacked with Draven once.
Yeah, he had 2 axes. That's right.
Yeah.
But like, if we play our 2 ignitions next turn, not considering anything else in the hand, like, I could be pushing up to 8 damage and trading it to the Draven with a Ballistic Bot. It's definitely an interesting line and a reason that I think an advantage to this Lee Sin Victor deck compared to something like Heimerdinger Victor or this Lee Sin Draven.
Okay, Vestayan Disciple. I was going to see if it was going to be Lee Sin, but Vestayan Disciple is obviously the simpler and safer play, allowing you to keep up all your mana while still being able to play both of the ignitions. We're going to see Mystic Shot come down, which might invoke a twin in response. In fact, it does invoke a twin in response, and the Vestayan Disciple stays around for 1 more turn. See the ignitions getting the augment. You can go.
Wow, this is just so interesting. I'm not sure how Stolen Conch wants to play it. I'm not sure how Y Rebellion wants to play it. Conch can value block a couple of these units, in which Y Rebellion can match with their own twin. Whoa. No attack at all. I don't know how I feel about that. It's probably fine, but I really do kind of like the idea of applying a ton of pressure with our bots.
It's congruent with how Wyreb has played in the past, where Wyreb keeps attacking and always likes having all the information at the cost of possibly playing the aggressive and punishing play, right? I actually do think that Wyreb was supposed to attack and has invited opportunity for Stolen Conch to find ways of getting through.
So I will say a really big benefit of not attacking there is that we prevent Stolen Conch from activating Flow. Now, Y Rebellion doesn't see Conch's hand, but that we could see that lack of flow is pretty costly on the side of Conch.
know that YREB saw Draven use an axe purely for the intention of getting flow, which means YREB probably has the read that 2 to 3 cards in Stolen Conscious hand require flow, and the actions YREB took last turn prevented flow-related cards from being used, such as Mystic Shotting the unit in order to force out a twin.
Yep. That is true. Now, we have an interesting plays from Y Rebellion side where we could just develop the Draven this turn pretty safely, or we could just go for value and draw 2 more spells. And I mean the Lee Sin. Develop the Lee Sin this turn.
No, I know that's what you meant, but you also said Y Rebellion Draven, and it was the only... anyway. Lee Sin does come down. Lee Sin is obviously close to flipping, and we can count the amount of spells being played because it's all the B-bot augments plus like 1 from a Mystic Shot, right? Mm-hmm. So that'll come down next turn, and we obviously still have Deep Med, which can draw a couple of spells that could be nice, but nothing like an Absolver or a Might, which would instantly cinch the game. We do see Unworthy Soul being hovered and put down just as a tempo play. I think it probably makes sense for Conch, getting it down before Deny can come out, but it also means that Conch really needs to draw something like next turn.
Yeah. Yeah. Because the alternative is this Lee Sin's going to come down anyway. Oh, wow. I wonder if Victor is a better play here.
That do
top
like
deck
Victor.
just changes things.
I mean, it could also be that like YREB does just win in like 5 turns plus a Victor kick, right? And like Stolen Conch isn't putting in any timer really, and hasn't even had like a spell engine to make Lee Sin flipped.
Yeah. Yeah, all the disciples have also like found blockers and stuff too, so it's definitely a bit of a struggle here. Wow. So does Lee Sin? Yeah, Lee Sin does flip off of 1 Ignition because of that Mystic Shot we played earlier, which does mean that we could see an attack right away, and we leave up the Twin Disciplines to potentially save a bot or even push lethal depending on the blocks. Or actually, yeah, it'd really only be pushing lethal.
The fact that there's 2 bots with 8 strength mean that Stolen Conch is going to have to do something defensively. Now, that's probably just a Whirling Death. And then if there's a twin in response, there's an aggressive twin in response to that, which would mean that one of the bots does die. But that's 2 answers that YREB has just asked of Stolen Conch at the cost of very little from YREB.
Yep. And even if this goes through, like even when this goes through, there's still going to be 5 HP remaining on the side of Stolen Conch, which is a single Ignition plus a single Lee Sin kick. Not to mention the width of the board. I think Y Rebellion has us in the bag.
I also think so, but I don't know Conch's deck that well. I haven't actually played it that much, which may be a bit of a surprise. And there are probably instances where Conch can draw Lee Sin, be defensive, get things like Deny and Unworthy Soul from Deep Med, survive another turn, and then figure out a lethal, especially if YREB doesn't have Denies or Unworthy Souls. Now, I think that's extremely unlikely, but I'm trying to invent a scenario for you.
Yeah. And, you know, we don't know exactly how many spells have been played on the side of Stolen Conch, but it's possible that he top decks a Lee Sin and can just slap Might on it and OTK in one go. I don't think he has the mana to do it. He's only going to have 8 mana, and I don't think that this Lee Sin is flipping off of the Might. And even if it did, it still wouldn't be lethal. It'd only be 14 damage. So, yeah, he does have to draw some defensive spells.
Yeah, which is what Deep Med currently being flowed would allow for.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see what this draw is. This draw, I mean, this game is almost certainly YREBs, but this draw could be something good for Conch if it's specifically Lee Sin. And it is. This is how the comeback starts for Stolen Conch.
Whoa! Oh, wow, I didn't think he was flipped. So, again, actually, maximum damage isn't 14. The maximum damage that Get Push is actually 16 because he can axe something. Actually, it's 18 because he can axe 2 things. But he still can't get up to the 19 life that he needs to in order to win. And obviously, that's also going all in a situation where we see that Y Rebellion just drew Blooming Bud. So,
yeah. I also did not know Lee Sin was flipped. I honestly thought Stolen Conch had played 4 spells. I have no idea where my mind is at. I guess it's 2 Unworthy Souls, 3 Axes, a Whirling Death, and like a Retreat Return?
He played the Wuju style.
Oh, Wuju style. Okay. No, you know what? That counts up to about 8. Right. Damn. I guess there was a lot of instances where Stolen Conch played a spell like Unworthy Soul, and we just weren't really counting it because it was more of a tempo play than like a Lee Sin trigger.
Yeah.
But right. Okay. So Lee Sin's gonna deal with the Bebop, which I think makes sense.
Yep, I agree. And I think if you're White Rebellion, you just let this go through and develop your Victor and kind of call it a day.
Yeah. I mean, with Ignition plus Twin in hand, every single unit next turn threatens lethal.
Yeah. That is true, actually.
You see Blooming Bud, which is funny because obviously there's no deny, so this is always going to go through and basically add one more unit to the repertoire. Basically the same thing as playing Victor, with the one exception that if somehow Stolen Conch survives the next turn, a Victor in the hand as opposed to a Blooming Bud in the hand.
Yeah. So White Rebellion, that play is a fine play, but it's certainly saying I am going to win next turn, or I could potentially lose to a Might. Now that bet is a pretty solid one based on the hand states we're seeing, but it might be riskier than just having allowed that to go through, and you're still very likely to win anyway.
Yeah. I mean, as strange as it sounds, I think there are genuinely worlds where like 4 Whirling Deaths could have been Stolen Conch's hand, because like the spell is a Whirling Death in hand, right? The Noxian spell.
Yeah.
And I think they're running main deck Whirling Death. Actually, don't remember. Probably not. But also think like Conquer like a Whirling Death. There were worlds where I think there's a survival here. Unlikely, especially now that there's a Night top deck. Now you know there's not, but yeah. I mean, this is game, right? There shouldn't be anything here. We see Whirling Death, but there's a deny. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and Whirling Death doesn't even get there. I don't think, right? Or does it? Oh yeah, I
because
guess.
you can't play it is the main reason.
Yeah. I suppose it could have gotten there.
I mean, there's a couple of reasons why, but yeah. Cool. 1-1. I realize that we're 5 games in, and Sleepy and I are mostly just saying yeah repeatedly, like we're the Beatles in Love Me Do. But there's 1 game left, the final game to decide this entire best of 5, the best of 3 nested in this, and the best of 5 overall, seeing who's going to play against the top seed from Group 2. It's going to be a Draven versus Snortikaiser matchup, right?
Yep. And I think that this will become a game of White Rebellion saying, I'm going to full mull for Vengeance and Minimorph.
And Aloof, I assume.
Yeah, Aloof should be taking out... I mean, Aloof should be taking out Lee Sin, but Lee Sin is still protected by all the other 5-cost cards, like Deep Man and Worthy Soul. Captain Calrix, as we see, is drawn, and a 1 copy of Heart of the Tree, so Aloof isn't as consistent. But the bigger thing that I really want to get into is, earlier I was comparing this deck to Akshan Lee Sin, and I was saying, there are rough analogs. One extreme difference is that Akshan Lee Sin can pretty consistently give the Lee Sin spell shield, which is a great way to prevent Minimorph, which White Rebellion uniquely included in his list. And I think that like there's worlds where the weird choices of both White Rebellion and Stolen Conch affect the matchup in such a way that it becomes favored for White Rebellion, where if Stolen Conch had brought a more normal deck like Akshan Lee Sin, or White Rebellion had brought a more normal list without Minimorph, we wouldn't be seeing this situation unfold.
Now, we do see Minimorph in the hand of Wyra, but I do want to give a special shout out to Calrix. Calrix is really hard to kill without a Death's Grasp. There is the 2-mana card that's going to be able to attack it, but you can obviously put a Might in front of it. And Calrix will put Wyreb down to half health unless Wyreb uses a Vengeance or something, like a massive important interaction piece or something like Lee Sin. And putting Wyreb down to 10 makes Lee Sin and Draven and things and any Might on any unit so much stronger. I think this is one of the many matchups where Calrix is quite important, genuinely. Because it's going to ask a lot of Wyreb, especially if Conch can draw a twin to protect Calrix from a Soul Harvest, or play Calrix on turn 6 so that they can use the Noxian Tellstone's Riven spell.
Yeah, but the problem with that line is, like, at that point, Calrix might also be somewhat easily blockable if they're spending so much mana. And also has to dodge a potential Aloof Travelers here.
Oh, Aloof. Yeah, alright, never mind. Ignore everything I said. Aloof is going to come down.
Well, Aloof is going to come down and it might discard this flow spell, which still makes Calrix a very viable port.
4 to attack, makes perfect sense. Get a bit of chip in, is not doing anything else. The Portal Pioneer draw is also pretty nice. It does get rid of Calrix's Overwhelm temporarily, obviously we see Might in hand. but can also deal with Lee Sin a little bit if they use slow spells, but they're not going to do that, so it's not going to deal with Lee Sin. What's it going to get rid of? Deep
Okay,
Med.
Deep Med.
The Calyrex is still around, and we do see the Twin as a way to protect Calyrex.
Yeah. So it's funny because Y Rebellion could just tear. Oh wow, is he actually going to do it? Usually you save this for your Mordekaiser, but Y Rebellion is saying no. I want anything that's 5 mana in your hand out, and discards the Calyrex. Now, heads up play by Conch actually picked the equipment destruction, which is definitely the correct play in this matchup, so that it won't become an issue again. But sort of a funny play by Y Rebellion. Now, if I'm Y Rebellion, I'm actually really nervous that I somehow missed a Lee Sin.
That's what I was thinking. I'm watching as a caster, and I'm like, oh, good job, Y-Reb. You got rid of Calyrex. That was one of the important cards. But Y-Reb's thinking, oh my god, there's 3 more Lee Sins in hand. What the hell do I do here? We do see the attack get in, get a draw, and obviously Conch wouldn't have played Lee Sin in that spot because we see a ton of cards like this. But we do see another aloof top deck.
Well, that's brutal because Conch had 10 cards, and so the aloof top deck allows Y-Reb to burn a card.
And now Y-Reb knows there's no Lee Sin because a 4-mana card was discarded, which gives Y-Reb a massive sigh of relief. Going into a possible Snortikaiser in 2 turns' time that Soul and Conch can't really deal with because the only way he can kill an aloof is with Noxian Tellstones getting the 8-mana card that does 3 damage.
Yeah.
And it also summons a Fearsome, so it could actually attack next turn for quite a bit of damage. Now it can't. Never mind.
I think we're going to be seeing Y Rebellion maybe take this. This looks good with a mini morph still slotted in hand. Mordekaiser's going to come down next turn and start churning these aloofs out, making it really hard for Stolen Conch to ever see a Lee Sin. Prospects are looking good for Lee Sin's Dragons.
I would just like to say here on the predictions between Community, Red, Sleepy Panda, and Spids, I was the only one who said that Lee Sin's Dragons was likely to eke out the victory. Well, I'm just saying that I don't want people to forget that because I might forget when we get into post-game talking. We do see Wujusar come down to proc Flow.
Yeah.
That would mean that this unit, the spell, will have 3 mana, which means it doesn't get discounted. Instead, Deny gets discounted, which is kind of cute.
Yep. This is kind of funny because it's like, instead of being able to gotcha Y Rebellion, who may have attacked with like aloof travelers, now Y Reb's like, oh, I know not to attack with anything because we'll just see the second half of Wuju come down and value trade.
Yeah. An aggressive twin to protect this unit. I guess that makes sense. Stolen Conch really does need to draw, including things like Lee Sin. And can also... No, never mind. I was going to say can pass so that Snortikaiser comes down so the Lee Sins don't get discarded, but then Private Web just passes back. That's not actually that kind of a play.
There's also like genuinely real worlds where Stolen Conch can win by buffing up these elusives over the course of like 2 or 3 attack tokens and be able to chip in with elusive damage. It's much harder than the alternative light of just finding at least in. But like, you know, a Might right now is just, 3 damage dome, and that can genuinely stack up.
I mean, it's tough because each point of damage is basically a mana, and for the Stein Disciple, actually 3 mana to summon a 1-strength unit, while Y-Reb can just, like, pressure the Nexus, right? Like, if Stolen Conch does go for that play, there is just a ton of mana that Conch needs to play that Y-Reb doesn't have to. That's 1 discount of Lee Sin, and resummoning the 7/3, which means a ton of damage going in next turn.
Yeah.
So is that 1 Lee Sin gone? There's still 2 left in the deck?
Yep, there's still 2 left in the deck. We have a mini morph that is guaranteed to hit 1 because there's no mini morph or no spell shield. So, I mean, if Y-Reb just finds another Lee Sin, it's going to be pretty likely game.
See a Hate Spike come down, try and hit another Lee Sin, cheekily. I think that's pretty reasonable. Also gets rid of a unit so the next attack's even more powerful.
Would a recall also fizzle this Hate Spike?
I think so. I'm gonna science point to yes, but I don't know because I refuse to play Snortikaiser. We'll see. I'm sort of like waiting in anticipation.
So the likelihood. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, I guess that's
pretty smart. The likelihood, though, that you had 2 Lee Sins back to back is really low. So maybe you want to let that draw go through, and it actually makes you more likely.
Is it more likely? So you're just doing a gambler's fallacy.
It's the gambler's fallacy of, surely there's not another Lee Sin on the top of my deck, Copium.
Interesting. Not playing aloof means that there was a draw here that there could have been a Lee Sin. But obviously you've got Minimoff, so it's not that necessary. Do you see both of the Storm Winds going in, trying to crash in for 6 damage, healing 2 probably from the Dragonling, and one's getting traded into the concussive palm of the Dragon. But still pressuring some damage, clearing some units. Stolen Conch is not a unit-heavy deck, which means that eventually by clearing these units, you will be able to pressure in for lethal. And you're able to resummon 7/3s with 3 impact really, really easily with Wirereb's deck.
Yep.
But not with Wirereb's hand, just with Wirereb's deck. A Draven, not a Lee Sin. There were 2 draws there, and neither of them got Lee Sin in one of the few instances where Lee Sin would have come down. Because as Stolen Conch, you need to get both Lee Sins.
And
This one's going to get mini-morphed, and that's nearly game. If Wireb has 6 mana up at all times, Stolen Conch cannot use Lee Sin for lethal, which means Stolen Conch has to think, I'm finding lethal through other means now.
Yep. And those other means are also looking grim.
Now, they do look grim, but as it currently stands, Wireb only has 2 pieces of interaction in hand in Minimorph and Vengeance. And there are hands with Might and possibly even the 6/5 from the Noxian Tailstones plus some Whirling Deaths that could get you there. Now, it's a long way away, but Wireb might also be a long way away depending on how the blocks line up.
Yeah. And this is so brutal. Like, this turn, Wireb can just play another aloof, which will probably get rid of the deny. And then if it gets rid of the deny, Wireb can sort of be like, oh yeah, I'm just going to cast this 10 mana spell, which will, I'm pretty sure, instantly win him the game unless it's denied. And we see Conch saying, yep, I need to push damage somehow, so here goes to Might on the Draven. And he's just trying to find that chip, because that's all he can do.
Yeah, this is the play he has to go for and saying, I'm hoping to win in 3 turns' time with 3 separate instances of Might. But you are going to see the Vengeance come down, which I think is reasonable from Wireb, right? By Conch doing this play, Conch is saying an admission of, I'm not winning with Lee Sin solely anymore, so I'm going to need to do things, which means Vengeance is a very reasonable response to that, as is Deny. Despite this being a Lee Sin deck, that's a handshake that has to happen at this point in the game now that 2 Lee Sins are gone.
Yep.
Aloof comes down. Goodbye, Concussive Palm. We do see that Wireb also drew a way to kill their own units again, which they were lacking for a little bit of time, which means Wireb can resummon that aloof at any point. Wireb, by the way, has 3 aloofs. This is part of why I don't like fighting Snortikaiser.
This is the snore part of Snortikaiser.
Well, no, the snore part of Snortikaiser is Mordekaiser just being on the field at all and trying to interact with them in any way, shape, or form. But this is definitely, this is still a bad bit of it.
This is Aegis number 2 snoring.
We're going to see Elysian? No, Noxian Tailstone.
So do you go for the risky play and play the 10 mana spell, which wins you the game without deny, but obviously a deny really could, like, a deny plus Lee Sin is the world where you're actually losing? Yeah, you probably can't play the 10 mana spell.
If Y Rebellion's going to do the risky play here?
Yeah, that's actually a good point.
Yeah, no, Y Rebellion's never playing that 10 mana spell unless Stolen Conch has 0 cards in hand.
Yeah, that's probably true. Or 0 mana.
Yeah. If Stolen Conch had 0 mana and Wireb had 12 mana on a turn, I would be thoroughly surprised.
I would also be thoroughly surprised.
We do see the attack go in, getting rid of Draven, one of the few, 20% win cons that Conch has. Win conches, holy hell. First person to come up with that pun. Some blocks go in. Funnily enough, Snortikaiser's, I would have imagined Snortikaiser would be flipped by around this point, but Wireb has had a ton of units and not a lot of ways to have them die, because Stolen Conch isn't really killing them, just sort of letting them do their own thing. Snortikaiser's a little bit far away from flipping.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what it comes down to at this point. I think next turn we're going to see Conch play this turn we're going to see Conch develop the elusive, and he's just going to he's going to give it +9 attack with cards in his hand and just try and win.
Hmm.
Oh, is he gonna try and Whirling Death this Mordekaiser?
No, I would have assumed he's going to play
yeah.
Sharpened Resolve on the Mordekaiser.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's a really heads-up call. But
Yeah, thanks. I felt pretty satisfied with that. Now, this obviously suffers to a Death Trust, but you'll never guess what's in Stolen Conscious hand. More spells.
yeah, but these spells are also the spells he needs to find lethal.
Yeah.
You know, he is putting Rebellion in a position where Rebellion is probably thinking, oh, I wonder if I should cast this Mini-Morph on this unit.
I don't think you ever do. The fact that there is no spell shield means you can always do Mini-Morph after 5 mites have been invoked.
Yeah.
Damn. Yeah. Other people might see this play and think it's a little bit weird that you're not doing a buff spell, but you are right that you need those buff spells to get lethal. And even though you'd have a great trade into the Snortikaiser, that's not enough.
Yeah.
So Stolen Conscious is playing for his outs, however small they may be. Yeah, we do see Draven get resummoned, and Yreb still in a really comfy spot. I mean, Conch needs to, again, draw a Lee Sin here, which, to be fair, Yreb has sort of ran out of aloofs in a funny way. Like, you can resummon one more, but that's about it. So he can't just, like, continually, repeatedly try and hit the Lee Sin. And theoretically, if Conch is able to pressure mana somehow and get them under Minimorph, or go for an orthogonal Wincon where there's both a Might and a Might on a Draven and a Lee Sin, that is technically a world where something could happen, but it's very far away.
Yeah. It's just so awkward. Like, even if Conch top decks the third Lee Sin here, it just gets Mini-Morphed.
Who won the first game? Was it Conch?
It was Conch. That means that Rebellion actually also reverse, like, swept both opponents.
It also means that Yreb... no, Yreb doesn't need a win in 7 minutes, but Stolen Conch does have the less timer. But the game does end in 8 minutes. And if Stolen Conch played quicker, there is a chance that Stolen Conch can squeeze out a victory in a funny way. Now, it's probably too late to go for the timer win con at this point.
Yeah.
It is worth considering.
Conch is definitely in the position where he has to think more. Like, Rebellion is sort of just, cruising, right? Like, Mini-Morph the Lee Sin and chill. And Conch is like that, like, guy on the computer who's sweating and slamming keyboards, trying to be like, how in the world? Like, what is the one line that wins me this game? Yeah.
Do you see an attack? Not with an elusive, obviously, because of Nora. But some simple blocks, setting up some units. Yreb thinking the best way to get to the next turn. It's curious. I don't know what Snortikaiser is at, but if Snortikaiser is at 2 health left, 2 away from flipping, I wonder if you are supposed to let 2 units die. We do see another Might. Makes sense. Sort of a forced play by Conch, needing to find a way to win this game.
Now, I'm super interested in if he's going to go all in or if he's like, I can make it one more turn. Okay. Yeah. And he doesn't need to play like this, because the truth of the matter is that if you go all in, you're just opening yourself up to a Vengeance, or at least like a Vengeance or a Mini-Morph coming down here means you can still Might like your lifesteal unit.
This is heads up, killing the aloof that isn't in front of the Dragon Link so that another Might isn't as strong. And there's not very good ways zero ways for Stolen Conscious to interact. Like, you also are playing around Whirling Death that way. Do see the Twin come down, giving the extra health. I presume Yreb sort of okays this.
Yeah, I presume so as well.
But we're going to have to see, because Yreb does have to make a choice here, because you could Mini-Morph this. But it does mean that a top deck Lee Sin does make things technically awkward. But Conch didn't put all the resources in, so I don't know why Yreb would have to as well.
Yeah.
But I will say, we were talking about this like 5 turns ago. This is Conch's win con. Doing 5 damage, 3 turns in a row, finding a way to win through it.
Yep.
Do you see Nora flip? There aren't any portals in there yet, but a tea drinker into some draw could lead to something. There is a second Mini-Morph now, which gives Yreb a lot of free will to be able to beat Stolen Conch's outs.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, so Rebellion could go for the play of 10 mana Oh wow! But we see the deny. Like this is still risky into deny plus a top deck to Lee Sin. Well, it's not even though because they have to play the Lee. They would have to play the Lee Sin this turn for it to be risky because if they top deck Lee Sin and play it, you just instant minimorph and you don't even have to worry about the spell.
And you can actually beat top deck Lee Sin now with Hate Spike. If you were to do 10 mana spell and they were to deny it, then you could do Hate Spike and always get through it.
Yeah.
I do like this Hate Spike, a non-committal player putting in some aggression, trying to get rid of something they might have, including this deny. Now, is Conch only 2 deny? Because if Conch is only on 2 deny, now we've got a guaranteed Death's Realm.
And Conch is only on 2 deny.
Okay.
So I do think...
Is there any, Unworthy Soul? Would Unworthy Soul would have worked?
Unworthy Soul... So Unworthy Soul would work. It wouldn't stop the spell from killing the whole board except for Conch's strongest unit, but it would get, obviously, the Mordekaiser off the board, which would then mean that nothing actually gets resummoned. So there is Unworthy Souls.
There are only 4 minutes in this game. Both players are within a minute of each other on the timer, although Conch obviously with a minute further behind. Trying to get some lifesteal onto this unit, but foregoing a little bit of the aggression that you would need necessarily on the Draven, but accepting also that Draven may not be around for much longer. Probably realizing that he's going to have to get in with the elusive or use the fearsome from the card that I keep mentioning that no one ever's gonna... We're probably not going to see it, but it is there.
I'm worried
double cast, keeping mana up.
That.
Another Noxian Tailstone. And we do see Weapons of the Lost.
Wow.
Let's go. And I think this is reasonable. I think this is a way to get a big unit that needs to be minimorphed, and this is just asking for another minimorph target. Now, Wyro's lucky that he's got 2, but this is the sort of gameplay style that gets Stolen Conch to be able to win. And I would have liked to see that last turn. I was surprised not to see it last turn.
We're not attacking with the elusive. Yeah, I guess that's fine.
Nora.
Yeah. I mean, it would have given an extra might target, but yeah, you're always going to be forced to might this. It's always probably going to be matched with, minimorph. And that should just be game. If Conch's only chance now is somehow getting Y Rebellion to spend an extra 2 to 3 minutes thinking about the turn, which is again relevant. There is definitely an argument to be made where Conch should have been focused on the timer win con from the start and tried to play faster than Y-Reb.
Especially in a matchup like this where they're both control decks without simple, obvious win conditions, especially due to the minimorph. Yeah. I do think Conch possibly should have played for the spam might play a little bit earlier than he did. I think he was a bit too tentative and didn't end up playing the Weapons of the Lost early enough when, without him knowing, Weapons of the Lost would have done a lot better in this matchup quite early on. We are going to see the attack, get the Snortikaiser, level up aura thing that makes everything heal and drain, and now there's a bunch of healing going on, which is really tough, and obviously a lot more burn. Taking the Whirling Death but not playing it. Possibly ran out of time, possibly just the timer literally just counted down.
Yeah, that could be it. It is worth
do work like that.
If we could get to Conch somehow making it to the 3rd iteration of this landmark, that is a world where he could somehow RNG a win. I don't even know what card it would take.
Artican.
But
oh no, God.
No.
Mahira? Big Mahira. 8 mana Mahira.
So the problem is we always have a minimorph in hand.
But it has elusive. It has spell shield. Does it? No, it doesn't. Who has spell shield?
No, it doesn't.
The 8 mana Targon card.
Yeah, which isn't in
Rumal
standard.
is spell shield, right? Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's not in standard. You might need a fact check me on that, but I'm pretty sure it's not in standard.
Drawing a bunch, getting Zevi and a ton of other things, the box. I mean, animation's just flying left and center because everyone knows there's only 1 minute left and they just need to animate. We see Mordekaiser's Death Realm, which is really funny, and this is going to deal 7 damage as well as get an attack in, but we do see the Unworthy Soul.
Oh, this is so funny.
Badger Bear remains because there was a last breath on Y-Reb's side, as well as a ton of things from portals, which means there are more units being summoned. What a weird end. The last 2 minutes I felt a bit like a daze, because it's just been animations going, flying everywhere. There's Lee Sin.
And with that, Lee Sin's Dragons wins. Your prediction was correct. And Conch's team is sent to the relegation tournament.
What a set. Those last two best of threes with Y Rebellion were really, really close. But even the entire best of five was just an incredible sequence of everything. Damn, no one won. Never mind. Y-Reb won. What a sequence. Man, Y-Reb played that pretty well. I think you and I had some reservations about some of the defensive plays, but I mean, Y-Reb won most of the games where those defensive plays came in. And Stolen Conch, maybe Draven Lee Sin, hot take, might not have been the choice. But incredibly close and very fun games.
Yeah. It was intense. If I'm live run right now, I feel like there's electricity going through my veins. It's gotta feel good to go down to the very last match and clutch it out.
Oh yeah. That's gotta feel great. Massive props to Y-Reb and massive props to the entire Lee Sin's Dragon team, as well as the FLCK team, right?
Yeah.
Like, I want to give massive props to Chicas, who obviously lost that last game that they were in, but really made this way tighter than I thought it would be. Chicas played really, really well. I mean, everyone played really, really well. This was some good finals Aegis play. Yeah.
It was very intense. We saw lots of spicy decks clash, and you know, I'll tell you what, the spicier of the two ended up losing, because I think Y-Reb and the Lisa Dragons team in general, with also that Morgana Nora deck, brought less spicy decks.
Yeah, they brought less spice, but also things that are more grounded. Like, I would not describe Draven Lee Sin as a particularly grounded deck, right? It is not something that has an obvious parallel that has been strong in the past. So, yeah.
Yeah. And I think
we are going to have an interview. Yeah, we're going to have an interview with Y Rebellion, who obviously did quite well in those last two rounds. So he'll be back in here in a sec, but it's been a really good day today. I'm really thankful I was given permission to cast, because this has just been a great couple of sets.
Yep. It was quite a treat today. The games were so amazing.
Yeah. And we saw a decent variety, right? And like, Aegis is obviously built to have quite a lot of variety. You can't bring the same things multiple times, right? The only decks brought multiple times were like Heimerdinger Victor and like Morgana Udyr and like a little bit of Snortikaiser, but it was banned most of the time, so it was mostly fine. But obviously some spicy stuff, and also a lot of good play of the regular decks you're trying to see, like your Jananilas, your Victor Heimers, all of these sorts of things. It was just a great day overall. I think this is like exactly what this meta has sort of shaped up to, and it's just been a great showing of everything.
Yep.
And now Y Rebellion has joined the call. How are you feeling, Y Rebellion?
A little stressed, but happy. That was an intense couple of series.
I don't blame you. We were excited from watching you as well. It was very, very, very fun. I mean, Sleepy, do you have any questions?
I just, I don't know if this is a question as much as commending Y-Reb for both of those sets you played. One, obviously, if you lost, your whole team lost, and you also opened each set with losing a game, and you managed to come out on top in the end. I bet that you're feeling like crazy. I bet it feels like there's electricity through your veins. What I said on stream, but I'll say it to you now. You can confirm or deny that.
Yeah, no, it was pretty intense, and both series had a different strong emotion after losing game one. The first one was like, I thought I had finally stabilized against the Udyr deck, and then the one burn damage comes from hand and I can't do anything about it. Yep. And then the second series, I think I misplayed by soul harvesting the Ahri rather than holding up 2 points of interaction. So it was a little bit stressful losing both of those games in such a close fashion. And needing then to win two to win both of them, but I'm glad I was able to.
Yeah, I completely forgot that Ahri game was also during the set. We were talking about that quite a bit on stream. At least I was pointing out that I did think the Soul Harvest was a bit of a misplay, but you had so many tough games and tough matchups that went to all of them took like 14 rounds. And you have to be on and like active throughout all of it in matchups that you probably haven't seen a lot of, like Draven Lee Sin and Ahri Kennen in your scrims and in your like ladder games.
No, definitely have not.
Yeah. So I also want to commend you for playing really, really well in a lot of spots, and being quite defensive, even when like Sleep and I were saying that you should attack more often, especially with like ballistic bots and stuff. But you stuck to it, and obviously you know those decks quite well. They're your bread and butter. So I just wanted to commend you for that. What was you talked about a couple of moments that have been surprising you. What was the thought behind the lineup? Like, I know these decks are decks that you like, but is there anything above and beyond about the decks you brought and the team in general?
Yeah, I think that, I mean, for one, they are decks that I am quite comfortable with, so it made sense for me to bring those as part of our team. But I think that they complemented well the weaknesses of what my other teammates were bringing, as well as just being, in my opinion, like just very solid decks all around. So we can have lineups that will, I can cover the weaknesses of the other lineups that we're bringing, while also just being like good decks that, if push comes to shove, I can play into a decent amount of the field.
Yeah. No, that's pretty fair, and obviously it worked out for you guys. I mean, you had a varied spread that were able to take everything through. So you're obviously on to semifinals, playing against the Norris Tea Drinkers. Do you have anything to say to Norris Tea Drinkers, or do you want to keep it all hush-hush?
I mean, I think they're a very strong team. Obviously, from the group stage, all of the teams in our group were incredibly close. So I believe, I would have to double check, but I'm pretty sure every team went 3-3 against every other team. Or like very close to even 4-3
Right.
versus 3-4. So like, I think it's going to be incredibly close, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, so do you have any other questions?
Well, I feel bad because I don't necessarily have questions as much as I want to say thank you for beating Stolen Conch as a team that has a vendetta against him.
Well,
you know,
I must say that it's hard to tell how literally Stolen Conch's messages in the chat are, but he was talking a little bit of shit about my Lee Sin Victor deck, so it felt good to get the win against him in the end,
yeah, I forgot that he said like, oh yeah, why Rebellion's list is built completely wrong. I completely forgot about it. It must feel amazing to have won that to win that match.
Yeah, it does feel good. It does feel good.
And then. The other thing I say is like we're setting up another possibility of an Azir's Ascended Lee Sin Dragons finals.
Yes, yeah.
The repeat.
The script is repeating themselves. The script writers got to get a new thing. We'll see what happens in semis.
Yep, both of us have to.
I think all 4 of the teams in semifinals are really, really strong. So
yeah,
I could really see it going anyway.
Yeah. Also, clip this for when Azir's Ascendant and Lee Sin Dragons lose, and it's a completely different final.
Yeah, Aatrox's Darken versus Norris Tea Drinkers, all the newbies coming and showing us what's up.
Yeah.
I mean,
you go.
Well, I was gonna say that would be a funny like storyline for like the Ascension League, right?
Yeah, they were forged in the fires of the Ascension League promotion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also just want to give you an opportunity to give any shout-outs, talk up any players on your team, mention anything that you want to mention. The board is yours, really, to say anything you want.
Yeah, I mean, just shout out to my teammates. I think that we're a really solid team. I think evident from the fact that we've now made back-to-back semis at the very least. And I think that we work well together, and especially our collab set synergy has kind of carried us through to making it to this next stage.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, Sleepy talks about this a lot in Sleepy Panda YouTube. But yeah, the collab sets were really quite critical and let you squeak in there. It's definitely something that like teams need to work on if they're not working on it already.
Yeah, I think we complement each other's strengths well about not making as many mistakes in collab sets.
Yeah, huge.
I do have one more question. I did think of this. I don't want to ask too many details because, I don't want you to reveal too much about the trade secrets of your team. But I'm going to ask a simple yes or no question. Does your team prep, is how I'm going to phrase it, before each week? Or are you guys a team that kind of wing it?
I would say that we prep.
I don't want to go into any more details lest it might reveal strategies, but I was just curious because I think that there's a debate in the Aegis of how much prep you actually have to put in to be successful and things like that.
Yeah, no, I definitely think it is very helpful to prep. I think some of the weeks where we didn't do as well might be could have been a bit chalked up to not prepping as well as we should have.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very similar story here, right? There was one week where, like, we didn't do as well as other weeks, and that was definitely the week where we just said, just put anything you want in, we'll have a good time, as opposed to a winning time. But yeah. Well, I'm happy to have had you on. Congratulations on your win. Congratulations to the whole team. We hope to see you in finals fighting us.
Yeah,
but you've had a great show, and you played really, really well. Just congratulations to you.
Thank you.
And I think that's going to mostly close out the show for this round of Aegis in the quarterfinals. I'll give Sleepy a chance to say anything he wants to say, and then I'll round out the show.
Thanks for letting me be here. It was fun to cast. I'm glad that I got this opportunity. Congrats to Lee Sin's Dragons, as well as Aatrox's Darkin. Both teams making it through the playoffs. And yeah, I guess I'll point at you one more time, chat. And that's it. Honorary Wick point.
Yeah, thanks everyone for joining us, players, viewers, Hirsch, and also this bozo this way. You guys have been, it's been great to re-chat and watch some actually incredible games. It's been a long time since I've cut. It's been a long time since I've casted, and this has been a great experience to go through this again. There were some amazing games. We talked about a ton of interesting things. I hope at least Sleepy and I added some information, both analytically and also in terms of fun for the format. I've had a great time. Thanks, Hirsch, for inviting me to do this, and thanks, Sleepy, for joining me. And while I probably won't be casting next week, because I'll probably be playing or helping my teammates, depending on who's playing and who's not, I hope you guys come back next week for the semifinals of Aegis Esports second season Champions League. I've been Spids, that's been Sleepy Panda, and good night.
Like a bomb squad.